catharsis and go back to sleep beautifully. Joanna's cute little toes were about to make a dent in the smooth surface. She was also very nervous and entangled now. What she experienced tonight suddenly broke all the shackles in her heart. Now she still has a sense of excitement in her heart. She doesn't know how to describe it. Everything she does now is in compliance with herself, heart. She raised her head and looked at Lin Ao, re-examining the man in front of her. It was Lin Ao who helped her get her mother back to her so smoothly, and it was he who changed her boring life. Lin Ao looks handsome, and his strength is beyond words. It's just that Joanna looked at Lin Ao with complicated eyes. Men like this usually hide their own secrets. This is her intuition, and it is also the experience she has gained over the years. Things are not that simple. How could someone who could seize power from Chen Hao be so simple-minded? Lin Bei. Lin Ao saw that Joanna finally spoke, and he was listening quietly. Is there something you're hiding from me? When Lin Ao heard Joanna's question, he couldn't calm down at all. Anna, why do you ask that? Lin Ao could continue to choose to lie, but he did not do so immediately. He wanted to see what Joanna meant specifically. Joanna walked towards Lin Ao, took his hand, and led him to the bedside to sit down. Lin Bei, I want you to answer a few questions before I make the final decision. You can't lie or lie to me. Joanna sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Lin Ao. This was her first man, the first man she fell in love with. She was very cautious, and she was very entangled in her heart. She didn't know whether she should ask. It's okay to pretend to be confused all the time to make yourself happy and live a life of kidney failure, but this is not Joanna's style. She has made a decision. She will only ask a few questions tonight to see how Lin Ao answers. If she is satisfied, then she will not care about Lin Ao's other secrets in the future. Well, you ask, and I swear I will answer truthfully. After Lin Ao was nervous at the beginning, he felt relaxed now, and the big stone in his heart was completely gone. That feeling of guilt was suddenly released at this moment. First question, can you be with me forever? Joanna asked the first question, and Lin Ao was a little surprised. Is this the first question? I swear, I could, if I lied to you about this. My brother and I have been eunuchs our whole lives, and we have been bullied by men ever since. Long Aocean, thank you. Lin Ao nodded firmly. He thought Joanna would ask, who are you? Is Lun Yan his biological daughter, or the purpose of your coming here? For a lifetime. Lin Ao thought for a while, let alone this life, if he dies in this life, he will come back and spend the rest of his life with you in the next life. Joanna looked at Lin Ao's serious eyes and smiled. This oath was quite poisonous. Second question, do you love me? Lin Ao was stunned. The second question didn't seem like a question that Joanna would ask. It felt a bit too girly and childish. Anna, if I say that I love you now, I probably won't believe it myself. I have a crush on you, and I admire your personality and your way of doing things. I like you. Lindo was talking about this issue very seriously. He felt that there was no need to add fuel to the problem. He felt that Joanna would not be so stupid that someone who had known her for only a few months would fall in love with her. There is no such thing as love at first sight. Love is not something that can be said casually. Lin Ao carefully observed Joanna's expression. Although there was no light in the room, from the moonlight, he saw the corners of Joanna's mouth slightly raised. The third question is, can I trust Lin Bei after tonight? Lin Ao's mind was spinning rapidly, and then he showed a wry smile. It seems that Joanna is still suspicious of Lin Bei in the past. Sure enough, this kind of woman is not that easy to fool. Her words were obviously confirming whether Lin Ao would continue to lie to her starting tomorrow. Lin Ao took a deep breath and took Joanna's hand seriously. Joanna did not refuse and looked at Lin Ao quietly. Starting from tomorrow, everything I say will be from the heart, most sincerely, without a trace of lies. Lin Ao didn't lie, he was serious. He felt that Joanna did not want to delve into everything, she was just confirming Lin Bei's attitude towards her now and in the future. Joanna nodded. Lin Bei, last question. Joanna asked the last question. Her palm gently touched Lin Ao's lips, then slid to Lin Ao's heart and pressed on it. Tell me your real name. Joanna looked at the strange movements coming from her palms and let out a sweet smile. So after Joanna asked the above questions, the last question was the biggest one. As long as the question he said was true, she could get all the real information about a person from his name. That's why Lin Ao's heartbeat suddenly accelerated a bit. This woman is not easy to deal with either. He still misses Qin Yun, Sha Qiange, Lu Mengan, and Luo Yanran. Although she is not Lin Ao's woman yet, the advantage is that Lin Ao can always control her. As for Ji Yu Wanqing, stop making trouble, Lin Ao. Lin Ao said his true name, and he stopped struggling, because when Joanna asked if you were hiding something from me, Lin Ao must not lie in this round. Once he lies, Joanna will immediately draw a line with him. Or she would choose to help Lin Ao when the matter is over in order to repay Lin Ao for helping her eliminate Chen Hao and get back her mother's ashes. From now on, it's a clean break. Joanna felt Lin Ao's heartbeat calm down. She slowly put her hand down. Slowly opened the bedside table. This scene seems familiar. Chapter 115. It's time to pay for your previous actions. Lin Ao watched Joanna's movements and swallowed slowly. His whole body tensed up, ready to deal with any possibility. The bedside table was pulled open. Joanna slowly put her hand in, and then quickly took out something. This action scared Lin Ao to the point where he broke into a cold sweat. After taking a closer look, he breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Joanna had taken out a stack of information. What? Were you scared? What did you think I would take? A gun? Joanna rolled her eyes at Lin Ao and pressed the switch on the bedside. The room suddenly became brighter, and she could clearly see a trace of fine beads of sweat appearing on Lin Ao's forehead. In addition to being able to clearly see Lin Ao's fine beads of sweat under the bright light, Lin Ao could also clearly see Joanna's. Lin Ao's mouth was a little dry. Is this a beauty trap? Especially the hollow pajamas, illuminated from the back by the bedside lamp, the strong backlight perfectly displayed Joanna's figure in front of Lin Ao. The looming temptation was the ultimate visual feast. The information in Joanna's hand was given to Joanna by Lin Ao. I think I should call you Lin Ao now. She put the information in her hand in front of Lin Ao, and Joanna had red lines in many places with a red pen. Lin Ao took the information in his hand and looked through it, breaking into a cold sweat. A red line was drawn between his and Long Laotian's names, a red line was drawn between him and Lu Nian's father-daughter relationship, and a big question mark was drawn over his identity. Lin Ao was sure that there would be no mistakes in this information. After all, it was his mother who made it. Not to mention Zhang Hai, she would definitely take care of everything. But the information is full of red lines and question marks. Anna this. Lin Ao didn't know how to explain it. Joanna gave him another Wang Za, and he was immediately confused. Joanna smiled and said nothing, and the scene became quiet for a while. Lin Ao was even more confused now. Say something quickly. Stop laughing. I would rather listen to Aoshin singing karaoke than stay here. Lin Ao made an action that even he didn't expect. 6. He stretched out a hand nervously and gave Joanna a thumbs up. PFF'd. Joanna was also worried about Lin Ao, and a thumb broke the silence in the room. Lin Ao, I want to tell you that when I am serious about a person, I will study his information very, very, very carefully. Joanna put away her smile, and her face became serious and serious. No matter how perfect your content is, I won't believe it. I will believe what I see. So I want to tell you that I am serious this time. It is the first time in so many years that I am serious about two people, so I will be very cautious. Joanna looked at Lu Nian's photo in the file and smiled again, like a flower blooming in spring. From the day Lulu called my mother, I began to study your information very seriously. Lulu, I can tell that she is very dependent on me and likes me as her mother. I believe it is true that she has no mother. She looked up at Lin Ao. Because of Lulu, I also showed my heart to you. I don't deny that I have fallen in love with you, Lin Ao. Although your information is a big question mark for me, it doesn't stop me from falling in love with you. I can feel that you don't want to hurt me, but lying doesn't count. If it were Joanna who just came out of the palace of hell, your body would probably be cold. Joanna gently stroked the side of Lin Ao's face. So, congratulations, Lin Ao, everything you said tonight is true. You gave us a chance. Lin Ao was really relieved now. He no longer had the uncomfortable feeling of holding back all the lies before. He exhaled softly, his expression completely relaxed. What? You feel comfortable. You don't have to worry about how to lie to me after that, so you are relieved. Joanna saw this, her tone was teasing, and her fingers pinched the flesh of Lin Ao's face hard. Hey, Anna, that's not what I meant. I just feel happy that I don't have to lie to others without conscience, and I don't have to hurt you anymore. Lin Ao hurriedly explained. Does that mean you have admitted that everything you did in the past was a lie? Including what you did to me? Lin Ao was furious now. He couldn't let Joanna think like that, otherwise it would be over. Anna, I never thought of lying to you about my relationship. I am serious, very serious. Aoshin can testify for me about my feelings. Lin Ao was cheating on his feelings at first, but then all he gave was his true feelings. Joanna couldn't interpret this by herself. Snort. Joanna rolled her eyes at Lin Ao and took the information in his hand back into her hand. He put it back on the bedside and turned off the light. Then it's time for you to pay for your previous actions. Looking at the darkened room and listening to Joanna's words, he didn't know what she wanted to do, but as long as it wasn't fatal, he could accept it. Joanna pushed Lin Ao down on the bed. If you plan to move around, you can't touch me casually. Lin Ao, who was lying on it, was confused. What do you mean? Then a gust of fragrant wind hit him, and a soft pressure made Lin Ao suddenly energetic. At this price, can I come here once a day? Just when he was happy, that feeling disappeared. Joanna lay down next to him, turned on the dim bedside lamp. Lin Ao turned around to look, and blood rushed to his nose. Lin Ao, if you move or touch me, I will never forgive you in this life. Lin Ao had 10,000 ants crawling in his heart. He finally understood what Joanna meant by paying the price. This is really life-threatening. Joanna was lying on the bed, changing her movements in front of Lin Ao. Don't close your eyes. Joanna looked at Lin Ao, who had her eyes closed tightly, and smiled in triumph. Lin Ao had no choice but to open his eyes again. He really didn't dare to mess around. He knew what Joanna said was serious. As you know, human skin is the largest organ of the human body and an important way to sense external stimulation. There is a slight disturbance in the outside world, and the temperature is hot or cold. This is the most intuitive feeling. Joanna was like a goddess of nature, her perfect body right before Lin Ao's eyes. Willow leaves swept across Lin Ao's body, and a warm breeze blew, making him feel even more comfortable. He wanted to stir the willow leaves, but was warned not to move. He closed his eyes but was awakened by Joanna's demonic whisper. Lin Ao could feel the temperature and humidity of the breeze, but the slightest difference was like thousands of miles away. Joanna looked at Lin Ao slyly. This is the price of lies. She laughed like a silver bell, but at this moment, in Lin Ao's eyes, it was like a devil's laughter. Just like that, during the process of taking off and landing again and again, Lin Ao collapsed and sighed. The price she paid was truly a fatal blow. In addition, Lin Ao had been away from Zhonghai for a long time, and every aspect of his body was full of longing. There was a bottle of sweet mineral water in front of me, but I found that my hands were useless and I couldn't hold it, twist it open, let alone taste it. This is an unprecedented form of punishment. Lin Ao was heartbroken. Help. Chapter 116. Hello sisters-in-law. Early the next morning. Lin Ao seemed to be exhausted. People who don't know the inside story must think that Lin Ao fought hard all night last night. He fought hard all night and fought with his heart all night long. The sensory torture in the first half of the night had already exhausted him, and the second half of the night made him even more miserable. Joanna changed directly into Victoria in the middle of the night. The graceful figure was right in front of him, but Lin Ao could only look at the plum blossoms to quench his thirst. From time to time, she would seize the opportunity and engage in teasing. Although the methods were unfamiliar, she had a perfect grasp of the atmosphere and rhythm. She simply had Lin Ao at her fingertips. It would be unworthy of a gentleman not to take revenge. After some time, Lin Ao will definitely turn around and become a landlord and defeat the charming fox Joanna. Lin Ao yawned and left Joanna's room. Joanna was lying on the bed with a smile on her lips. She didn't expect Lin Ao to be so honest last night. In fact, she was mentally prepared, and the result was good. After one night, he actually survived, and she had to admire Lin Ao. Although Lin Ao chose to be a beast, Joanna still felt a little sweetness in her heart. In fact, she was not ready for that in her heart. Last night was just the emotional outburst accumulated throughout the day, which made her so bold. Lin Ao returned to the dormitory. The matter here had come to an end for the time being, and he was going to take some time to go back to Zhonghai in a few days. Brother Lin, you are finally back. I have been waiting for you all night. Long Aoshin opened the door and saw a tired-looking Lin Ao outside, with an intriguing smile on his lips. What's going on? Lin Ao collapsed on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. He couldn't stay in that house anymore. He couldn't stand it even if he didn't sleep all night. Long Aotian said nothing and took out his mobile phone. A recording is playing. This time, Lin Ao was energetic. Damn it, he was tired. When something fatal appears in front of his eyes, this is all childish. Hey, brother Lin, I know you are a person who will fulfill your promises, an upright person, and a role model worthy of my learning. Right. Long Aotian looked innocent, scratching his head and saying words of praise for Lin Ao, but his eyes kept flashing and were firmly locked on Lin Ao. Aotian, didn't you say you wanted to take Joanna with you? But my relationship with Joanna hasn't reached that point yet. How about a few days? Lin Ao remembered that Long Aotian mentioned Joanna, and then used her as a shield. Long Aotian looked suspicious, his eyes were dull, there were bags and dark circles under his eyes, his expression was tired, and his body movements were lifeless. Isn't this a state of excessive happiness after a long night of plowing? I, Long Aotian, have never eaten pork or seen pigs running away. Don't even think about lying to me. Since brother Lin said so, I will wait a few more days. Long Aotian agreed wholeheartedly, but he had his own plans. Are you using Joanna as a shield? Then I will directly discuss it with this shield, and then you will have no excuse. Lin Ao breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to face two fatal punishments in one day. After Long Aotian finished speaking, he went out, preparing to have breakfast and discuss with Joanna later. Suddenly his cell phone rang, and he wondered if it was his father. Hey Dad, why are you looking for me so early? Then he picked up the phone without looking at it. Hey, good son, come and pick us up at Pengdong Airport. Long Aotian shuddered when he heard the voice on the phone. Sister-in-law, yes. The person on the phone was not Long Aotian's father, but Ji Wanqing. This time, Long Aotian woke up. Sister-in-law, are you here? He just seemed to hear someone asking him to pick them up, so he confirmed it again. Don't tell Lin Ao, let's give him a surprise. Now Long Aotian heard it clearly. He turned back and looked in the direction of the second floor. He was really surprised, now. 3. He was even worried about Lin Ao. Okay, I'll be there right away. Long Aotian hung up the phone and paced downstairs. Do you want to tell Lin Ao? Long Aotian didn't think for long before he came to the conclusion that he would not tell Lin Ao. First, he couldn't afford to offend Ji Wanqing, and now that 3 of them appeared at once, he couldn't afford to offend him. Secondly, this is the good intention of the sisters-in-law, how could he disturb their good intention? Third, and the most important thing is that Lin Ao didn't readily agree to let him sing in karaoke just now, but instead refused. Long Aotian had something to eat in the restaurant and set off in a hurry. Ji Wanqing was worried when she heard Lin Ao's call last night, and decided to come over and have a look, but if she came alone and the other 2 girls knew about it, they would avoid sneaking in later. Moreover, they felt like brothers and sisters and simply brought them all at once. As expected, the 2 girls were extremely excited until the end. They set out together to Pengdong for the reason of business cooperation. At this time, Lin Ao didn't know anything about it. After washing up, he returned to Joanna's room. Because Lun Yen is going to school again today. As soon as he entered, he saw Lun Yen chewing bread on the dining table with a resentful look on his face. Joanna was busy in the kitchen. She brought out a few sandwiches and placed them in front of Lin Ao. Eat quickly, then send Lulu to school after eating. Lin Ao nodded. Joanna kept looking at Lin Ao with a smile on her face. Lin Ao really couldn't stand her gaze, and secretly swore in his heart that he would make amends as soon as possible. They came to the kindergarten and bid farewell to the tearful Lun Yen. What are we going to do next? Lin Ao drove the car and looked at Joanna with a little expectation. The appointment of the King of Hell will come out today. I am not free today. I will probably be busy in the next few days. Joanna looked at Lin Ao funny, she flipped her hair and continued. In addition, Chen Hao's remaining assets need to be taken over, and I don't know if the palace master will come. If he comes, I will probably have to deal with him for a few days. The palace master Joanna mentioned was Yi Chen. For a moment she felt a strong murderous aura. It spread out from Lin Ao's body. Lin Ao squinted at the road ahead. Lin Ao, is this your purpose? Joanna was keenly aware of Lin Ao's strong reaction after hearing the word palace master. Lin Ao also made no secret of it. He nodded. The man who must be killed. Lin Ao's tone was calm, as if making small talk, but Joanna on the side could feel the determination and hatred from these words. The car drove into Sicily. Lin Ao walked out of the car calmly, as if nothing happened. He sent Joanna to the office, and was just about to turn around and go out to find something to do by himself, because Joanna was about to enter office mode next. Suddenly, he was pulled in by Joanna behind him and closed the office door. "I'll help you." Joanna put one hand on the wall and touched Lin Ao's face with the other. She looked serious and determined. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. "You sure?" In the car just now, Joanna didn't respond. Lin Ao thought she had concerns and planned to discuss it with her later. When she returned to the office, she offered to help Lin Ao. "I am very sure." After Joanna finished speaking, she kissed her. The two people kept exchanging bodies. The so-called verbal battle was just that. There was a sweet smell in the air. 4 striking beauties appeared at Pengdong Airport. It attracted the attention of passers-by. Long Aotian counted, 1, 2, 3, 4. Are there really 4 of them? These 4 are Gu Wanqing, Qin Yun, Lu Mengan and the newly joined Luo Yanran. Just 4 people, just enough for one car. Long Aotian shouted loudly towards the 4 people. "Hello sisters-in-law. The airport is even more lively now." Chapter 117 Sisters-in-law, this is her photo. After Lin Ao and Joanna vented their emotions, they were both sweating profusely and breathing heavily. "Anna, don't you ask why." Lin Duduo hugged Joanna on the sofa and looked at the disheveled Joanna tenderly. "No need, I don't have a good impression of the Palace of Hell. If I had the ability, I would just overthrow it." Joanna lay weakly on Lin Ao's shoulder, panting and saying the most hateful words in the gentlest tone. "One day, I will tell you everything." Lin Ao hugged Joanna deeply and tightly in his arms. His phone rang and he hung up immediately. In such a tender moment, why did he call to cause trouble? Then the phone rang again. "Take it, I have to work too." After speaking, Joanna looked at Lin Ao coquettishly and left Lin Ao's arms. He stood up slowly, his steps a little unsteady. This kind of thing is like Pandora's box. Once you taste the sweetness, you won't be able to stop. Lin Ao finally got back some of last night's interest, which was far from enough. If it hadn't been for broad daylight, he would have. He shook his head and answered Long Aotian's call. "Hello. What's going on?" Lin Ao's tone was a bit unkind. He could have been more gentle, but you called him instead. "Brother Lin, something happened here. Please come here." Long Aotian's tone was slightly panicked. "What happened?" Lin Ao sat up all of a sudden. It would be a big deal if Long Aotian would panic. "Brother Lin, you just hung up on me, right?" Long Aotian did not answer Lin Ao, but asked why Lin Ao hung up on him. "Ahem, I pressed the wrong button. I was quick and I just wanted to call you back." Lin Aotian was a little embarrassed. Long Aotian really wanted to see him for something. If he didn't answer the phone, he wouldn't be able to explain to his father what happened to Long Aotian. "Brother Lin, you can't be in Fenghuashuiyu, right?" "No way. No way. Isn't it because you are with a girl and you don't want to answer my phone calls on purpose?" Suddenly, Long Aotian's speaking style became a little different. Lin Ao kept talking yin and yang, and he was also very loud, as if he wanted to say it to someone. "Stop making trouble, what happened? Where should I find you?" Lin Ao frowned. When did this damned kid learn this trick? "Brother Lin, I couldn't tell you clearly on the phone. I'll send you the location. Come over." Long Aotian's tone of voice suddenly changed back to full of panic and fear. After saying that, he hung up the phone pretending to be anxious. Good, good, good. Lin Ao rolled his eyes more than once and clenched his fists. "If you dare to play tricks on me, you will be dead, Long Aotian." After a while, the phone showed the location sent by Long Aotian. "It is a high-end private residence." "Anna," Long Yaren said something, "I'll go over there." Lin Ao said hello to Joanna who was at work and was about to go out. Joanna sat in front of the computer, nodded, and threw a bunch of car keys to Lin Ao. "He should drive away in your car. You can pick one here." After speaking, Joanna lowered her head and started processing the documents. Lin Ao looked at the 7 or 8 car keys with different car brands in his hand, took one at random and went out. Joanna lifted her hair from her ears, looked at the direction Lin Ao left for a while, PFF'd, and laughed inexplicably. Don't guess why you laugh. It's hard for a woman in love to guess. In a high-end residence in Bihaiwan, Pengdong City. In the hall. Aotian, tell me, which little goblin is next to Lin Ao this time? Gu Wanqing looked at Long Aotian sitting on the sofa with interest. Long Aotian sat upright like a primary school student. Sister-in-law, her name is Joanna. She has innate strength and is now a core figure in the Palace of Hell. Sicily is the stronghold of the Palace of Hell here. Now she has acquired all of Chen Hao's property and made it one of the 10 palaces. Long Aotian spoke eloquently and reported all the information, including daily trivial matters, to Ji Wanqing and the others. All the girls narrowed their eyes, thinking, is this an idle drama? Why does it make you feel a little touched and sweet when you listen to it? Still feel that Lin Ao is a little guilty of lying. I feel sorry for Joanna and express my condolences. Sisters-in-law, look. This is her photo. Long Aotian took out his mobile phone. Inside was the photo of Lin Ao holding Joanna that night. Ji Wanqing looked at Long Aotian strangely, asking for credit. I feel like something changed after coming to Pengdong. Others immediately gathered around and enlarged the picture to take a look. There are several more pictures later, including one of them hugging each other, and even a short video. They all finished reading and glanced at Long Aotian, who had a serious face, a little strangely. Tisk, 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 you're still a mixed race, Lin Ao's eyes are still so high. Ao Tian, you did a good job. You are indeed the material to be the leader of the sect. After reading it, Ji Wanqing did not forget to praise Long Aotian. Although his behavior was a bit strange, for Ji Wanqing, he was indeed the best spy beside Lin Ao. The other women's eyes gradually narrowed. How far have they developed? Qin Yun asked Long Aotian in a low voice. Long Aotian immediately understood what Qin Yun meant, and he said 2 idioms loudly. Playing and singing every night. Exhausted. Long Aotian's voice echoed in the living room. Long Aotian felt that he was right. He didn't see anyone every night, and every time he saw Lin Ao, he looked tired. Isn't this just a night of entertainment? I obviously have no energy today. Isn't this a sign of exhaustion? So he didn't feel guilty at all. How could he not tell his sisters-in-law when they asked him? Isn't this caring about your lover's emotional life and physical health? Is a good thing. After listening to Long Aotian's words, Qin Yun and Lu Mengan seemed to have received some kind of blow. They sat on the sofa. Luo Yanran looked at them distressedly. This stinky man was not good at all. He knew how to bully others, and then walked over to comfort them. Qin Yun and Lu Mengan. Ji Wanqing's eyes also changed. Last night, his face was full of worries and his tone was not right. Why is it now that he is partying every night and exhausted? Was he trying to gain sympathy last night? Eunuch, Mengan, it's okay. He came out with a mission this time. There are some things that Lin Ao can't control. Ji Wanqing went over to comfort the 2 little sisters to prevent her heart from being broken. He was already scolding Lin Ao fiercely in his heart. Aotian, why don't you go out and ask where he is? After you bring him here, go about your business. Thank you this time. Ji Wanqing smiled and said to Long Aotian, but Long Aotian shed a cold sweat. This smile was so cold. He shuddered and walked out as if running away. Ji Wanqing said something in the ears of the 2 women, making all 3 of them blush. Luo Yanran drank water strategically, leaning over to listen while drinking. Half an hour later, Lin Ao finally arrived at the address given by Long Aotian. Aotian, I'm here. Why are you squatting here? As soon as he got off the car, he saw Long Aotian squatting on the roadside. When Long Aotian saw Lin Ao's sun-like smile, he almost blinded Lin Ao. Weird, very weird. It made Lin Ao want to go back now. Brother Lin, you're finally here. Come on, I've offended some people. They said they have to wait until my elder brother comes to settle things. Lin Ao was confused. Do you know what you are talking about? You are the master of Longmen, who else can you offend? Ah. Chapter 118. My eldest brother is here. He is in a hurry and wants to go back to be with his girlfriend. Long Aotian walked in with Lin Ao proudly. It seemed that once he really had Lin Ao's support, he became fearless and acted as if he were real. Lin Ao looked at Long Aotian with some suspicion. This boy must have a conspiracy. They came to a yard, and Long Aotian stepped forward, rang the doorbell, and shouted into the intercom at the door. I brought Brother Lin here. He said that he had to go back to have dinner with his wife in a hurry. You don't have much time. Long Aotian looked arrogant and his tone was harsh. Don't you think so? Brother Lin, I've disturbed the loving time between you and your sister-in-law. As a brother, I'm very sorry. Thank you for running so far for me. Lin Ao was filled with doubts as he watched Long Aotian's face-changing performance. But after all, he came here to support him, so he didn't interrupt him and nodded at the same time. After all, Long Aotian really disturbed his time. He was right about this. Brother Lin, give me some momentum. I'm going to suffer for the first time in Pengdong. You have to give them a good shake. Long Aotian whispered in Lin Ao's ear, and then stepped aside. Lin Ao glanced at Long Aotian helplessly. He didn't know what he was doing. Who said you were my brother? I just want to play with you, and then stood in front. Ahem, yes, I have to accompany my girlfriend when I go back. If there is anything else, let's talk it over quickly. We're in a hurry. When Long Aotian heard Lin Ao say this, he looked at Lin Ao with emotion. It was indeed his eldest brother, so powerful. I, Long Aotian, also help my eldest brother Zhen Fu Gang. When the merits are complete, quickly yo-yo and find a place to knock the wooden fish. Oh, really? Do you want to go back to accompany your girlfriend? A pleasant female voice came from the intercom. Why did Lin Ao feel so familiar? It seems like I just finished listening to it not long ago. He turned to look at Long Aotian behind him, daring to ask who he was. As a result, there was Long Aotian's shadow behind him. Then the door opened. Lin Ao then turned to look at the door, and a face with peerless beauty appeared in front of him, his face full of disbelief. Which girlfriend is it? Tell me about it. Ji Wanqing squinted her eyes and looked at Lin Ao, with a cold aura exuding all over her body. Lin Ao was excited and wanted to scold her. Sooner or later, Long Aotian would have to be punished severely. Before Lin Ao could make any move, Ji Wanqing pulled out another stunning beauty from behind. Is this it? Lin Ao took a look and saw that it was Qin Yun. Xiaonizi stood behind Ji Wanqing with a sullen face. She heard Lin Ao's words clearly. Is it still this? Ji Wanqing continued to pull out a stunning beauty. Lin Ao was shocked again. It was Lu Mengan, and then he looked at Ji Wanqing expectantly, wondering if Sha Qiange would be inside. Ji Wanqing seemed to know what Lin Ao was expecting. She pursed her lips and smiled. Or what about this? Lin Ao's eyes shone. Ji Wanqing reached behind the door, and she pulled out a small white hand. Lin Ao swallowed nervously. Slender hair, delicate face, proud figure, shy look on his face. The person who came out was not Sha Qiange, but Luo Yanran. Lin Ao's smile suddenly stopped there. Luo Yanran looked up at Lin Ao, and she was instantly furious. What do you mean? Is this how I dislike you? This is not the expression you saw on them just now. Especially when she saw Lin Ao's inner thoughts at this time, she wanted to tear him apart. Character's current status thoughts. Why is it her? Why did she come with Duo? She bared her teeth at Lin Ao and exposed her little tiger fangs. If it weren't for Qin Yun holding her, she would have gone crazy again. Wanqing, why are you here? Although the last one was not Sha Qiange, Lin Ao was still very surprised to see Ji Wanqing, Qin Yun and Lu Mengan. Luo Yanran looked at Lin Ao bitterly, and me too. Ji Wanqing made way to let Lin Ao come in. The women all looked at Lin Ao with tender eyes. They sat on the sofa in the living room. You haven't answered me yet. Which girlfriend do you want to go back to accompany? Huh? Lin Ao thought the topic had been discussed, but Ji Wanqing continued to ask him. Don't listen to that boy Aotian's nonsense, I was just acting with him. Lin Ao denied it, and kept cursing Long Aotian in his heart. Really? Isn't this the one? Ji Wanqing took out her phone, and there was a photo of Joanna in it. Her fingers kept scrolling through the photos on the phone, and Lin Ao and Joanna from various angles were displayed in front of Lin Ao. Lin Ao's fists clenched unconsciously. Dragon. Proud. Sky. Just wait for me. No wonder I don't answer my phone calls or reply to messages. It turns out I have a new love here. Luo Yanran didn't wait for Lin Ao to explain, but she became angry at the side. Lin Ao glared at Luo Yanran. What do you want here? When did you call? Which message have I not replied to you? Luo Yanran was not afraid at all and stared back. Ow ow ow, do you want to go back to accompany her? Qin Yun looked at Lin Ao with tears in her eyes, which made Lin Ao's heart break. No, just listen to my explanation. Lin Ao wanted to explain in a panic, but his small notebook added a heavy touch to Long Aotian. Lin Ao, so, you don't want to accompany me anymore, right? Lu Mengan hugged Qin Yun with the same expression, and Lin Ao suddenly lost control. Is this a criticism meeting? That's right. He is probably very anxious to go back now. After Luo Yanran said this, she immediately ran behind Ji Wanqing and made a face at Lin Ao. Lin Ao's temples kept bulging. Luo Yanran's name was added to the notebook. Listen to my explanation, everything happened for a reason, and it's not what you said. Lin Ao was anxious. If he didn't get this right, it would cause a family tragedy. He didn't want to end up like Ito Makoto. Before Ji Wanqing and the others could speak, Lin Ao immediately told everything in detail like a machine gun. Including why things evolved to this point, a large part of the reason he passed the blame to Lun Yan. After all, she was not around. In fact, Lun Yan also had a share of credit in it. He just exaggerated his words dozens of times, which was not excessive. At this time, Lun Yan was playing games with the children with a sad look on his face. He sneezed a few times, and it must be Joanna who was thinking about her. That's what happened. This is beyond my original plan. Alas. Lin Ao talked for more than half an hour, not even daring to take a sip of water. I just want to explain it as quickly as possible. During this half hour, he was doing two things, explaining and cursing Lin Ao at the same time. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He took a step back, and the more he thought about it, the more he lost. Ji Wanqing and others listened quietly to Lin Ao's serious explanation. No one interrupted him. In fact, none of them were angry, they were just joking with Lin Ao. They looked at Lin Ao tenderly, including Luo Yanran, who also joined the ranks, but she didn't know it. Ji Wanqing walked over and gently held Lin Ao in her arms. We all miss you so much. Chapter 119 on the same starting line. Lin Ao smelled Ji Wanqing's fragrance and felt particularly at ease. After a while, Ji Wanqing let go of Lin Ao and winked at him. Lin Ao understood, he stood up and walked to Qin Yun, opening his arms. Qin Yun immediately threw herself into Lin Ao's arms and hugged Lin Ao tightly. Ah, I miss you every day, every day. Lin Ao stroked her hair. Qin Yun was still dressed in a cheongsam. Feeling the fullness and firmness of her chest, Lin Ao felt at ease again. After a while, Lin Ao just let go of Qin Yun, and Lu Mengan on the side had already rushed in. She buried her head in Lin Ao's chest, breathing heavily, this smell that made him think about it day and night. Will you stay here tonight? Lu Mengan said what everyone wanted to say. Okay. Lin Ao thought about it, nodded, and called Lin Ao to help cover up. I didn't expect that I had to rely on that boy at this time. Lu Mengan raised her head and showed a bright smile. She kissed Lin Ao on the lips. Qin Yun was stunned. Isn't it right? Why didn't I think of it just now? Huh. Eunuch, if you use the sluttiness you have in online chats that enthusiasm, you would have won Lin Ao a long time ago. Ji Wanqing was a little amused and pulled Qin Yun over. After the lips parted, Lu Mengan's face was a little embarrassed. After all, she was intimate with Lin Ao in front of so many people. Because she had been holding back for too long, there was no practical progress after she separated from Lin Ao before. Sha Qianj and Ji Wanqing had already. So now there are only her and Qin Yun left, and there is another Luo Yanran. Oh, and Joanna. She can't let them get away first, so she wants Lin Ao to stay and become so proactive. Lin Ao and Lu Mengan spoke separately, and Luo Yanran, the little girl, lowered her head and quietly approached Lin Ao. Tell me about your situation. How long will you stay here this time? As a result, Lin Ao turned around and went to talk to Ji Wanqing and the others. Luo Yanran raised her head and showed her little tiger teeth again. She worked hard on the front line and got first-hand information. She didn't deserve even a simple hug or greeting. Luo Yanran became more and more angry. She lifted her skirt and took off her suit jacket, revealing the white shirt inside. She unbuttoned 2 buttons, showing a charming half-arc. In order to avoid excessive movements and causing the buttons to burst, Luo Yanran learned to be smart this time. Ji Wanqing and the other 2 also noticed the little tiger behind Lin Ao, who was sharpening her fists. None of the 3 reminded Lin Ao. During the time in Zhonghai, Ji Wanqing and the others knew what Lin Ao had played with Luo Yanran in the office. It can be said that Lin Ao had deeply engraved an indelible pattern in Luo Yanran's heart. The girl was in love with Lin Ao, but she kept denying it. Sometimes when they were at a party, they would receive messages from Lin Ao at the same time. Luo Yanran would drink water strategically, then take out her phone to see if she had received the message. Then she put the phone back in her pocket with a look of disappointment. Lin Ao had hooked Luo Yanran without realizing it, which was something he had not expected. What you can't get is always agitated. This is not only used to describe men towards women, but also applies to women in reverse. Luo Yanran then took a few steps back, took off her high heels, revealing her white jade feet, and made a forward movement. The three women all showed a playful smile at the same time. Lin Ao was confused. What was he doing? Suddenly, he felt a slight movement behind him, and he quickly turned around and instinctively prepared to punch. Seeing that it was Luo Yanran, the girl, Lin Ao quickly retracted his fist. If he punched her, she would cry for a month. In the moment when Lin Ao hesitated, Luo Yanran had already rushed over. She jumped on Lin Ao and clamped her legs around his waist. A fragrant breeze blew, and the soft and sticky meat bun pressed against Lin Ao's chest. Lin Ao quickly caught her, and it was still the familiar touch. Luo Yanran puffed up her face and looked at Lin Ao. Lin Ao saw a trace of grievance in Luo Yanran's eyes, and her eyes were slightly red. She slowly lowered her head. Lin Ao thought Luo Yanran was going to kiss him, but it turned out. Ouch! Luo Yanran bit into Lin Ao's face. Hey, 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 Luo Yanran, are you a dog? Luo Yanran used some force at first, and then gently nibbled on Lin Ao's face. She raised her head and showed a winner's smile. Lin Ao also showed a smile. Don't blame me for what you brought to my door. Lin Ao let go of one hand. Luo Yanran felt a sense of crisis and wanted to run away, but Lin Ao held her tight with one hand. You can come when you want. Leave when you want. Is there anything so cheap in the world? Lin Ao showed a gentle smile. Snapped. He slapped Luo Yanran on the butt. The blue waves are rippling. Ah, Sister Wanqing. He bullied me again. Woo 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 woo. Luo Yanran turned to Jiyu Wanqing behind her with tears in her eyes and begged for help. The only person in this family who could save her now was Jiyu Wanqing. Jiyu Wanqing laughed a little. She was so good and fun-loving. She walked over and patted Lin Ao gently. Okay, let her down and give her a good hug. Lin Ao, who was about to slap her again, immediately showed off her demeanor and magnanimity as a doctor. He immediately let go of Luo Yanran and looked at the aggrieved Xiaonizi, feeling funny in his heart. He gently took her into his arms. As a result, Luo Yanran got out of control and cried loudly, beating Lin Ao's chest with her small fists. Lin Ao looked at Jiyu Wanqing on the side with a helpless expression. This is none of my business. She cried on her own. Jiyu Wanqing glanced at Lin Ao. Lin Ao, you bastard, you know how to bully me. You don't send me messages or call me at all times. You have obviously bullied me like this before, and you don't recognize anyone. Luo Yanran directly made a series of accusations, and Lin Ao suddenly had a headache. He didn't eat at all, he could only taste a little. He hated seeing others cry, and was at a loss for a moment. Jiyu Wanqing glanced at Lin Ao again. She walked over slowly and patted Luo Yanran on the back. Yanran, I will teach her a lesson for you tonight. Jiyu Wanqing is still the same Jiyu Wanqing, pun intended. Luo Yanran stopped crying, snorted, and immediately left Lin Ao's arms and threw herself into Jiyu Wanqing's arms for comfort. Jiyu Wanqing also gently comforted the aggrieved little girl. He was speechless, and then he was suddenly pulled by the person behind him. Lin Ao looked back and found that it was Qin Yun. What happened to Ji Baba? I was about to ask what was going on. Qin Yun stretched out a hand, held Lin Ao's head, and then pressed her soft lips directly against it. The unique smell of Qin Yun filled her nose, and there was also a sweet taste in her mouth. Qin Yun was very bold and directly opened Lin Ao's city gate. After a while, he let go of Lin Ao and looked at Lin Ao with drawn eyes. Now I'm on the starting line too. Qin Yun showed a flower-like smile, looked at Lin Ao who was stunned, and said something incomprehensible. It seems that things will become very complicated tonight. Chapter 120. Lin Ao is not the one to worry about. Lin Ao took a moment and ran to the side to make a call to Long Aocean. The call was answered shortly after. Haha, brother. Lin Ao's first sentence was very sinister. Brother Lin, I was forced to do this. Those who know the current affairs are heroes, right? Please understand my difficulties. Lin Ao took a deep breath and resisted the urge to yell. After all, he still needed Long Aocean to cover him. I'll tell Joanna later that if something happens and I can't go back, please don't let me off the hook. The consequences of the offense this time will be very serious. Just wait for me. When they all go back, Long Aocean will definitely finish the game. Copy that. I'll go back when you go back. I won't cheat you this time. I won't let you down. Long Aotian almost spilled the beans and quickly changed his mind. She probably won't confirm it with you. Anyway, as long as you know, I'll let you know when I get back. You can go find a place to play and sing karaoke with your little sisters at other times. Lin Ao's mouth twitched, it was indeed intentional. Good, good, good. Okay, brother Lin. Promise to complete the mission. After Lin Ao hung up Long Aotian's phone, he edited a message and sent it to Lun Yen, and then dialed Joanna's number. Also answered very quickly. What's wrong? What happened to Long Yaren? Do you need my help? Joanna's voice was a little tired. She had been busy taking over Chen Hao's remaining property today. At the same time, the Palace of Hell had said that someone would be sent down in a few days to congratulate Joanna, but she didn't know who that person would be. It's nothing big, it's just that I'll probably be busy for 2 days. I'll talk about it after I'm done. Lin Ao's tone was steady and he said it very naturally. He didn't lie. He was indeed going to be busy for 2 days, but he didn't say what he was busy with. If you need help, remember to tell me. The Palace of Hell will send someone over in 2 days. Do you want to meet me? Joanna didn't ask what Lin Ao was busy with. After all, men would have their own plans. She could just provide help when necessary. Then Chao Anan told Lin Ao directly about this matter to see what his plans were. See you. Notify me directly when he comes. Lin Ao's expression became serious. He wondered if it could be Yi Chen. He had not had any direct conflict with him so far, and he probably didn't know Lin Ao was such a person. But the conflict won't last long, because Joanna is already his. Okay, if that person is really Yi Chen, don't be impulsive when the time comes. The Palace of Hell is very huge. He is now the direct controller. The old palace master has retired. There will still be some old monsters to worship after we leave. Let's take a long-term plan and promise me okay. Joanna warned Lin Ao in advance that she didn't know all the details about Lin Ao yet, so in her eyes, Lin Ao couldn't shake the Palace of Hell now, and planning and taking action was the long-term solution. She was afraid that Lin Ao's impulse would cost him his life. Okay, I promise you, I'll hang up first and wait until I get back. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lin Ao hung up the phone, frowned and fell into deep thought. The person Joanna was talking about was estimated to be more than 90% Yi Chen. What's wrong? Why are you thinking so seriously? Ji Yu Wanqing walked to the balcony with a smile. Her tender white fingers gently smoothed Lin Ao's frown. Lin Ao smiled and hugged Ji Yu Wanqing into his arms. Looking at the charming beauty in front of him, he couldn't help but kiss her. Today, Ji Yu Wanqing gave all the opportunities to other women, but she herself has been restraining herself. Lin Ao's kiss completely ignited her, and her long-suppressed feelings completely exploded, and she responded to Lin Ao crazily. While kissing Lin Ao, she pulled him into the next room and pushed him down on the bed. Are you ready for my madness? Lin Ao. Ji Yu Wanqing pressed Lin Ao, her eyes were drawn, her tongue unconsciously licked her lips, and her hair was scattered on Lin Ao's face. Lin Ao's mouth was dry. This time he wanted to fight for a turnaround. The position was reversed in an instant. But Ji Yu Wanqing is not a vegetarian, and her yin shen ju was not practiced in vain. You promised to welcome my madness, don't you behave? As she spoke, Ji Yu Wanqing was as soft and boneless as a spirit snake, and her position changed again in an instant. Lin Ao smiled slightly, admiring that perfect body. Haha, look at your clothes. Lin Ao smiled softly, my hand speed, Lin Ao, is not slow. I only focus on the key points. Ji Yu Wanqing didn't look at her body. She raised her jade hand and threw out a pair of boxer briefs. Both of them had blazing fire in their eyes, and the war was about to break out. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Just as they were heating up, 3 curious babies appeared outside the door. They secretly stick to the door, like stacking arhats. An hour later, Lin Ao and Ji Yu Wanqing appeared in the restaurant, both of them changed their clothes. At this time, the restaurant was filled with delicious food, which Luo Yanran ordered from the hotel. Some people must be hungry after doing physical work. Seeing Lin Ao and Ji Yu Wanqing appear, the 3 people at the table looked at them at the same time and lowered their heads at the same time. The movements of the 3 of them were synchronized. Under the dining table, their little hands were twisting uneasily, and their faces were blushing. I happen to be hungry, let's eat. Ji Yu Wanqing felt refreshed and sat at the dining table openly. Ahem, eat, eat. Lin Ao walked over awkwardly, after all, everyone knew what happened. Especially Ji Wanqing, she was letting out her long repressed emotions without any intention of controlling the volume. Lu Mengan suddenly raised her head, her eyes burning, and she looked directly at Lin Ao. Ji Wanqing raised her head and raised the corners of her mouth slightly, thinking, who will it be tonight? Before departure, at the bestie meeting, both of them quietly asked Ji Wanqing some questions. Just waiting to come and apply what I have learned. At this time, Qin Yun was not willing to be outdone and also looked at Lin Ao. Lin Ao felt something strange about them. What do you want to do? Luo Yanran hasn't reached that point yet, and her mind is constantly filled with the sounds she just heard. She was dizzy now. This is the first time in my life that I have received such a huge amount of information, and I am a bit overwhelmed. In Sicily, Lu Nian was having dinner with Joanna. Lu Nian was very surprised when he received the message today. He didn't expect Sister Wanqing and aunt to come over. It's a pity that she can't meet them now, and she misses her aunt too. But your aunt has to rush ahead tonight, so she probably won't have time to talk to you. Lu Nian was a little absent-minded at the dinner table. Lulu, your father will be back in 2 days, and you still have your mother with you. Joanna thought she missed Lin Ao, but the child just couldn't hide her thoughts. Mom, it's not that I miss him, it's because I'm afraid he's been tired for the past 2 days. After Lu Nian finished speaking, he realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing, and he was stunned for a moment. Haha, how can your father be tired if he is so strong? Don't worry. Fortunately, Joanna didn't think about other aspects at all. Hee, that's right. Lu Nian breathed a sigh of relief and felt that Joanna was right. It's probably my aunt and sister Qin Yun who should be worried. Chapter 121 Ji Wanqing's suggestion. After they finished dinner, Lin Ao accompanied them for a walk. Zhang Hai, you can rest assured now. Uncle Lin joined us to launch a fake project, which attracted their attention. All Lin Feng's overseas funds went into this fake project. Ji Wanqing was talking to Lin Ao about what happened in Zhanghai recently. That's how they believe it. Lin Ao thought to himself that this Lin Feng was not such a stupid person. Could it be that he had lost his wits as soon as things changed? Thanks to Yanran for this, you have to thank her properly. Ji Wanqing pursed her lips and smiled, and Luo Yanran on the side raised her chin proudly, as if to praise me quickly. You gave a fake project plan before, and then we discussed with Uncle Lin to find one of them as the focus, and then asked Yanran to leak the information to them little by little. It didn't take long before they couldn't help but go to it with all their strength. Zhanghai is getting drilled here. Lin Ao could not have imagined that they would have cooperated so smoothly during his absence. Of course, Qin Yun and Meng Han also helped a lot. Ji Wanqing held their waists and came to Lin Ao. Lin Ao looked at the 3 girls, well, the 4th girls with emotion. I will also speed up the process. Thank you. This way I will have no worries at all. Lin Ao sincerely thanked them. An unprecedented impulse surged in his heart. He looked at the few people. What more could a husband ask for when he has such a wife, and concubine? Luo Yanran tilted her head in confusion. Was there something slightly different in the way he looked at me just now? I always feel like something is missing, or something is added, strange. Several women showed bright smiles at the same time. They each had their own merits and characteristics, but without exception they were all stunning women. In addition, each of them had very outstanding abilities. They were not just beautiful vases. Lin Ao was mesmerized by what he saw, like being in a sea of blissful flowers. Let's go back. It's windy at night, so don't get too cold. Upon hearing Lin Ao's words, Qin Yun and Lu Mengan's eyes shone brightly, and Ji Wanqing evoked an intriguing smile. My good brother, you have to take it easy tonight. After returning to the villa, they each went back to their rooms to take a shower. Lin Ao sat in the living room and frowned. He got into a difficult situation. Where should he go? Ji Wanqing had eaten enough in the evening and had already poured out her lovesickness in the room. Luo Yanran is definitely excluded. So Qin Yun, and Lu Mengan. How should he choose? 10 minutes ago, his phone rang with 2 messages. They are Qin Yun's and Lu Mengan's respectively. Ouch, I'll wait for you in the room. Lin Ao, I'm ready and waiting for you. The messages were brief, but deadly. Mom, I don't know, I really don't know. I wish I could learn to smoke now and take a few puffs. Shouldn't both of them go? Just when Lin Ao was extremely confused, a voice sounded from behind. What's wrong? My great lover, you look so sad, do you think we disturb the time you and Joanna spend together? Ji Wanqing came to the living room with 2 glasses of wine. She slowly sat down next to Lin Ao and handed her a glass of wine. Wanqing, stop joking, Ji Eunuch and Mengan I. Lin Ao picked up the wine and drank it in one gulp. How about just getting drunk tonight? When will we wait to defeat them one by one? Ji Wanqing couldn't help laughing when she saw Lin Ao's twisted expression. What's so confusing about this? Ji Wanqing held Lin Ao's face, her eyes curled into crescent moons. You are an adult, of course you want it all. You are the only one struggling with things that can be done in one go. Ji Wanqing's words bombarded Lin Ao's mind like a nuclear bomb. What do you mean? Lin Ao mechanically turned his head to look at Ji Wanqing, who looked like a fox. At that time we were all sleeping together hehehehe. Ji Wanqing couldn't help but let out a charming laugh at the end, and Lin Ao couldn't help but be dazzled again when he looked at her chest. Is this okay? Lin Ao was moved by her words. I know Qin Yun better than you. She will only be more bold, but Meng Han is a little rabbit, just accept it. You taste it. You taste it carefully. Ji Wanqing poked Lin Ao's head with her finger and rolled her eyes at him charmingly. Now you are getting an advantage, you stinky man. You need her, the empress of the palace, to give you some advice on this matter. I really owed you in my previous life. Not to mention that it seems that she really owes you. After Ji Wanqing said that, she slowly went back to the room to prepare for bed. After all, she was full in the evening. Lin Ao went to drink another glass of wine. He looked at the 2 rooms upstairs and did it. He first came to Qin Yun's room. He gently opened the door and walked in. Looking at Qin Yun on the bed, her bumpy body was covered with a thin quilt. Qin Yun heard the sound of someone walking in. She turned around with a look of surprise in her eyes. There was a hint of blush on her face. Ouch! Her eyes were about to drip with water, and her legs were involuntarily clamped together under the quilt. Although it was covered by a quilt, her movements could be seen clearly. She was emotional. Lin Ao swallowed his saliva and was thinking about how to speak. Qin Yun opened the quilt, revealing a pair of slender white legs, and she was still wearing a cheongsam. But it is specially made for today, with hidden buttons in every key part, which can be opened with a slight lift. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. No wonder Ji Wanqing said Qin Yun would only become crazier. Lin Ao gritted his teeth, walked over and hugged Qin Yun, and the charming fragrance greeted his nose. Lin Ao didn't waste any time, he just hugged Qin Yun and walked to Lu Mengan's room. Qin Yun was startled by Lin Ao's actions. Why did she want to go out? Does he want to be outside? But this is still my first time. Is it too difficult to challenge it all at once? But the more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Her body became weak again and her face turned redder. Qin Yun thought wrong. Lin Ao didn't take her out to play, but took her to play with Lu Mengan. This would probably only irritate her even more. Lin Ao turned around and came to the corner of the room, quickly opened the door and locked it. Lu Mengan, who was sitting by the bed and looking out the window, turned around in surprise when she heard the movement. Just now she thought that Lin Ao was not coming and was feeling sad alone, but then she heard a noise coming from the door of the room. Lin Ao. Her body suddenly froze, and he saw Lin Ao walking and holding Qin Yun who was wearing a cheongsam. Qin Yun and Lu Mengan stared at each other with big eyes, but Qin Yun seemed to realize something. In surprise, a trace of a smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth. Breathing becomes rapid. Mengan, is that okay? Lin Ao put Qin Yun on the bed and looked at the little rabbit tenderly. Lu Mengan didn't realize for a moment what Lin Ao meant. Qin Yun got up and whispered in her ear. Lu Mengan's whole body turned red all of a sudden, and there was smoke coming out of his head. Lin Ao touched her face and kissed her. Chapter 122 Shen He can't take care of himself. Lu Mengan's eyes were blurred and her breathing was a little short. The scene at this time was a great stimulation to Qin Yun on the side, and she became very hot at the moment. She unbuttoned the neck of her cheongsam. He poked Lin Ao. She desperately needed equal treatment at this moment. Of course, in Lin Ao's eyes, they were all Lin Ao's most important people, so how could he favor one over the other? Kiss me. Qin Yun's lips didn't make a sound, she just mouthed to Lin Ao. Seemingly silent is better than having sound. Lu Mengan's charming eyes were half opened. She seemed to be dreaming, it was so unreal. Everything that unfolds tonight will directly break her understanding of the world. Both of them are rare beauties in the world. Their figures are very perfect. Their proud busts and slender legs are looming, their waists and hips are on full display, and their curvy figures are fully displayed. This moment brought a strong visual impact to Lin Ao. There are things happening inside that tomatoes cannot describe. The movement in the room finally stopped. Someone had already noticed it when Lin Ao came out with Qin Yun in her arms. She opened the door randomly and looked around with anxiety. She quietly came to the door. Type katakana middle dot slash katakana middle dot closing parenthesis. She had been listening to the chorus of dragons and phoenixes, which was far better than in the evening. Luo Yanran never thought that they would be so bold. She was so weak that she leaned against the door and sat on the floor. The laughter inside kept stimulating her nerves. Luo Yanran's face turned red with embarrassment. She covered her chest with one hand and placed the other on the ground, trying to ease her heartbeat. Lin Ao, you bully others. Luo Yanran's voice was like a mosquito, her eyes were red, as if there was a trace of mist coming out of her eyes. Suddenly, the door opened. Luo Yanran, who was completely weak, fell to the ground unexpectedly. Why did I bully you? Luo Yanran touched her head in pain. She opened her eyes and looked at the source of the sound above. Her heart skipped a beat. It was Lin Ao standing on her head. In an instant, Luo Yanran's brain suddenly shut down, and she was discovered by Lin Ao. Woo woo woo. Have you heard enough? Lin Ao squatted on the ground and looked at Luo Yanran, whose brain was shut down. This is the second time today. How can it be more intuitive to observe than to participate? Isn't it? Luo Yanran's face was flushed, and her slender legs were a little twisted and crossed together, as if she was hiding something or enduring something. Lin Ao slowly picked up Luo Yanran and found that something was wrong with the touch. How dare you eavesdrop? It seems like you had a premeditated plan, right? Luo Yanran was so angry at Lin Ao's words. I didn't. After saying that, he buried himself in Lin Ao's chest like an ostrich. Your body is much more honest than you. We were together when we eavesdropped, and now we should continue to be together. There are things happening inside that tomato can't describe. Early the next morning, Lin Ao walked out of the room refreshed. When he came to the lobby, he found Gu Wanqing sitting on the sofa with a laptop computer, probably busy working. She looked up at Lin Ao. Hey sir, are you awake? I thought you were twice as happy, but it turned out to be 3 times as happy. Do you need 4 times tonight? Gu Wanqing looked at Lin Ao with a playful expression. Ahem, the atmosphere has reached that point I couldn't control it for a while, he. Lin Ao briefly explained Luo Yanran's situation. He really had no intention of looking for Luo Yanran last night. It's this little girl who dares to eavesdrop under such circumstances. He broke into the enemy camp alone and was caught by Lin Ao in that situation. How could he not be taught a lesson? Let her correct this bad habit in the future. Okay, I'm hungry. Gu Wanqing rolled her eyes at Lin Ao charmingly. Now no one thinks it is unfair. Everyone has a share. From now on, it will depend on who can last longer. It mainly depends on Lin Ao's strength. Ah, do you want it early in the morning? Wanqing, you were really hungry. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. He had just finished his work last night. If it hadn't been for the strength of the Grandmaster, how would he have gotten up so early now? If it were a Grandmaster versus Grandmaster situation, it would be a bit difficult to say, and sometimes Gu Wanqing would not follow martial ethics. PFF'd. Where are you thinking? I'm talking about being hungry. What are you thinking about every day? Gu Wanqing rolled her eyes at Lin Ao again, seeing that this kid was really having fun last night, and he hasn't come out yet, right? Oh, I'll get breakfast delivered right away. Lin Ao immediately took out his phone and ordered takeout. It was a false alarm, but it was really a false alarm. The 3 people upstairs took turns getting up until noon, and they walked as if they were carved from the same mold. Gu Wanqing couldn't help laughing when she saw it. After what happened last night, these 3 people can really be regarded as sharing weal and woe, and their eyes are avoiding each other. Several people showed their unknown sides. Qin Yun's heaven-defying clothes, Lu Mengen's moving singing voice, and Luo Yanran's self-taught martial arts skills. Come here and have something to eat. I consumed so much last night that I specially bought old hen stew to nourish your bodies. Several people took their seats one after another and started chatting without mentioning anything about last night. Who was the most different last night? Gu Wanqing couldn't help it. She asked curiously, her eyes full of gossip. Her biggest guess was Qin Yun, because after getting along with her, she fully understood Qin Yun's attributes. The 3 girls almost choked when they heard Gu Wanqing's words. They all acted in unison and drank water strategically. They were indeed comrades in arms, and they had such a tacit understanding. When Lin Ao heard the question raised by Ji Wanqing, his thoughts were suddenly pulled back. His eyes also shone brightly, and they became brighter and brighter. Ji Wanqing became more curious when she saw Lin Ao's expression. Lin Ao, Qin Yun, and Lu Mengan all looked at Luo Yanran, who was still drinking water tactically. Luo Yanran. Oh. Ji Wanqing was completely unexpected that that person turned out to be Luo Yanran. She looked at Luo Yanran playfully. Unexpectedly, she was the one who was hiding the most. She really wanted to hear the details of last night. Luo Yanran felt uncomfortable all over. It's all him. He keeps slapping people on the butt and saying to change, and then after a while he says to change again. I'm almost exhausted. Luo Yanran was anxious, and she decisively passed the blame to Lin Ao. Lin Ao was just curious last night to see what potential this little girl would be able to unleash under such great pressure, and he was not disappointed. Lin Ao looked at the girls playing around and kept sighing in his heart. This is not a dream. Chapter 123. Someone comes from the Palace of Hell. 2 days passed very quickly. Lin Ao seemed to have passed by in an instant. I'd better go back to Sicily, otherwise I'd be out for too long. Lin Ao looked at the girls with a bit of reluctance. The lives of these two felt like they were living in a dream. This is the life he longs for. Please leave those Shaolin and Yi Chu alone. I want to show off. I just want to live a simple life, carefree, singing and having a big chorus every night. Is this difficult? Okay, you go about your business. I actually have work to do here. Ji Wanqing smiled. She really had something to do when she came to Pengdong. She plans to develop several projects here and set up a branch of Hongyuan building. She believes that Lin Ao can successfully establish a branch in Pengdong. It would be easier for Lin Ao to do things if he had a base here. Maybe it could be used as part of Lin Ao's betrothal gifts in the future to give to the newly booked sisters here. So you hold a computer every day, and I thought you were dealing with Zhonghai's affairs. Lin Ao saw Ji Wanqing busy with a computer every morning and discussing with the other women. At first, he didn't pay much attention, thinking they were dealing with Zhonghai's affairs. Otherwise, do you think that we came here just to send people's heads thousands of miles away? Don't you think so? After Luo Yanran finished speaking, she did not forget to glance at them. Qin Yun was looking at the ground. Lu Mengan looked at the sky. Ji Wanqing smiled. Forget it, Ji Wanqing couldn't afford to offend him. Luo Yanran was stunned. You guys are really like that. It's just an accident for me. I am a clown if you co-write it. Good, good, good. What did you tell me before departure? You said that Peng Dong had a huge business project and needed to go over to discuss cooperation, and then stopped by to meet Lin Ao. What you said is serious, but it turns out that cooperation is a cooperation, and there is cooperation almost every night, but it has nothing to do with business. Okay Yanran, we really have something to get busy next. We are not lying and you have received a lot of benefits. Ji Wanqing pointed out something, and Luo Yanran immediately acted like a good baby, blushing and lowering her head. Lin Ao, go about your business, help me take care of Nianian, and tell her that we will meet soon. Lu Mengan went over to hug Lin Ao and gave her a sweet kiss. She really wanted to say it in front of Lu Nian, your aunt has regained her position and now has more face. I'll remember to miss me every day. Qin Yun also came over and hugged Lin Ao. Next time I cosplay, what character do you like? She quietly whispered devilish whispers into Lin Ao's ears, almost making Lin Ao stay for one more day. He had no other ideas. He just wanted to see what tricks she could come up with, purely for artistic appreciation. Look forward to it. After saying that, he kissed me again. Lin Ao looked at Luo Yanran, who was still blushing, and opened his arms. Luo Yanran raised her head and immediately got into his arms, like a flying swallow returning to its nest. In the past few days, Pandora's box has been opened for this little girl, and she is out of control. Bedroom, balcony and kitchen unlocked. You want to miss me. You want to reply to my messages. You want to answer my phone calls. After Luo Yanran made these requests, she kissed Lin Ao more passionately than anyone else, like a raging flame, wanting to melt Lin Ao. Finally, Lin Ao looked at Ji Wanqing. Ji Wanqing walked over with a smile. I am very satisfied with your performance this morning. I will try your best next time. Ji Wanqing was not in a hurry. She was not in a hurry because she had already had a pleasant exercise in the morning. If the person coming to the Palace of Hell is really Yi Chen, remember not to be impulsive. There is probably an old monster with him. Although Ji Yu Wanqing's other little sister is far away in Kyoto, she will pass it on to Ji Yu Wanqing as soon as she has information. That's why she knew that there was a protector hidden beside Yi Chen. This person must be dealt with. Okay, I understand, don't worry, he has never seen me in this life. Lin Ao didn't ask any more questions. He completely believed in Ji Yu Wanqing. Anyway, remember to be careful. Although he has not seen you, he has seen Joanna, right? What is the relationship between Joanna and you now? Don't you have something in mind? Ji Yu Wanqing glanced at Lin Ao, but she was looking forward to that day. She was also curious about what kind of expression Yi Chen would have. Then Lin Ao said goodbye to them one by one. He went to a hotel and opened an hourly room. As for why, he wanted to change his clothes and wash away all the smell from his body. If you haven't seen a woman for a few days, she might notice anything strange about you. Besides, Joanna is such a smart woman. So Lin Ao didn't dare to be careless, and now it really seemed like he was having an affair with Ji Yu Wanqing and the others. Joanna of Sicily was suddenly lifted to the position of the Empress of the Palace. After Lin Ao did everything, he called Long Aotian and asked him to come over here to find him. Not long after, the doorbell rang at the room door. Brother Lin, what's it like not seeing each other for a day? Are you finally done with your sisters-in-law? Lin Ao opened the door and asked Long Aotian to come in with a smile. Long Aotian still looked cheerful at this time. Of course Lin Ao didn't want to reconnect with Long Aotian. He opened his little notebook in his heart. Aotian, what do you think this is? Long Aotian looked at Lin Ao's raised fist and woke up instantly. Damn, that's so careless. He wanted to escape but it was impossible to escape. After a while, a young man's shrill screams were heard in the room. The waiters and other guests passing by were startled. Are all the little boys playing so hard now? Half an hour later, Lin Ao opened the door and walked out refreshed. Long Aotian, who was behind, walked out holding his waist, which again attracted strange looks from the people around him. When you go back, seal your mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Just talk about us dealing with Zhang Hai's matter, and let's deal with that Lin Feng matter. Lin Ao had already confessed to Long Aotian on the road, and Long Aotian was forced by Lin Ao to swear to God that he would not talk nonsense. Just because of his bad mouth, Lin Ao no longer warned him 3 times and he would say something accidentally. They each drove back to Sicily. It was almost evening now. Lin Ao looked at the time. It happened to be the time when Lu Nian was out of school, so he could go pick them up. When he came back, he wanted to sit in the same car as Joanna, parked the car, and ran to school immediately. Before arriving at the school, he saw rows of parents' cars parked at the door. Lin Ao immediately noticed Joanna's car. Beauty, do you need a handsome guy to chat with you? He walked over and knocked gently on the back window. Joanna, who was looking at her phone in the back seat and waiting for school to end, heard a knocking sound from the car window, and a familiar voice appeared there. She turned her head in surprise, rolled down the car window, and found that it was Lin Ao. She immediately opened the car door and let Lin Ao get in the car. Do you miss me? Lin looked at Joanna with a proud smile. Joanna said nothing. She replaced words with kisses. Chapter 124 The Temptation to Go Home. After a long time, Joanna and Lin Ao separated amidst Lu Nian's shouts. There were strong emotions intertwined with each other in their eyes. Dad, you're back. Are you tired after going out on business for a few days? Lu Nian looked at Lin Ao with a pure look on his face, blinking his big eyes. Lin Ao looked at Lu Nian tenderly, his eyelids twitching. He understood the meaning of Lu Nian's words deeply and went to Gongliu to do it right. This little girl was yin and yang with me as soon as we met. It seemed that she was blaming me for not taking her to meet Ji Yu Wanqing and the others. But how can I take you there in this situation? Haha, Lulu, Daddy is not tired, Daddy is ridiculously strong. You can do it for a few more days. Lin Ao picked up Lu Nian with a gentle smile and pinched her delicate little face. Really Dad, did you find a new love outside? So that you are so happy that you don't want to leave home. Lu Nian was pinched by Lin Ao and looked at Lin Ao with a smile. Lin Ao's heart skipped a beat. Lu Nian used this idiom so well he glanced at Joanna with a slight guilty conscience, but luckily there was nothing strange about her. It seems that Lulu is a little genius. He uses idioms so well. Since he is so good at Chinese, Dad will buy you some math exercise books to go back and strengthen your scores in other subjects. Do you want 5 centimeters thick or 15 centimeters? What's the thickness? Lin Ao glared at Lun Yan. This can't cure you. As expected, Lun Yan quickly looked at Joanna for help. Joanna took Lun Yan from Lin Ao and rolled her eyes at Lin Ao. Do you want to scare a child like this? Why put so much pressure on her at such a young age? If she likes it, she will learn. If she doesn't, she won't learn. I will take care of her from now on. Joanna's words moved Lun Yan to tears. How domineering and so suitable for her wishes. Lin Ao thought to himself, if I have a child with you in the future, I won't be spoiled by you. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. Let's go home for dinner. Joanna told the driver to go back to Sicily. Joanna was busy in the kitchen. Lin Ao and Lun Yan stared at each other in the living room. Okay, don't be angry. I'll find a chance to take you to meet your aunt and the others. They have something to do and will stay here for a while. Lin Ao poked the sulky little boy. After hearing Lin Ao's words, Lun Yan put down the little hands folded on his chest. Okay, by the way, I see my mother frowning from time to time recently. She may have something to worry about. You can ask me when the time comes. It's probably something related to the Palace of Hell. Lin Ao nodded and glanced at Joanna, who was busy in the kitchen. When will we have a showdown with her? Although Lin Ao revealed his real name, when she found it, it was very different from what he said. Or just talk to her tonight. While Lin Ao was still thinking about it, Joanna came out with the food. Lin Ao hurried over to help. It's delicious. Anna's cooking is always so good. I've been thinking about it these days outside. Lin Ao was eating a big meal. Joanna's cooking skills were really good, and she was indeed the perfect wife. Slow down, I see you cooked a little more when you came back. Joanna looked at Lin Ao tenderly. The events in the Palace of Hell in the past 2 days made her a little upset. Especially the person assigned by the superiors has not yet told her who he is. She was worried that Lin Ao would not be able to help but have a conflict with him. Lun Yan lowered his head to eat and looked at the two of them. He felt that the situation between them had changed again. Was there something hidden from her again? Am I being isolated? Joanna's eyes are drawn when she looks at Lin Ao now. What happened between them? The more Lun Yan thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He felt like there were 10,000 ants crawling in his heart. No, he had to find a time to explain it to Lin Ao. After the three of them had eaten and drunk their fill, the moon was already in the sky. Lin Ao asked him to clean the table and wash the dishes. Joanna and Lun Yan sat in the living room to rest. Joanna kept watching Lin Ao, who was busy in the kitchen. She looked at Lun Yan, who was watching TV next to her, looked at the sky outside, and then looked at Lin Ao, who was washing dishes in the kitchen. This is the life she has always wanted. After washing the dishes and wiping his hands, Lin Ao came out and sat on the sofa. Joanna naturally leaned her head on Lin Ao's shoulder. Seeing this, Lun Yan also leaned on Joanna. Lin Ao glanced at Joanna and Lun Yan gently and showed a warm smile. At this time, the sound of TV was playing in the living room. The three of them leaned against each other, enjoying the atmosphere, full of warmth. Lulu, we'll take you to take a bath. Joanna saw that Lun Yan fell asleep while leaning against her, smiled, picked her up, took her to take a bath and let her sleep. Wait for me. Joanna looked at Lin Ao without saying anything, and Lin Ao nodded in understanding. Taking advantage of the gap, Lin Ao sent messages to the girls who were still in Pengdong, and this time Luo Yanran was not left out. Just create a group, so as not to send messages one by one, and then Lin Ao really pulled them all together. Lin Ao sent a smiling expression as the first message in the group. Gu Wanqing, yo, it seems that these few days have given the master great courage. Now there is a harem group. Gu Wanqing is still the same Gu Wanqing. Qin Yun, what title do you want to give me? Lu Mengan, demon concubine. Luo Yanran, sexy concubine. Sha Qianj, what did you do secretly without telling me? Luo Yanran, Sha Qianj, is this me? The national goddess. Sha Qianj, hello. Gu Wanqing, Sha Qianj, do you want to know about the three heroes fighting Lu Biyu? Or the hostess master Lin Ao? Or the excitement of the identity swap between the house flower and the wild flower? Qin Yun, Lu Mengan, Luo Yanran, Lin Ao. Sha Qianj, I don't care, I'll find a chance to slip out now, you wait for me. System prompt, Gu Wanqing changed the group name to Temptation to Go Home. The group was very lively. Sha Qianj went into hiding after saying this. Was she really going to sneak out? Recently, this little girl has been staying in Kyoto. She said that her family wanted her to stay at home with them for a few months. From time to time, she can be seen in some music programs in Kyoto. 10 minutes later. Sha Qianj, airticket.jpg, here I come. Gu Wanqing. Very fast, come quickly, I'll pick you up when you get there. Lin Ao was excited when he saw the news in the group. He hadn't seen this woman who had taken Lin Ao's first time for a long time. At this time, Joanna came out. She changed into loose clothes. She probably got her clothes wet when she helped Lu Nian take a bath just now. Lulu is asleep. Joanna walked to Lin Ao's side and just looked at him. Lin Ao thought, is this hinting at me? Thinking of Joanna's torture, that night, his heart trembled. Chapter 125 Complete Confession. Lin Ao gently lifted Joanna's delicate chin. Joanna slowly closed her eyes, and the evening and afterglow were released again. After a long time, both of them were panting. Anna, I have something to tell you. Joanna glanced at Lin Ao, without any strange color on her face, as if she knew what Lin Ao was going to say to him. Well, I will listen carefully. Joanna wiped her mouth, took Lin Ao to the balcony, and brought 2 glasses of red wine. The two sat on the rocking chair on the balcony. Lin Ao held Joanna in his arms, looking at the moonlight and blowing the evening breeze. Joanna listened quietly to Lin Ao's words. Anna. Lin Ao calmed his mind and finally spoke. Well, I'm listening. Joanna leaned into Lin Ao's arms, she closed her eyes, and continued to enjoy this moment. She didn't know what choice she would make after listening to what Lin Ao said. She herself was a little uneasy in her heart. This night would determine how the two would get along in the future. I am from Zhonghai, and I am Lin Ao, the only son of the Lin family. Joanna paused in Lin Ao's arms, still without opening her eyes, and nodded slightly. She had also heard about the Zhonghai Lin family, the first family in Zhonghai city, and had some impressions of the only son of the Lin family, all of which were hearsay. What kind of workaholic, cold-blooded, unscrupulous in business, etc., are all some negative news. But how could the Lin Ao I met now have any of these points? She was in turmoil. A noble son of a family came to Pengdong to accompany drinking. I had heard him say before that he came for Yi Chen. She felt that the fog around Lin Ao was getting thicker and thicker, and she couldn't see him clearly. You may not believe what's going to happen next, but I swear to God, if I tell a lie, I will die a bad death. Lin Ao's tone became serious, and his eyes became complicated and tired. Joanna noticed the change in Lin Ao's tone. She raised her head and looked at Lin Ao. His eyes inexplicably made Joanna feel a little distressed. She reached out and stroked his face. I have died many times, in the true sense of the word. I will be reborn after each death, and I will experience a different death every time I am reborn. Joanna was originally touching Lin Ao's face, and then moved to Lin Ao's forehead. I just said that you may not believe it. Lin Ao showed a helpless smile, and he held the little hand in front of his forehead. I also hope that I am dreaming, because in it all of us are out of control, and every time it is so real. Lin Ao's mind appeared in the previous scene again, his eyes full of fatigue and vicissitudes. Lin Ao, this is a bit unbelievable. I choose to believe you in my heart, but my mind instinctively denies what you said. Joanna's eyes were complicated. She never expected that Lin Ao would say this first. She originally thought that Lin Ao would say that the purpose of coming here was to seek revenge, and his feelings for her were because she could use it, etc. She made thousands of assumptions in her heart. But she never expected that Lin Ao would say this. Something that only exists in novels and movies. This completely subverted her worldview. I know you will find it hard to accept it for a while. Just treat it as a story, I will tell you slowly, okay? Lin Ao knew that this kind of thing was hard to convince people, and this was the first time that Lin Ao talked about this matter to people outside the incident. Why is Joanna not in the incident? Because Joanna has never appeared in all the previous timelines, and Lin Ao has never had any contact with her. Joanna nodded, turned her head, and continued to lie back in Lin Ao's arms. Lin Ao looked at the stars in the night sky and continued to speak. He spoke slowly, and Joanna listened quietly. Lin Ao's tone was flat, without a trace of ripples, as if he was telling someone else's story. Joanna clenched her hands slightly. Although Lin Ao's tone was calm, she could hear the tsunami-like anger from it. She heard Xiao Fan, Yi Chen, Lin Feng, and Chu Tian. She heard Ji Yu Wanqing, Lu Mengan, Qin Yun, Sha Qianj, Luo Yanren, Lu Nian, and so on. Lin Ao slowly narrated all the stories, and Joanna kept leaning in his arms. The story ended with Lin Ao sighing. After a long time, there was no movement from Joanna in her arms. Lin Ao was a little confused. Could she have fallen asleep listening to the story? Anna Yu. He looked down at Joanna in his arms and found 2 tears on her delicate little face. Joanna slowly opened her eyes were slightly red. Lin Ao kept telling what happened in the past seriously, and did not notice when Joanna cried. He gently wiped away Joanna's tears. Joanna slowly raised her hand and touched Lin Ao's face again. Lin Ao. Joanna's voice trembled slightly. Lin Ao responded to Joanna gently. How many more women are there? The gentle Lin Ao paused, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Under the influence of the atmosphere just now, he said everything without considering the consequences. It's over completely. Lin Ao swallowed hard, his heart beating fast. That's all I have for now. He gave a stiff smile. Joanna's eyes suddenly turned fierce, and she pinched Lin Ao's face hard. Wait a minute, how many more of the 6 dots are there? Lin Ao was confused by her question. He actually counted the numbers in his mind, and then broke out in a cold sweat. Wait a minute, after hearing this story, how many other women do you actually care about? Question mark. Well Anna, I don't know how to explain it, but it just happened, and then. Lin Ao was also panicking at this time. He had told the truth too much, but he couldn't take it back. Is there anything else you're hiding from me? Joanna let go of Lin Ao's face. She still looked angry, but she didn't leave Lin Ao's arms. At this moment, Lin Ao didn't know what Joanna was thinking in her heart. He looked at Joanna anxiously, trying to think of something else to hide from her. That's right. And there's more. When Joanna heard Lin Ao's words, her eyes became sharp. Long Yaren, his real name is Long Aoshan, and he is the new leader of Longmen. Lin Ao had been telling his story just now and almost forgot about Long Aoshan, a good brother. He is the leader of Longmen. Joanna exclaimed, and Lin Ao's eyelids twitched. Does this news surprise you more than what I said? Why do you have such a big reaction? Then Longmen will be blessed in the future. When Lin Ao heard Joanna's words, he understood. Miss her that is Lulu. She was also trapped in the Palace of Hell before. It was at this age that she was arranged to be trained as a killer in the Palace of Hell. I hope you. Lin Ao didn't want Joanna to have a grudge against Lu Nian. Although she accompanied Lin Ao and deceived Joanna, Lu Nian really liked her. I'm her mother now. Joanna interrupted Lin Ao, and she replied to Lin Ao. I can feel Lulu's feelings for me, just like I feel yours. She looked at Lin Ao with complicated eyes. Chapter 126 How should I call you? Joanna was actually very upset. It was not as light as she said. Anyone who heard such a crazy story would not be able to calm down. She had a complicated feeling towards Lin Ao. The first 2 people who broke her heart were because of lies. But the love they gave Joanna was so real. Lin Ao, give me some time, okay? Joanna didn't know how to respond to him for a while. She needed to be alone at this time. Lin Ao also knew that what he said was too bizarre and involved so many women. Okay, I'll go back first. Lin Ao and Joanna separated. Joanna continued to stay alone on the balcony, while Lin Ao quietly opened the door and returned to the dormitory. Joanna took out a pack of cigarettes from the corner of the balcony. Since Lu Nian recognized her as her mother, Joanna rarely smoked. She was afraid that it would affect Lu Nian's health. She would occasionally smoke on the balcony, so she put a box of cigarettes here. Joanna, now filled with sorrow, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, exhaled a lot of smoke, and tried to expel all the bad emotions. She looked at the bright moon in the sky, listened to the chirping of insects and birds at night, and slowly emptied her mind. At this time, a small figure tiptoed in the hallway of the living room, half of his head exposed, looking at Joanna on the balcony. Lu Nian originally wanted to go to the bathroom and go back to sleep, but she heard Lin Ao start the confession, and then he hid in the corner of the living room and eavesdropped. Her heart was also very complicated at this time. She really regarded Joanna as her mother. Lu Nian took a deep breath, and she walked behind Joanna barefoot silently. Lu Nian gently pulled Joanna's clothes. Joanna felt the movement behind her and turned her head to look, but it seemed to be Lu Nian. She immediately put out the cigarette in her hand, and then kept waving in front of her, trying to dissipate the smell of cigarettes in the air. Lu, why haven't you slept yet? Joanna still looked at Lu Nian gently. Lu Nian listened to Joanna's gentle voice, her eyes were red and full of mist. Mom! Lu Nian suddenly plunged into Joanna's arms and burst into tears. At this moment, Lu Nian was full of guilt. She lied to Joanna. I'm sorry Mom, I'm sorry I lied to you, woo. Lu Nian cried very sadly, she knew she hurt Joanna. Joanna looked at the little one in her arms, and was infected by Lu Nian. Joanna's eyes were slightly red. She bit her lip and tears slipped down unconsciously. You said that Lin Ao and the others deceived Joanna. Isn't she angry? She was angry, but because of her feelings for Lu Nian, her anger slowly dissipated. She could feel the little one's feelings for her, which could not be deceived. That's why she told Lin Ao that she was Lu Nian's mother. So should I call you Lu Nian now? Or Lin Lu? Joanna gently patted Lu Nian's back. Lu Nian, who was buried tightly in Joanna's arms, answered in a muffled voice, because Lu was her mother's child. Joanna's mouth curled up a smile. Lu, my child. Lu Nian trembled in Joanna's arms. She suddenly raised her head from Joanna's arms and looked at Joanna with a gentle face. Her tears fell again. Mom! Hey! Mom! Hey! Lu Nian cried and called Joanna. Joanna responded to Lu Nian with a smile. So, Lulu, can you tell your mother your past story? Joanna gently wiped away the tears on Lu Nian's face. This time she could get to know her daughter better. Lu Nian's small hands tightly grasped Joanna's clothes and nodded. Now the rocking chair was replaced by two beauties, one big and one small. Sometimes they laughed together, sometimes they looked sad, and there was also anger in them. At the same time, they cursed the same place angrily. Mom, can you forgive me? Lu Nian told Joanna everything, and she asked Joanna anxiously. Joanna shook her head slightly. Lu Nian's eyes turned red instantly, and she knew she would not forgive her. Unless you get the punishment you deserve. Joanna smiled slightly, and Lu Nian quickly sat down. What's the punishment? Joanna pretended to think for a while. Then I will punish you as my daughter from now on. Lu Nian was stunned for a moment, and a large amount of joy burst out from his heart. She immediately threw herself into Joanna's arms and burst into tears again, but this time it was tears of joy. Joanna patted Lu Nian's back gently. Okay Lulu, don't cry, your eyes will be swollen tomorrow. There is one more thing I want to ask you. Lu Nian slowly stopped crying and raised her head. Joanna gently wiped her tears again. Why didn't Mom see the panel you mentioned? Can your aunt and those sisters see it? Lu Nian was also confused by Joanna's question. Well, my aunt, Sister Wanqing and I can all see the panel on Uncle Lin Ao. Joanna believed that Lu Nian would definitely not lie to her at this time. She was aggrieved. Why didn't I? Lulu, how about I go with you to meet your aunt and those sisters tomorrow? Joanna smiled. This smile made Lu Nian feel a chill. She became worried for Lin Ao. Let's see how you control the field tomorrow, Uncle Lin Ao. Just wish yourself well, Uncle Lin Ao. But Joanna really accepted them this time. A small stream of red gas emitted from Joanna's body, and a faint golden light arose. At this time, Lin Ao was in the dormitory. Long Aotian was pressed under him. A golden energy melted into Lin Ao's body. Brother Lin, just let me go once. Didn't I just get beaten today? Why did you come to me to spar as soon as you came back? You are maliciously retaliating. You are just stingy. You are just oh, I was wrong. I was wrong. Lin Aotian was very depressed. When he returned to the dormitory, he heard Long Aotian singing happily with his mobile phone. He couldn't bear it now. Just find a reason to vent your anger. Look at you, how can you be the leader of a sect with this little strength? From now on, I will come and train with you every night to improve your strength. Now that he felt comfortable all over, he let go of Long Aotian. Ah, Long Aotian looked miserable. Brother Lin, you will get retribution for doing this. Feeling comfortable, Lin Ao went to take a shower and went to bed early. Early the next morning, he rang Joanna's doorbell anxiously. The door was opened shortly after. You came. Joanna opened the door and put on a very delicate makeup. This moment stunned Lin Ao, but at the same time he felt that things were not that simple. Chapter 127 Meeting. Sit down and have breakfast. Joanna looked gentle, just like a gentle and virtuous wife. Something was wrong, because Lun Yan was so busy eating breakfast that he didn't even look at Lin Ao. Lin Ao didn't ask anything, so he had to sit down nervously and eat breakfast. Lin Ao. Joanna's voice was unusually gentle, and Lin Ao shuddered all over. Lun Yan also shuddered, thinking that he was here after all. What's the matter? Lin Ao was unusually nervous. Joanna was unusually weird today. He originally thought that she would be unhappy, or just ask him to leave and let her be quiet. Who knew that when she opened the door, she looked so tender and had breakfast. Take me to meet them. The chopsticks in Lin Ao's hand were broken by him with a click. He told everything last night, but he didn't mention that Jiyu Wanqing and the others were still in Pengdong. He looked at Lun Yan, and Lun Yan shrank his neck. Joanna glared at Lin Ao and held Lun Yan in her arms. You still dare to blame Lulu? I asked you last night if you had anything to hide from me. Did you tell me? Lin Ao knew he was in the wrong and didn't dare to say anything. Just tell me whether you will take me with you or not. Joanna's face turned cold and she stared at Lin Ao. Okay. Lin Ao thought, let's meet, it's a knife anyway, so he gritted his teeth and agreed to Joanna. Joanna smiled gently at Lin Ao. Lin Ao felt a chill on his back. He looked at Lun Yan again, but this time he didn't blame her, but asked for help. If something happens, you have to stop it. Lun Yan looked at Lin Ao helplessly and continued to eat breakfast. I'm sorry if my mother wants to help you now. You and your mother, I choose my mother in this matter. You can wish for the best. There will be rainbows after the storm. Bear it, Uncle Lin Ao, I believe you can do it. After breakfast, Joanna returned to her room and changed her clothes. She changed into a sexy and intellectual dress. A slim-fitting lead gray suit skirt showed her elegant lines, and a white silk shirt was paired with the upper body. The slightly open neckline revealed her elegant temperament while not losing her sexy charm. A black belt tied around her thin waist highlighted her slender waist curve. Paired with a pair of black high heels, it added to her upright posture. The overall look not only showed her mature charm, but also her intellectual temperament, perfectly interpreting her charm. Lin Ao was stunned. What are you looking at? Lead the way. Joanna rolled her eyes at Lin Ao in annoyance. And she looked hard at Lin Ao today, but she didn't see Lin Ao's panel. Just like that, Lin Ao drove Joanna and Lun Yan to Jiyu Wanqing. Lulu, did you see his panel? How do you feel now? Joanna asked Lun Yan in a low voice. Lun Yan took a look at Lin Ao's panel. Character's current state, thoughts, panicked. It's over, it's all over. She then told Joanna by her ear. Puff. Joanna couldn't help laughing, then immediately covered her mouth and changed back to a cold look, which was very cute. Lin Ao wished that this road was longer and could be driven for a longer time. But once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. They have already reached Bihai Bay. Lin Ao led the way in front, and Joanna followed behind with Lun Yan in her arms. Unexpectedly, just one day later, Lin Ao returned here again. Lin Ao took a deep breath. He rang the doorbell. He kept repeating in his heart, no one, they all went out, they all went out. Sincere heart will work bullshit. The intercom on the door immediately rang. Who is it? A lazy and charming voice came out, and Lin Ao knew it was Jiyu Wanqing's voice. Wanqing, it's me. Lin Ao had no choice but to answer, because Joanna behind him had walked to his side with Lun Yan in her arms. What's wrong? Sir, why did you come back after just one day of not seeing you? Aren't you going to spend time with your little wife at home? Jiyu Wanqing was completely unaware of the situation and teased Lin Ao as usual. Lin Ao felt a thunderbolt hit his Tianling cap. Lin Ao's heart was about to collapse. It's over, Jiyu Wanqing, please stop talking. Joanna looked at Lin Ao with a smile, and Lun Yan also slapped her on the forehead, and then looked like it had nothing to do with him. Wanqing, open the door first and introduce someone to you. I also brought Nian here, hee. The corner of Lin Ao's mouth twitched. As long as he answered again, and then reminded Jiyu Wanqing, talking about Lun Yan and others, she would probably understand it instantly. The communicator hangs up. Then the door slowly opened, and a beautiful figure appeared in front of it. Nian, have you missed me? This should be Joanna, Miss Chow. She is much more beautiful in person than in the photos. My name is Jiyu Wanqing, please come in. Jiyu Wanqing said hello very naturally. Hello Ms. Jiyu, I'm really disturbing you by taking the liberty of visiting. Let's go in and chat. Joanna's division was also natural. The only unnatural ones on the court were Lun Yen and Lin Ao. Lun Yen is okay, she is young, what can she know, right? Anyway, I am only 5 years old now, so this is not her business. Lin Ao stood there awkwardly, with a very ugly smile. Several people entered the house. The other women were not in the hall. They probably hadn't gotten up yet. After all, they were crazy together yesterday. Lin Ao was not here today, so he had to take a good rest. Only Ji Wanqing, who was at the Grand Master level, was not afraid of pressure. In the hall, Joanna and Ji Wanqing were looking at each other. Have you had breakfast? Ji Wanqing sat on the main seat and poured tea, very generous and decent. She could see that Lin Ao and Joanna should have a showdown. She laughed heartily when she saw Lin Ao smiling uglier than crying. She rolled her eyes at him. Look at the trouble you've caused. Sister Wanqing, we have eaten. Where is my aunt, Sister Wanqing? Lun Yen answered Ji Wanqing's words and asked about Lu Mengan. Your aunt is probably still lying in bed. Go up and wake her up. She is in the second room in the corridor upstairs. Please wake up the other sisters by the way. Lun Yen raised his head and looked at Joanna. Joanna nodded. Lun Yen quickly jumped to the ground and ran upstairs as if he was being pardoned. Slow down, don't fall. Joanna looked at Lun Yen running so fast and shook her head helplessly. Miss Chow, it seems you like Nian Nian very much. Ji Wanqing saw the tenderness in Joanna's eyes, and could tell that Joanna really liked Lun Yen. Well, Lulu is my daughter now, and Lin Ao said she was his father, but it seems that is not the case now. I have become a single mother. Joanna took the tea handed over by Ji Wanqing and glanced at Lin Ao. Lin Ao stiffened and looked at Ji Wanqing for help. Ji Wanqing rolled her eyes at Lin Ao. In fact, since Joanna came here today, Ji Wanqing knew that Joanna had mostly forgiven Lin Ao in her heart. She came here just to understand the matter thoroughly and put herself in the sight of Ji Wanqing and the others. Ji Wanqing's guess was correct. Joanna had lost most of her anger. She came here to see what kind of people Ji Wanqing and the others were. At the same time, she had many questions to ask Ji Wanqing. Because what happened to Lin Ao was really unbelievable. Although what Lin Ao said was very comprehensive, he said it from his perspective. She now needs the content from Ji Wanqing's perspective. I'm glad Lun Yen can find a mother like you. Ji Wanqing's tone was sincere and she was truly happy for Lun Yen. Thank you. Joanna thanked her politely, and in just a moment, Joanna felt Ji Wanqing's calm attitude towards everything. She is not a simple woman, and her appearance is not inferior to hers. Last night I heard that she is still the helmsman of the Zhonghai Jiyu family, so her abilities will be very outstanding. Miss Chow, how about we talk about what happened between us when they come down? Ji Wanqing was also examining Joanna in her mind. Her appearance, temperament, and methods were all excellent. A high-ranking official would really know how to choose. Okay, guests can do whatever they want. Joanna replied politely. Lin Ao was sitting on pins and needles. He wanted to escape. Ji Wanqing squinted at his status bar. Joanna noticed that Ji Wanqing looked at Lin Ao somewhere. Could it be the status bar Lun Yen was talking about again? She secretly cursed God, the thief, the stingy one. Why didn't he give it to her? Are you discriminating against me? Ah. Chapter 128. Sha Qianj is here too. The atmosphere in the living room seems quite harmonious. Ji Wanqing and Joanna had many topics in common, but Lin Ao sat aside and couldn't say anything. He couldn't hide his uneasy expression, and his heartbeat had never slowed down since he came in. Lin Ao wanted to say that he went to the toilet or something. Shut up. Shut up. The two women, who were smiling and chatting, actually scolded Lin Ao in unison. Lin Ao immediately shrank his neck. Haha, Miss Chow, this one of mine will make you laugh. He, no, my guy isn't much better. The two of them smiled at each other again, and then resumed their conversation elsewhere. Lin Ao swallowed hard and broke into a cold sweat. Two beautiful ladies, are you talking about the same one? He didn't dare to move, and he could only hold it in if he had to urinate. A few more will come down later, and I don't know what the situation will be. Lun Yen, who was upstairs, came to Lu Mengan's room. Lu Mengan was combing her hair in front of the dressing table. She heard the sound of the door opening, turned around and saw that it was Xiaoduding Lun Yen, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Ah, Nian Nian, why are you here? I miss my aunt so much, come give me a hug. Lu Mengan stood up and ran to Lu Nian, hugged Lu Nian and kissed her several times. Aunt Nian Nian misses you so much. Lu Nian smiled and ducked into Lu Mengan's arms. How did you get here? Lin Ao brought you here. Lu Mengan was surprised that Lin Ao brought Lu Nian here today. Aren't you afraid that Joanna would know? Vocal. I almost forgot, Mom, even Joanna is here. Lu Nian only remembered the business after hearing Lu Mengan talk about this. Ah, is this a knock on the door? Lu Mengan was shocked. Joanna came to her door. Auntie, go call the other sisters. There is a dragon and phoenix waiting for you below. Although Lu Nian was a little nervous when he came over, now he feels like he's watching a good show. Okay, wait for Aunt. Lu Mengan put down Lu Nian and changed her clothes. Aunt, your butt is getting bigger again. It seems that Uncle Lin Ao was not busy in vain those days. Lu Nian's words almost made Lu Mengan fall to the ground. Her face turned red and her speed increased by more than 10 times. Yeah, where did you learn that? Lu Mengan blushed and pinched Lu Nian's little face. Ooh, you forgot, I'm not only 5 years old. Lu Mengan was stunned for a moment, and seemed to be the same. Then she rolled her eyes at Lu Nian and carried her to find Qin Yun and Luo Yanran. Lin Ao sat in the hall in agony, urinating urgently and not daring to move. Not long after, there was a noise upstairs. Lu Mengan was holding Lu Nian, followed by Qin Yun and Luo Yanran. Each one is magnificent and charming. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Joanna and Lin Ao, and Lu Nian briefly told them the whole story. Joanna also turned to look at the women upstairs, her eyelids kept twitching. She counted silently and found that they were all there, just one short of one. They were all as good looking as her, and each one had their own characteristics. Hello, my name is Lu Mengan, I am Lu Nian's aunt, the head of the Lu family in Zhonghai. Lu Mengan took the initiative to say hello to Joanna as a sign of friendship, because Lu Nian said that Joanna was very good to Lu Nian and Lu Nian also liked her very much. Hello, Miss Chow, my name is Qin Yun, the daughter of Zhonghai Qin. Hello, my name is Luo Yanran, Secretary Lin Ao. Qin Yun and Luo Yanran both smiled and introduced themselves to Joanna. Hello, my name is Joanna. The woman outside Lin Ao. Joanna smiled. In one sentence, the atmosphere in the audience became strange again. Everyone looked at Lin Ao. The hair on his body stood up, and cold sweat kept flowing from his forehead. Character's current status: thoughts. It's over, Joanna, don't QQ me. I was holding my pee, and I almost got scared. Puff, 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 puff. Gu Wanqing, Lu Mengan, Qin Yun, Luo Yanran, and Lu Nian all saw Lin Ao's status bar and couldn't help but burst out laughing. When Lin Ao heard the girls laughing like this, his heart broke even more. Barbie asked, are you going to gang up on Joanna? It's over, the women's war is about to begin. Joanna looked a little bad. Was she being laughed at by the crowd? Mom, come here. Lu Nian sensed something was wrong and quickly called Joanna over. Joanna walked over in confusion, and Lu Nian whispered in Joanna's ear for a while. PFF'd. Lin Ao didn't know what Lu Nian said to Joanna. Anyway, she just smiled. Nian Nian is great. Joanna couldn't help laughing after hearing this, but she felt a little complicated in her heart. She kept cursing the thief god in her heart. How about you be fair and just? Everyone has it. Now you let me alone without this thing. Are you trying to mess with me on purpose? At this time, Gu Wanqing's phone rang. She picked up the call and hung up soon after. The last one has arrived. Gu Wanqing said something incomprehensible. Lin Ao, go to Pengdong Airport to pick up Qian Jie. She has really arrived in Pengdong. Let's chat with Miss Chow here about private topics. At this moment, Gu Wanqing's voice is like the sound of nature. Lin Ao was literally bursting into tears. He could finally leave here for a while. He almost couldn't breathe. The blessing of being together is not that good. Okay, I'll go right away, I'll be here soon. Lin Ao responded, ran out quickly, and then ran back. Ahem, I'm going to use the toilet. When the girls heard this, they all rolled their eyes charmingly, almost in sync. After a while, Lin Ao set off to Pengdong Airport. He wanted to thank Sha Qianj. He was like a living bodhisattva who saved people in need. Everyone, please sit down, the troublesome person is gone, let's have a good chat. Gu Wanqing brought over a few more tea sets and slowly brewed tea. After hearing this, Joanna and the others sat down around the table. Miss Chow, if you have any questions, you can ask me now. I believe you should not believe anything. Ji Wanqing's voice was soft, and she could tell that Joanna's mind must be full of disbelief at this time. Can you all see Lin Ao's panel? Including Sha Qianj, who will come over later. The girls were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that the first question Joanna asked was this. It seemed that this thing was really going to become a problem for her. PFF'd. Ms. Chow, actually being able to see this template can be said to be a good thing or a bad thing. Ji Wanqing took a sip of tea and said lightly, as if there were memories in her eyes. Want to hear the details? Joanna looked at Ji Wanqing seriously. Chapter 129, can you find a place where no one is around to stop for a while? Just for a while. We had discussed the origin of the panel and had some speculations. Lu Mengan and the other girls nodded one after another. They had all studied what this thing was and what the words on it meant. Ji Wanqing told Joanna every data on the status bar. Finally, I mentioned the important reminder: congratulations on breaking away from the destiny route. The result of our discussion is that almost everyone in the world has a destiny route. This is a reminder that we have got rid of the inherent route, so we are so free. It was only after we separated that we had the memories of the previous timeline. We are like puppets on strings, being arranged to say and do things against our will on different events. Lin Ao was in the same state at that time, but he could break free from his original route from time to time, but only for a short time. Lun Yen should have told you about her relationship with the Palace of Hell, the training process there, and some confidential personnel information. These cannot be faked. Ji Wanqing stopped and continued to take a sip of tea. She gave Joanna some time to slowly digest the information. Actually, I envy you, Miss Chow. You didn't trigger the panel, and you can still meet Lin Ao now, a free Lin Ao. Lu Mengan smiled at Joanna and continued. We have previously studied the conditions that trigger the panel, and it has several necessary conditions. Joanna sat up straight after listening to Lu Mengan's words. Miss Lu, please continue. Joanna pricked up her ears and looked at Lu Mengan seriously. What conditions, what conditions? Lu Mengan nodded, looking at Joanna like this. She pursed her lips and smiled, and she continued to speak. First, we need to meet Lin Ao on different timelines. Second, he was directly or indirectly involved in Lin Ao's death on different timelines. Third, in this life, I had physical contact with Lin Ao himself. Joanna was thinking about the three conditions Lu Mengan said. She had no memory of the previous timeline and didn't know which conditions had been met. No, she can be sure of the third condition at the moment. There has been physical contact more than once. In the punishment that night, where did she not touch it? Why didn't it trigger? There is indeed a very fatal question in it, which is the second condition: were you involved in Lin Ao's death? That is to say, you all have seen Lin Ao's death on different timelines. Joanna's pupils narrowed. Her heart throbbed inexplicably. How many timelines are there in total? Lin Ao, how many times has he died? The more Joanna thought about it, the more frightened she became. From last night to now, Joanna really started to face this matter. Lin Ao, he said he remembered everything. Is that true? Joanna's voice was trembling, and she covered her heart. The faces of the other women also became solemn as they listened to Joanna's question. Yes, he remembers everything. There are still a lot of things we don't know about. Ji Wanqing's voice was a little heavy. Every timeline was a kind of torture, despair and suffering for Lin Ao. Joanna lowered her head and found that it was a little difficult to breathe. She could not imagine how Lin Ao felt in this, how desperate he must be. Lu Mengan was right, it was indeed a good thing that she didn't trigger the panel. It was hard for her to imagine that Lin Ao was living and dying in front of her, and she was still powerless. The atmosphere in the venue was a little dull for a while. This time, Lin Ao's first goal after passing Peng Dong is the Palace of Hell, Yi Chen. After a while, Ji Wanqing took a sip of tea and slowly spoke back to Peng Dong. So, Miss Chow, when we say sorry to you, we do not represent Lin Ao, but simply represent ourselves. Ji Wanqing looked at the other women. Yes, I also want to say sorry to you. I'm sorry, Mom. Miss Chow, I'm sorry. Lu Mengan hugged Lun Yen, and they all slowly apologized to Joanna. Miss Chow, I know this is unfair to you. The reason why we apologize is because we know what Lin Ao is doing and we silently support him. Ji Wanqing looked at Joanna seriously, speaking very firmly every word. Everything is for him to survive, or for ourselves to get rid of the inherent destiny path. But I believe that Lin Ao has feelings for you, otherwise he would not have brought you here, let alone tell you the truth. Joanna never spoke again from beginning to end. She listened carefully to Ji Wanqing's words. Isn't this fair to you? Joanna admired Ji Wanqing very much. She could tell that Ji Wanqing was the core of the girls. The reason why Lin Ao could get along so well with the girls was probably due to her contribution. From Ji Wanqing's words just now, Joanna could feel the sincerity inside. Call me Anna from now on. Joanna did not answer Ji Wanqing's apology because she did not need their apology. Why should a woman embarrass a woman? Ji Wanqing's eyes lit up. Anna, are you interested in joining our Hongyan building? Ji Wanqing smiled and extended her white palm to Joanna. With this grip, things will get more interesting. At Pengdong Airport, Lin Ao stopped at the airport pickup and drop-off area. He was very uneasy. He bit his lip. Ji Wanqing was not the Prime Minister of the Six Nations. At this moment, Lin Ao's cell phone rang. Hello, Cheese, are you here? Lin Ao put aside his thoughts for the time being. He hadn't seen this little girl for a long time. Hey, look to the right. Sha Qianzhe's ethereal voice rang on the phone. The voice was still so cleansing the soul, making Lin Ao feel a little relaxed. Lin Ao looked to the right and saw a tall and sexy girl wearing a sun hat and big-toed glasses. She smiled happily at Lin Ao, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and her eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. Why don't you come and hug me? Sha Qianzhe opened her arms towards Lin Ao in the car. Lin Ao was infected by her joyful tone, and the excitement he had not seen for a long time overcame his original worries. He quickly opened the car door and walked towards Sha Qianzhe. He took Sha Qianzhe into his arms and hugged her whole body. Sha Qianzhe crossed her beautiful legs, and Lin Ao held her and spun her around a few times. He buried his head in Sha Qianzhe's neck, smelling the familiar scent that he hadn't seen in a long time. Lin Ao. Sha Qianzhe raised her head and looked at Lin Ao, her eyes watering. She was emotional. Lin Ao kissed her. Sha Qianzhe responded enthusiastically. They forgot that they were at the entrance of the airport, and the passers-by looked at the handsome couple. After a long time, they slowly separated, with a glint of light hanging from the corners of their mouths. Get in the car. Lin Ao directly hugged Sha Qianzhe. Sha Qianzhe was completely weak. If it weren't for the conditions, she would have wanted it now. Lin Ao put her in the passenger seat, turned around and helped her pick up her luggage and went back. Along the way, Lin Ao told her some things about Pengdong. Ha, Lin Ao, you can do it. I really have you. I have gained so many more sisters since I haven't seen you. Sha Qianzhe looked at Lin Ao funny. Lin Ao was a little embarrassed, but this was in line with Sha Qianzhe's character. Lin Ao, find a place where no one is around to stop for a moment, just for a moment, okay. Sha Qianzhe's eyes were as charming as silk. She licked her tongue and looked at Lin Ao with her big watery eyes. Now, Chapter 130. Cheers. Lin Ao was so hot from Sha Qianzhe's words. He drove the car directly to the underground parking lot of a shopping mall and found a secluded corner to park the car. As soon as Lin Ao parked the car, Sha Qianzhe had already thrown herself into his arms. Her face was flushed, and she raised her charming eyes slightly, like a flower about to bloom. Lin Ao, let me see how much you miss me. Sha Qianzhe's words were as tender as honey, sweet to Lin Ao's heart. Lin Ao lowered his head and kissed Sha Qianzhe, and continued until both of them were out of breath. Sha Qianzhe pointed to the back with her finger, and Lin Ao recalled that he quickly put down the seat back, and they both came to the back seat. During the days when I left Zhonghai, I missed you every day. Didn't you say I did something big before? Can you guess what it was? Sha Qianzhe's eyes were as charming as silk, leaning on Lin Ao's chest, and her fingers kept drawing circles. What's the matter? Have you told your parents about us? Lin Ao looked at Sha Qianzhe tenderly, who was like a kitten. She kept teasing his heart with her soft and tender little paws. You are so beautiful, it's the Hades Palace, haha, I feel happy just thinking about it now. Sha Qianzhe sat up all of a sudden, her eyes shining, and she seemed very excited. These were all her achievements. After I went back, I told my family the locations provided by Nian Nian. They didn't believe it at first, but after investigation, they found that those locations were indeed the hideouts of the Hades Palace. Then they raided the Hades Palace, took down several of their large hideouts, and then captured 5 palace-level figures. They suffered heavy losses this time, ha. Sha Qianzhe's chest trembled with laughter. She didn't need to worry about her image in front of Lin Ao. Lin Ao was shocked by her news. Did this little girl go back these days just for this? Her family. Who is in the family? He was completely confused. Sha Qianj also realized that Lin Ao didn't know much about the family situation in Kyoto. Hehe, I'm the daughter of the Sha family in Kyoto. Our Sha family is as famous as your grandfather Li family in Kyoto. Sha Qianj stuck out her tongue mischievously. Ah, Wanqing and the others, and you. Lin Ao was indeed shocked by her news. Hehe, how is it did you receive my surprise? Sha Qianj put her arms around Lin Ao's neck, and her smooth forehead pressed against Lin Ao's forehead. Her tone was gentle and a little proud. Lin Ao couldn't help but be moved. He looked at Sha Qianj, who was smiling like a flower in front of him, and couldn't help but kiss her. Sha Qianj responded enthusiastically. Afterwards. Tomato is not allowed to write. After a long time, the shaking car finally stopped. The car was full of a charming atmosphere. Let's go back first. Lin Ao smiled and started the car. Sha Qianj sat directly in the back seat with half-closed eyes, as if reminiscing, and lazily tidied her messy hair. After getting off the car, Lin Ao helped Sha Qianj carry the luggage, looking at the villa in front of him anxiously, not knowing what was going on inside, and now he brought another person to participate in the war. Now everyone is here. What's wrong? Don't you dare go in. Ha ha ha. Sha Qianj couldn't help laughing at Lin Ao, who was tangled on his face. It's hard for a hero to pass the beauty test, and he was asked to pass 6 tests at once. This kind of big scene was also the first time Sha Qianj saw it. She was not worried at all, and her heart was full of fun. Lin Ao took a deep breath, walked to the door and rang the doorbell. Not long after, footsteps were heard from inside the door, and the person who opened the door was Luo Yanran. Ah Yanran, this is the first time I see you in real life, please give me more advice in the future hehe. Sha Qianj hugged Luo Yanran when she saw that it was Luo Yanran who opened the door. Hello Qianj. Luo Yanran also hugged Sha Qianj enthusiastically, and Lin Ao was full of question marks. He was very surprised, thinking when did you add friends to chat? How come I don't know anything? Yanran, what's going on inside now? Lin Ao put aside unnecessary questions. What he cared about most now was what was going on inside. Luo Yanran looked serious when he heard this. Lin Ao took a look and felt a pang in his heart. This was going to be a disaster. You should see it yourself, alas. Luo Yanran sighed and pulled Sha Qianj inside, leaving Lin Ao alone in the wind. Lin Ao gritted his teeth and walked in, bravely facing the strong wind. At worst, he could open a golden body. He came to the living room and saw no one. The voice came from the dining room next door. He looked at the time and it was already noon. It was time to eat. Lin Ao walked over and saw Sha Qianj hugging the girls one by one. They saw Lun Yan, but not Joanna. This left in anger. Lin Ao, don't stand there and come to eat. Yu Wanqing saw Lin Ao coming and happily called him to come. Lin Ao agreed and sat down. He sat in his seat and looked at Lun Yan, constantly winking at her, meaning to ask how Joanna was. Lun Yan pretended not to see it and lowered her head to eat. What's wrong? You're worried about your lover missing. Yu Wanqing noticed Lin Ao's strangeness and smiled. Oh Wanqing, how did you chat? Lin Ao asked Yu Wanqing a little nervously. You can see by looking at the faces of the sisters. Yu Wanqing did not answer him and let Lin Ao see for himself. Lin Ao looked at Qin Yun, who immediately turned her head away. Ah, Qin Yun was angry. Then he looked at Lu Mengan and Lun Yan. Both of them lowered their heads and ate slowly, not looking at Lin Ao. It's over, it's over. Finally, he looked at Luo Yanran, who was talking to Sha Qianj. She and Sha Qianj glanced at Lin Ao, but the little girl snorted and turned her head to continue chatting with Sha Qianj, while Sha Qianj showed Lin Ao a helpless smile. Lin Ao sat down on the chair somewhat dejectedly. It seemed that there was no need to ask. Something really happened when he was away just now. He lowered his head and drank a sip of water silently, thinking about how to face Joanna when he returned to Sicily. Hey, you're back. Did you pick someone up? Lin Ao heard the voice behind him and turned his head back in surprise. Anna. Lin Ao looked at Joanna in disbelief. Didn't Yu Wanqing and the others mean that Joanna was angry and left? Didn't they part on bad terms? Why, are you surprised that I'm still here? And you said you don't want me to be here. Joanna showed a playful smile. Coochie. The women at the table couldn't help laughing out loud, and it was obvious that they were all doing it on purpose. Gu Wanqing stood up, walked to Joanna, and pulled her to sit down next to her. Our little man is sometimes so easy to fool. He got anxious when he saw you were not around. Lin Ao was stunned, seeing that they were just teasing him. I just went to the toilet, making a fuss. Do you really think I'm a tigress and scared Anna away? Gu Wanqing rolled her eyes at Lin Ao charmingly. Let you be affectionate, and see how you end up without her control in the future. Hello, Sister Chow, my name is Sha Qiange. Sha Qiange walked over enthusiastically and greeted Joanna. Hello, I know you, I usually see you Miss Sha on TV. Joanna stood up and hugged Sha Qiange. Hee, that's all side jobs. My main job now is to be Lin Ao's mistress. Sha Qiange's words confused Lin Ao. Qiange, how did you change? Coochie. I like Miss Sha's personality very much. Let's get along well in the future. Joanna laughed again when she saw Lin Ao. Don't call me Miss Sha, just call me Qiange directly. If you need help in the future, you can tell me directly. We are sisters. Sha Qiange is really a smart girl. Joanna really likes Sha Qiange's personality. She is not pretentious at all. Let's eat first. Welcome Anna and welcome Qiange, who we haven't seen for a long time. After Gu Wanqing finished speaking, everyone returned to their seats and raised their glasses together. Everyone looked at Lin Ao. Cheers. Chapter 131. You have nothing to do here, just do what you want. The lunch atmosphere was very harmonious, and Sha Qiange blended into the atmosphere as soon as she arrived. The biggest winner was Lu Nian. Lu Mengan helped her pick up the food, and Joanna helped her wipe her mouth. Lin Ao felt as if he was marginalized. It has nothing to do with him at all. I can't get into the topic of conversation. Wanqing, your skin is very good. How do you usually take care of your skin? Before Gu Wanqing could answer, Lu Mengan beside her started mumbling in Joanna's ear, and her eyes seemed to be looking at Lin Ao from time to time. Wanqing's competition just now made me realize that you seem to be stronger than the average grandmaster. This time it was Gu Wanqing who muttered in Joanna's ear, and looked at Lin Ao from time to time. Lin Ao heard them talking about the competition. Competition? Did they have a fight just now? After hearing this, Joanna's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. She had clearly asked him that night if there was anything else he was hiding from her. Well, it turned out that there was such a thing, but Lin Ao didn't even mention it. If Lin Ao knew what Joanna was thinking, he would definitely cry out that she was wrong. Can I tell you about this kind of continuous output with the same girl for a month? Are you sure you won't get angry if you talk about this kind of topic in that kind of atmosphere? After finishing lunch, Joanna had no intention of going back. They came outside to the garden and enjoyed the scenery. Lin Ao also accompanied them. Originally, we agreed to come over there, but there is no news yet to inform me of the specific date. Joanna was telling them about the personnel sent by His Highness the King of Hell. Well, there's no rush. No matter who comes, it won't affect our plan. Gu Wanqing has been chatting with Joanna since the meal. Lin Ao looked at them curiously, wondering what they were talking about. What's the plan? Gu Wanqing and Joanna stood up at the same time, rolled their eyes at Lin Ao, and walked to the other side to chat. Lu Nian came over and patted Lin Ao on the shoulder. He shook his head and sighed like a little adult. Lin Ao's eyes narrowed. I can't cure them, so why can't I cure you? Don't you forget that the story of Joanna and I is all due to you. Lin Ao grabbed Lu Nian and disappeared into the garden in a flash. The girls smiled and continued chatting. Little one, come on, tell me what happened while I was away. Lin Ao and Lu Nian appeared on the rooftop on the third floor. Now you realize you can only bully me, right? Lu Nian snorted and puffed up his mouth, feeling angry. Have you really forgotten that you also have a share of responsibility for causing the current situation? Lin Ao stood on the edge of the balcony and looked at the yin-yang yan-yan below. Lu Nian snorted and walked over as well, standing on the balcony and looking down through the glass. Thank you Sister Wanqing. Sister Wanqing is really generous. Her heart is completely tied to you, and she takes care of everyone's feelings. Sister Wanqing told your mother the story of you and your sisters, and then she apologized to her mother. As a woman, she knew that our previous actions would hurt her, and Sister Wanqing was an insider. No matter what, she will support you no matter what you do, so she apologized to her mother. Lu Nian looked at Gu Wanqing and Joanna. She couldn't fully understand what these two women were thinking. Then they shook hands. From the moment they shook hands, Lun Yen saw them smiling at each other, with the same light in their eyes, and a feeling of sympathy. From this moment on, Lun Yen knew that Joanna had accepted Gu Wanqing and the others. Lin Ao had been listening quietly, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These things were things he never dared to think about before. Maybe this thief is not so bad after all. Lin Ao smiled slightly, picked up Lun Yen, jumped off the balcony, and returned to the garden. Lin Ao. As soon as he stood still, he was frightened by Joanna's angry voice. Who asked you to jump down from above with a child like this? You are a Grand Master, and Lulu is not. What should I do if I am scared? Or what should I do if something happens to me? Joanna walked over angrily and took Lun Yen away. Lun Yen did not forget to make a face at Lin Ao. Joanna also knew about Lun Yen, but in her eyes, Lun Yen was her daughter now. Lin Ao spread his hands helplessly. Gu Wanqing came over. Lin Ao's eyes lit up. You are angry with me, and Wanqing comforts me. Lin Ao smiled and opened his arms. There's nothing going on here. You can go play with yourself and go find your brother Anna, and Nianian will stay here tonight. Gu Wanqing came to Lin Ao, and after saying this, she returned to Joanna. She stood with Joanna and Lun Yen, showing a pleased gesture. Lin Ao was stunned. He turned around and looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun smiled and ran over and kissed Lin Ao. Lin Ao was immediately elated. It was best to be fierce. Let's go, we are sisters night tonight. After saying that, he walked away. Lin Ao refused to give up and looked at Lu Mengan, Luo Yanran and Sha Qianj. The three of them smiled equally, walked over and kissed Lin Ao before walking to Gu Wanqing's side. Lin Ao was completely dumbfounded now. They stood together and made a pleased gesture to Lin Ao at the same time. It seemed like he was really out of luck tonight. Lin Ao walked away with tears in his eyes. He took out his mobile phone and made a call. Hey, Aoshan, where are you? The call was connected. Long Aoshan made a sound on the phone. Lin Ao took the phone away and looked at it. Was it an illusion? Why did you seem to hear the sound of being disliked just now? Brother Lin, did you feel deflated in Bihai Bay? The phone rang with Long Aoshan's angry tone. How is that possible? I just remembered that you did me a big favor. I want to invite you out for dinner. This Lin Ao would not admit it. It seems that this kid's brain is working better than before. Really? Don't thank me. Just beat me up the last time we met and keep it for next time. Bah, no need to keep it. Lin Ao could tell that Long Aoshan was resentful. Singing karaoke. Lin Ao said tentatively. Brother Lin, where are you? Bihaiwan, I'll pick you up right away. Do you need me to shake my girl? Lin Ao was speechless. This attitude changed so quickly. However, he was kicked out and had no choice but to play with him and let him leave after singing one song. Pentung Airport. Palace Master, do you really need to inform Chow Hudian? A man with short hair, wearing a black suit, with a terrible scar on his face. At this time, he was bowing 90 degrees to a handsome young boy with a very respectful attitude. In front of him, there were 2 rows of men in black suits doing exactly the same thing. No, I came here to surprise her. The young man smiled crookedly and walked confidently and calmly into an extended commercial vehicle. Respectfully send the palace master away. 2 rows of men in black suits chanted uniformly. People at the airport raised eyebrows. They thought he was some big star. This was a big deal. Chapter 132 Yi Chen comes to Sicily. Pengdong, in a high-end KTV. Manager everyone in the surrounding boxes was scared away, and some of the sisters inside also fainted. What should we do? A KTV waiter was wearing a pair of headphones, with the volume turned up to the maximum, and was texting a man in the same dress opposite him. What can we do? He gave us a lot of money. I will find an opportunity to pull Lulu and the others out later, and then call some new people to come. The manager looked pained but happy. He had been observing the situation in this box and was ready to save and replace people at any time. Who knows that Long Aoshan is a big dog, which gives him enough oil and water. At this moment, Lin Aosheng was sitting in the box helplessly. Long Aoshan's magical voice can't be stopped even if 10 pounds of cotton are put in the ears. He also called out to the whole room of singing ladies, several of whom had already fainted. On this day, they were spending their lives taking orders. He already missed the days when the monkey was around. At least Long Aoshan could catch the monkey and pick it up hard, sharing a lot of pressure. Brother Lin, come together. Good luck to you, good luck to that. Long Aoshan excitedly invited Lin Ao. It was a rare occasion for Lin Ao to accompany him. After hearing his voice, Lin Ao almost lost his soul. Lin clenched his fist slightly, just to endure such a song for a while longer. If he dared to sing again, then don't force him to use extraordinary means. The reason why Lin Ao endured it for so long this time was not because of Lin Ao's small schedule last time. I originally planned to give him one song, but now I have sung 3 songs for him, which is enough. The ultimate torture was finally over. The manager and the waiter enthusiastically sent them out of the door and hurried to the backstage to take a look at the little affairs. Brother Lin, where should we go next? Lin Ao was satisfied. Although he didn't sing much today, it was rare for Lin Ao to be with him, so he let it go. It will definitely be more fun next time I invite my sisters-in-law to join us. I don't know. It's so boring. Why don't we go back to Sicily? Our Double Dragon hasn't been open for a long time, why not be nostalgic tonight? Lin Ao didn't know where to go. There was nothing he wanted to do here, such as massage. The quality was not even comparable to that of the female fingers in Bihai Bay. I might as well go back to Sicily and be a companion again. 10 p.m., Sicilian Bar. Palace Master, this is Peng Dong's stronghold. The short-haired man waited respectfully for Yi Chen to get off the car. Yi Chen stood at the door of Sicily, with confidence and expectation in his eyes. As the master of the palace, coming here to crown Joanna was the highest treatment for a member of the Palace of Hell. The short-haired man was also envious of Joanna. This was the first time he had seen the palace master value a woman so highly. It is said that they were trained by the same batch before, and the palace master has been obsessed with Joanna ever since. Tai, let's go in. The boys on both sides immediately bowed 90 degrees, their movements uniform, which made passers-by look sideways. Who is this big shot? It's so grand. You guys spread out, I want to keep a low profile. Yi Chen warned the younger brothers on both sides with dignity. Yes, they said in unison, and it seemed that they often did this work. Yi Chen looked at the stunned passers-by out of the corner of his eyes, smiled crookedly and nodded with satisfaction. He followed Artest towards Sicily with his back straight. Yi Chen can't wait to see the woman he has longed for. She is a rose with thorns and a piece of ice that will never melt. But Yi Chen is confident that with his charisma, there is nothing he cannot win. Soothing music is still playing in Sicily, and Yi Chen brings Tai to the hall. I found that there were a lot of customers inside, and more than 80% of them were women. And 80% of the women's eyes were on the 2 people in the room. Yi Chen walked in curiously, came to the bar, asked the bartender to make a cocktail, and gave the bartender a tip. Brother, who are those 2 people? Yi Chen felt a little uncomfortable. With his appearance, he should have attracted a lot of attention from the opposite sex from the time he came into the bar, but few people looked at him, so he asked the waiter about the details of the 2 people. The guests should be here for the first time. They are the 2 dragons in our store and the top customers in the store. Most of the female guests here come for them. The bartender took the tip and enthusiastically introduced Lin Ao and Lin Ao to Yi Chen. The news that they were back to business spread immediately, and those girls turned down everything and rushed to Sicily immediately. Sicily was full again in an instant. Oh, it turns out that they are prostitutes. Yi Chen looked at Lin Ao and Lin Ao with disdain. He thought they were some great young men, but they turned out to be 2 ducks. His words made the bartender's face darken. Lin Ao and Lin Ao were usually very generous to them. Sometimes they would give them a part of their kickbacks at night as overtime pay. How could he allow Yi Chen to insult Lin Ao and Lin Ao like this? If he didn't add some to this drink, he would be sorry for Lin Ao and Lin Ao. The bartender took a little croton powder from the bar and melted it in. He nodded with satisfaction and handed the drink to Yi Chen. Guest, the ice and fire cocktail you asked for is ready. The bartender called Yi Chen, and Yi Chen turned around and took the drink and tasted it slowly. Good skills, I like the wine very much. Yi Chen praised the bartender's wine and took out a tip. The bartender took it happily and said, just taste it slowly and carefully. By the way, I heard that you guys start the carnival mode at 12 o'clock every night, right? Yi Chen had inquired before coming here. Joanna would appear in Sicily at 12 o'clock every night and start the carnival mode. He just wanted to wait until then to give her a surprise. Yes, there are still 2 hours. The bartender casually replied to Yi Chen, not wanting to pay attention to him. Drink your wine, so much nonsense. Yi Chen twisted his mouth and fell into his own fantasy. Then he looked at Lin Ao and Long Aotian, who were wandering among all kinds of women, and a sense of inexplicable jealousy arose spontaneously. Tisk, mediocre women, I don't like them at all. Lin Ao and Long Aotian had a very relaxed time tonight, probably because no one cared. Shi Ying, who hadn't seen Lin Ao for a long time, came over immediately, grabbed Lin Ao and refused to let go, and insisted that Lin Ao kiss her, 10W once. It can be said to be very crazy. No wonder so many women in Shaorishi went bankrupt for a gigolo. Of course, no one here is restraining Lin Ao now, so a small kiss is just for Sicily's performance. He was very jealous of the other beauties, but he hated that he didn't have the ability. Everyone, good news, thank Miss Shi Ying, this round of consumption will be counted in her account. Everyone present exclaimed, and the scene was once pushed to the climax. Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes, and he looked at Lin Ao not far away with contempt. Shi Ying fell softly in Lin Ao's arms, with an obsessed look in her eyes. She mentioned the idea of supporting him to Lin Ao many times. Unfortunately, Lin Ao was indifferent, and he didn't get a kiss from Lin Ao until tonight. Atai, Yi Chen called Atai coldly. Atai had followed Yi Chen for many years, and he could feel the strangeness in Yi Chen's tone. He followed Yi Chen's sight to the direction of Lin Ao and understood instantly. Palace Master, can I help you teach him a lesson? Atai looked fierce. It seemed that the little waiter had offended the Palace Master. Yi Chen didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly. Chapter 133 Long Bashan. Artai understood and walked towards Lin Ao. Yi Chen took a sip of wine and half-squinted his eyes, looking in a very good mood. Give me one more drink, the world of ice and fire. Yi Chen drank the wine in one gulp and got another cocktail. Okay, I'll be fine soon. The bartender lowered his eyes, revealing an inexplicable light. He had been watching Yi Chen's little actions just now. He can't drink you to death. Lin Ao was teasing Shi Ying when a man with a short hair walked in front of him inexplicably. Little brother, my young master wants to invite you over for a drink. Can you come out with me? Artai did not show any hostility and simply extended an invitation to Lin Ao. Lin Ao's eyes narrowed. He could feel that Artai was possessed of strength and was at the peak of his innate nature. Who are you? Don't you know it's rude to come over suddenly and talk to me? Bebe is with me now, please stay aside. Go to the side and line up. Before he spoke, Shi Ying became unhappy and made a gesture. Several bodyguards came around and gathered around. They were also warriors, and one of them was as strong as Atai, who was also at the peak of his innate strength. It seemed that Shi Ying, the elder sister, had a good family. Several people gathered around Artai, with an additional gesture of please. The meaning was very clear that you don't want to disturb their young lady, please leave. Artai's eyelids twitched. There were so many warriors in a bar, and such a powerful young lady, walking around a duck. Tai was abstracted. Tai didn't understand. Tai was confused and smiled proudly. I originally thought that he was just an ordinary person with two good-looking skins, but now Peng Dong hit the iron plate for the first time. Tai went back and Chen felt uncomfortable. I'm sorry, Palace Master, if I forcefully cause trouble, I'm afraid Miss Chow will be unhappy then. It's not that Yi Chen and Artest don't have the strength. There are so many young men outside who have innate strength. Yi Chen will definitely need cards to make a move. How can he do it without any strength? His original strength was also at the peak of a grandmaster, and he had never been afraid of anyone in Peng Dong. It's just that Joanna's shop is still the property of the Palace of Hell, so he can't do it openly. It's your own employee anyway, just wait. If you dare to disrespect Yi Chen like this, you will never want to stay in Sicily again. Lin Ao looked towards Artai. His pupils shrank. He saw the figure engraved in his heart. His aura suddenly changed, and the strong murderous intention could not help but leak out. Shi Ying felt cold all over. Bebe, don't be angry, and ignore those inexplicable people. If he dares to come over, I won't let him go. Lin Ao looked down at Shi Ying, showed a warm smile, and completely restrained his murderous aura. Unexpectedly, this Daomao came over secretly. Lin Ao continued to accompany Shi Ying for a while and found an opportunity. After leaving for a while, he took out his mobile phone and edited a Phetian message and sent it to the group. Marvin is here, in Sicily. Joanna, is he really here? Lin Ao's eyes suddenly twitched. Why did he drag Joanna into the group? I just thought about sending a message to Joanna alone. Gu Wanqing, do you need us to go there? Sha Qianch, do you want me to call you dad? The palace of hell sees him like a mouse sees a cat. Lin Ao, it seems like he came here secretly, as if he wanted to give Anna a surprise. Lu Mengan, want to date our Anna. Qin Yun, he has good taste, but it's a pity that he doesn't deserve it. Joanna, haha. Lin Ao, you don't have to come yet. Since he wants to give you a surprise, let's leave him alone for a few days and see how long he can hold it in. You guys can play outside slowly for a few days. Don't be in a hurry. Gu Wanqing, Lin Ao, don't be impulsive. The old monster behind him hasn't found out where he is hiding yet. He will definitely follow him this time. Joanna, yes, I will meet him when the time comes. I'll trick him and get rid of that old monster first. Sha Qianj, don't worry, my dad will take action. Lin Ao watched them speak enthusiastically in the group and felt a little unreal. They were all good helpers. In this life, he would no longer be alone. He gave a heartwarming smile. Lin Ao, thank you. After sending this message, he put away his phone and walked back to the hall relaxedly. Brother Lin, they are so crazy tonight, I can't stand it anymore. As soon as he arrived in the hall, he saw Long Aotian covered with lip prints. Aotian, Yi Chen is here. Lin Ao smiled with a hint of murderous intent. Long Aotian's eyes changed, and traces of murderous aura also emanated from his body. He made a gesture of wiping his neck. Brother Lin, it's time for me to become proud and famous. Aotian showed an excited expression. He had had enough fun in Pengdong these days, and it was time to do something serious. Don't worry, leave him alone for a few days. There is an old monster behind him. Find him first. Lin Ao briefly analyzed the current situation with Long Aotian. You have it behind your back, don't I? Brother Lin, my father is the old sect leader. Now it's my turn to take over after Xiao Fan has been eradicated. Do you think my father won't help his son? Just wait for me a while. Who knew that Long Aotian smiled and took out a phone. He took Lin Ao to a quiet place. Hey dad. Aotian whispered flatteringly into the phone, which made the corner of Lin Ao's mouth twitch. Dad, what dad? How many times have I told you, call me. Call me. A familiar roar came from the phone. Long Aotian had already put the phone away. He was very familiar with this process. Old master, I have something to tell you. Long Aotian put the phone back and started shaking his daddy. What's up? The old door owner smiled crookedly, but his voice was quite serious. There is an old monster in the palace of hell who wants to kill your son, do you care? Long Aotian said calmly. There was a powerful bang on the table from the phone. Who? When the old door owner heard Long Aotian's words, he smashed the table in anger. Are you and Xiaoyu Lin in trouble? After the old sect master calmed down, he came to his senses. How did you know? Long Aotian didn't expect his father to react so quickly. You brat, let Xiaoyu Lin answer the phone. Long Aotian was filled with doubts, and then handed the phone to Lin Ao. Lin Ao answered the phone. This was his first contact with the old sect leader. Hello, Xiaoyu Lin, I am Long Beishan, the father of that idiot. Long Beishan's first words made Lin Ao confused. What a fool. Quite a match for Aotian. Hello, old sect master Long. I am Lin Ao, you should know my information. Lin Ao answered neither humble nor overbearing. Little friend Lin, it seems that you are in trouble this time, right? I, Longman, can take action, but there is a condition. Long Beishan smiled and was very optimistic about Lin Ao. Although he had never met him, he had a feeling that following him was the right path for Ao Tian. Moreover, Lin Ao's grandfather, the Li family of Kyoto, was a family that had been standing in Kyoto for hundreds of years. Please say. Lin Ao smiled. Now he really needed some external help. His original goal was to renovate the Palace of Hell. Otherwise, Long Aotian would not have been brought with him at that time, so that he could be tied to Longmen. I can send people out to kill the people behind that guy in the Palace of Hell. Our Dragon Gate has this strength. Lin Ao narrowed his eyes, quietly waiting for Long Beishan's next words. I need a promise from you to be on good terms with Longmen forever, and at the same time, help my idiot to secure his position as the leader. If something happens to Longmen in the future, you need to help. If that old guy Yan Dong dares to take action, I will stop it for you. I will also take action from Longmen in the subsequent counterattack of the Palace of Hell. How about it? Long Beishan's conditions may not seem like much, but the amount of information inside can be said to be very large. Lin Ao is not the only one who has eternal friendship. He wants to represent the entire Lin family, which will involve the connections around Lin Ao. To help Long Laotian secure his position as the leader of the sect, a lot of resources will be invested, and market development will definitely be indispensable, but it is nothing to Lin Ao. There is something wrong with the last Longmen. This is Long Baishan's ultimate goal. The trouble Longmen can encounter is huge trouble. He took a fancy to the power of Grandpa Lin Ao's family. Lin Ao thought about it for a while and decided that it was not a bad idea. It was mutually beneficial. If Yi Chen was really killed here this time, he would also need Longmen's help to deal with the counterattack from the Palace of Hell. It's interesting to think about the struggle between two major forces, one light and one dark. I promise you. Lin Ao smiled slightly. Long Baishan also smiled on the other end of the phone. Chapter 134 Let the bullets fly for a while. After Lin Ao and Long Aotian finished the call, they returned to the lobby to continue business. Yi Chen drank a lot of wine at the bar. The bartender at the bar felt very strange. Every drink was filled with condiments. As a result, Yi Chen never went to the toilet once and his expression did not change. Another glass of Blue Enchantress. Yi Chen looked at the various girls in the venue surrounding Lin Ao and Long Aotian. He was really unhappy. He had been sitting here for so long and no one came to chat with him. Okay. The bartender was so aggressive this time that he added 10 times the amount, but he didn't believe it. How could he still have no reaction at all? Yi Chen looked at his watch and it was almost 12 o'clock. He turned around and took the Blue Enchantress from the bartender and drank it in one gulp. It's really good, I like the taste of your wine very much. He once praised the bartender, straightened his clothes, and prepared to give Joanna a big surprise. He smiled evilly and walked to the dance floor. Some girls also noticed this handsome man and slowly moved closer, ready to start the carnival. Maybe they could catch another good prey tonight. Brother Lin, let me go and meet him first. Long Aotian felt very unhappy when he saw his smile, especially the crooked angle of his mouth, which made him very unhappy. How do you want to do it? Lin Ao looked at Long Aotian, who had a crooked mouth, and his eyelids twitched. Sure enough, his ancestors were right, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Dancing competition during the carnival later. Long Aotian stared at Yi Chen on the stage, looking very confident. Lin Ao was stunned. This is really what you can think of. The bell rang and everyone cheered. 12 o'clock has arrived, tonight's carnival is about to begin, and the music has completely changed to more exciting and dynamic music. Yi Chen looked expectantly at the highlight of the stage. There was a microphone on it, and that was Joanna's position. He was facing the microphone, staring at the curtain behind him. When he saw some movement, he quickly adjusted his posture and put on a pose that he thought was handsome. Come welcome me with a surprise, Joanna. The curtain was pulled back, and a woman in a sexy dress appeared, holding a glass of wine in her hand and coming to the microphone. She is Joanna's little assistant, and Joanna has given her the task of starting tonight. At this time, Yi Chen was dumbfounded. Was it Joanna he was talking about every night? Where is she? Good evening, distinguished customers. I will host the carnival tonight on behalf of our boss. The assistant raised his glass. I now declare that the Sicilian Carnival night has officially begun. Everyone in the venue was very enthusiastic. It didn't matter who they were hosting. What they wanted was carnival and indulgence. But Yi Chen was different. He was so uncomfortable that he ran here excitedly to show off, but he didn't even see anyone. When he was about to leave, he found that the stage was full of people, dancing to the music, and most of them were girls. Anyway, Joanna was not here, so he just had fun here. Then he looked for prey in the venue, came to a few sexy girls, showed a wicked smile, and joined their small group. Because of his good appearance, they didn't dislike him, but danced with Yi Chen. At this time, Long Aotian also walked into the venue. There were old acquaintances along the way. He greeted them warmly, came to Yi Chen, glanced at Yi Chen, and then started his career as a dancing king. Lin Ao sat at the bar to rest, and the bartender walked over and handed Lin Ao a glass of wine enthusiastically. Brother Lin, let me tell you, the little white face sitting here just now, he dared to say bad things about you and Brother Long. I added something to him, hee. Lin Ao was surprised. What did you add? The bartender said embarrassedly. I added croton to every cup, but he didn't seem to react. In the end, I added 10 times the amount, but he still didn't react. This is strange. The bartender doubted his life at the end, wondering if it was expired. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. Yi Chen was really lucky. It wasn't that he didn't react. Let the bullets fly for a while. After all, his physique is much stronger than ordinary people. Now there will be a good show to watch, but Long Aotian is in danger. What if he is accidentally pricked? Feishin me for you, I will transfer 50W to you. You will go directly to Zhonghai later and call this number. His name is Uncle Zhong. He will arrange your work and house in Zhonghai. Lin Ao made a gesture for the bartender to come over, and took out his mobile phone to add the bartender's Feishin. Brother Lin, what happened? This. The bartender was scared by Lin Ao, but he also added Lin Ao to Feishin, and then immediately received the 50W transferred by Lin Ao. He looked at Lin Ao in shock. Trust me, take your family with you, and leave quickly. You have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. You will be safe in Zhonghai. Find someone to take your shift and run away. The bartender's face darkened. He completely believed in Lin Ao because the money was real. Brother Lin, thank you. I can help you with anything you need in the future. Lin Ao nodded, and the bartender immediately found a waiter to take his shift and left. Lin Ao was very happy. This bartender was an accident. Yi Chen would definitely find out what was wrong afterwards, and it would inevitably involve him. Lin Ao directly gave him 50W and asked him to run away with the bucket. It would be safe in Zhonghai. How could Lin Ao, who could make Yi Chen lose face, let him be in danger? After drinking this glass of wine, Lin Ao walked onto the stage, ready to watch a big show. Long Aotian's devilish dance steps attracted many girls to cheer. He danced closely with those girls and looked at Yi Chen not far away provocatively. Yi Chen also noticed Long Aotian's gaze. He was having a good time with several girls, but the atmosphere was ruined by Long Aotian soon. The surrounding eyes were also attracted by Long Aotian. Could he bear this? Then he also exerted his master-level strength and performed various difficult movements, which also attracted the attention and cheers of the crowd. This made him feel very useful, and the rhythm was completely brought by Long Aotian. Lin Ao smiled and watched Yi Chen singing and dancing. His eyes were always fixed on a certain part of Yi Chen. Another difficult move, very good and strong. Long Aotian was also continuously outputting. He saw Lin Ao not far away and raised his eyebrows at him. Isn't he handsome? After a while, Lin Ao noticed that Yi Chen's face changed slightly and the amplitude of his movements slowed down. He looked at Long Aotian with excitement, and then he walked to the other side to attack and block Yi Chen's retreat. It was crowded with people and it was difficult to move. In addition, Lin Ao and Long Aotian did it intentionally, so it was estimated that Yi Chen would be hard to avoid trouble. It depends on how big this matter is. Chapter 135 Flying Gold. Yi Chen was dancing well. Under the stimulation of alcohol, he danced higher and higher. The cheers from the people around him were his strongest stimulant. Just now, his bad mood was wiped away because he didn't see Joanna. As a result, I suddenly felt like my stomach was churning. Yi Chen's movements slowly stopped, his face turned from livid to pale, and he clamped his thighs tightly without leaving any gap. Long Aotian was prompted by Lin Ao and forced him forward. He also saw something strange about Yi Chen. Dude, you danced very well just now, keep dancing, you are the brightest one in the audience. Long Aotian cheered loudly for Yi Chen, and even walked over and pulled him. Yi Chen's ghost was so strong that he stood without daring to move. With luck, Long Aotian's hands reached out from his left and right crotch, and his face turned pale. Turning red, his face turned red and his neck was thick with anxiety. After forcing Long Aotian back, he immediately looked at the fluorescent light sign with WC written on it. He moved one step at a time to leave the dance floor. Seeing that there were not many meters left, Yi Chen was moved to tears because there were too many people on the dance floor and it took a lot of time. Lin Ao happened to arrive at this time. He pretended to dance to the music and unintentionally stretched his legs under Yi Chen's feet. Yi Chen stumbled and almost fell. At this time, Long Aotian walked to Yi Chen again and grabbed him. Before Yi Chen could react, he was suddenly pulled back to the center of the dance floor by Long Aotian. His eyes were dull, and a sense of despair surged into his heart. Brother, you dance really well, let's keep dancing. Hey come on. Long Aotian looked at Yi Chen excitedly, and then jumped up again. People around him also kept praising Yi Chen, asking Yi Chen to fight with Long Aotian. Yi Chen's veins popped out and the expressions on his face were colorful. He looked at Long Aotian who was dancing happily. After all, his heart was broken. Fucker, you have to die for me, trash, go to hell. He dealt a blow to Lin Ao, with a high degree of contentment. Lin Ao pretended to change his expression and retreated aggrievedly. At this time, Lin Ao came over. With an angry look on his face, he walked over and grabbed Yi Chen's collar, shaking Yi Chen constantly. Why are you scolding my brother? Why? My brother is very timid. Ah. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and his eyes were red. He didn't dare to move in the first place, but Lin Ao kept shaking him, just like a bottle of Coke being shaken constantly, gurgling, gurgling, gurgling. The gas and water inside were constantly accelerating. Expansion. Yi Chen's face turned from red to white again. He covered his buttocks with difficulty with both hands, with a very awkward posture. Faced with Lin Ao's movements, he did not dare to say another word because he felt that he was reaching his limit. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth above him, he would also open his mouth below. He was trying hard to hold in his breath. People around him also pointed at Yi Chen, saying he came out to play, he couldn't afford it, he was dancing very high just now. At this time, Lin Ao stopped and Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He just wanted to leave quickly. Only Lin Ao understood the situation best, and he made a move that was the straw that broke the camel's back. Why did not you speak? Lin Ao had an angry expression. He pushed with both palms. Yi Chen couldn't help but take a few steps back, and then his face changed drastically. At this time, his face was paler than a corpse. Seeing his expression, Lin Ao quickly pretended to comfort Lin Ao, stepped aside, and then quickly pulled Lin Ao away from Yi Chen. Ah! Yi Chen roared angrily, with strong anger and sadness in his voice. He used his skills and jumped into the air, as high as a floor, and everyone on the dance floor exclaimed. Then a deafening fart sound came from the air, covering all sounds in an instant. The color of the buttocks of Yi Chen's pants has obviously changed, and under the light, it has a touch of golden color. Everyone in the audience looked at the gold flying in the air, and instantly understood, and they all retreated in panic. It turned out that Artest, who was outside the court, didn't know what was going on. He suddenly saw Yi Chen jumping up and thought he was having fun and showing off his skills. As a result, Yi Chen jumped several times in the air with a pale face and came directly to the outside. Artai immediately brought Yi Chen to ask if there was any emergency. Palace Master. Before he could finish his words, Yi Chen slapped him and sent him flying aside. This time, Yi Chen struck with all his strength, and Artest was unprepared and was knocked unconscious by the slap. It's no wonder that Yi Chen is like this, blocking people's path, just like killing his parents. Artai was slapped unjustly. The people on the stage had dispersed, the lights were on again, and everyone moved away from the long trace. Lin Ao stared dumbfounded. Ah, brother Lin, do you know? Lin Ao looked at Lin Ao with a pale face. Hee, I know that little, not much. Lin Ao was in a very happy mood at this time. This incident was simply an indelible memory for Yi Chen in his lifetime. Brother Lin, why didn't you tell me in advance? Do you know how dangerous I was just now? Do you know what he was doing? Doing the Thomas spin. Lin Ao took a deep breath. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if Yi Chen broke out at that moment. Ha 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 ha. Lin Ao finally couldn't help holding his belly and laughing. Just thinking about that scene will make you feel suffocated. Yechen Thomas spin humanoid golden shower. Service personnel have rushed to the scene. They are like brave firefighters, brave and fearless, and quickly clear the ground. No one was dancing on it anymore, everyone had returned to the sidelines, and some people had even left Sicily. Artest was helped up by the younger brother who came in. Half of his face was so swollen that he had no idea why Yi Chen suddenly slapped him. The younger brother who just arrived didn't know what was going on. But the guests' comments gradually reached their ears. Their faces looked weird and their expressions became very awkward. At this time Artest's phone rang. It was Yi Chen. His face was extremely pale and he answered the phone tremblingly. Go to me. Bring 2 pairs of pants. Yi Chen's voice was full of gloom, and he suppressed his anger. Artest's face could not help but turn pale. He agreed and quickly hung up the phone by Yi Chen. He immediately walked out and helped Yi Chen buy pants. The people below him stayed away from that area. Although they were cleaned many times by the heroic cleaners, they still had psychological shadows and were sober from drinking. Then he looked towards the toilet intentionally or unintentionally. Brother Lin, let's go. Lin Ao suddenly picked up Lin Ao and ran away. What are you doing? I still want to see how Yi Chen comes out. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Ao looked confused. Could it be that he was afraid that Yi Chen would cause trouble for him? If you want to fight, fight. As long as the old monster doesn't take action, there's nothing to be afraid of. Let's go to the monitoring room. Make a copy of this video and take it away. He will definitely ask the people here to delete the video by then. Lin Ao's voice was full of gloating. Lin Ao's eyes shone brightly. It has to be you. Chapter 136 Sicily Night. Lin Ao and Lin Ao came to the monitoring room thiefly, transferred some money to each security guard in the monitoring room, and successfully copied the video, which was still in 4K high definition. They calmly returned to the hall, where the guests had already left. As soon as Lin Ao entered the hall, he felt a gust of fragrant wind blowing over him. He pulled Lin Ao aside. It turned out to be Xiying, but she hadn't left yet. "Bei, where have you been? I can't find you. That person just now was so disgusting. If I hadn't seen you, I would have left long ago." Xiying hugged Lin Ao's arm tightly, and he kept winking at Lin Ao who was watching the show, asking him to come to the rescue quickly. Lin Ao knowingly walked away, which made Lin Ao want to break away from Xiying and go over to beat her on the ground. "Would you like to go out with me tonight?" Xiying's eyes were as charming as silk, and her intentions were very obvious. Lin Ao had been squatting here before, but Lin Ao hadn't been able to do so. It was rare for him to show up today, so she didn't rush to keep him. It doesn't seem good, does it? Lin Ao was a little embarrassed. It wasn't that Xiying wasn't beautiful, it was just that he had never thought about anything happening with her. And he wanted to come back here to see how Yi Chen came out. It had been almost half an hour since he went to copy the video. He also saw two of Yi Chen's men guarding the door of the toilet. How much did the bartender give in the end? Quantity. What's wrong? Do you think I'm a casual woman? Xiying suddenly became unhappy. She liked Lin Ao, but she was not a casual woman. How could an ordinary man catch her eye? It was also because of this that she could never find a suitable man, so her family forced her to go on a blind date. In anger, she went out to drink alone, and then met Lin Ao. Because of her mood that day, and with Lin Ao's proud appearance, he simply played with it a little bit and asked Lin Ao to chat with him. During the chat, she found that Lin Ao could answer her questions fluently on company operations, business management, business plans, etc., which gave her more and more surprises. She was wondering, could this be a boss in trouble? He became more and more interested in Lin Ao. To this day, I still remember it. It's nothing, I just want to continue watching the fun. Lin Ao pointed in the direction of the toilet. What's so good about someone who pulls his crotch? Do you really have a grudge against him? Xiying glanced at the toilet with some disgust, and then looked at Lin Ao in surprise. Did this little man really have a grudge against that person? I just saw him jumping up and down the floor. He should be a warrior and a younger brother. So this person's identity should not be simple. If I told you that he and I have sworn hatred, would you believe it? Lin Ao smiled and told Xiying the truth as if joking, but Xiying nodded seriously. Do you believe me now? Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. Why are women so trusting now? I may not believe other people, but you, I believe you. Xiying answered Lin Ao very seriously. Thank you. Lin Ao didn't know how to respond, so he could only say thank you softly. Then I'll accompany you to the end of this scene, and then you'll accompany me out. Xiying immediately put on a charming look again and leaned into Lin Ao's arms, her eyes twitching. Ahem, that. Lin Ao still wanted to refuse, but Xiying kissed her. This was the first time she kissed Lin Ao. Before, she kissed her face. Her movements were a little awkward, but she was very passionate. Lin Ao looked at the clumsy Xiying and couldn't just push her away. He slowly began to guide Xiying. It was obviously the first time, so let her be unforgettable. Xiying's body was weak and she collapsed in Lin Ao's arms, breathing heavily. Lin Bei, you are the first man I like, really. She stretched out her palm and gently touched Lin Ao's face. She couldn't even believe it, that she could do such a bold thing in a crowd of people, which was completely opposite to her previous image outside. However, in Sicily, this kind of thing is very common, and not many people pay attention to them. You drank too much tonight. Lin Ao looked at Xiying gently. He did not resist her enthusiasm. It would be a lie for a normal man to say that he was not moved by a beautiful woman. It was just that tonight was not the right time. Maybe, can't you let me get drunk once? Can you let me go wild once? A person's life is short. How many things can make me crazy once? How many things can make me unforgettable? I have to add some color to my short memories of this life, right? Xi Ying's eyes were bright. She looked at Lin Ao. She did not pursue a long life with him. She just wanted to leave this figure in her memory. So accompany me to go crazy once. Anyway, you won't suffer any loss, right? Xi Ying was wearing a long skirt tonight. She spread the skirt and covered Lin Ao's body. Lin Ao widened his eyes. He looked at the people in the hall who were still reveling. He thought, Xi Ying is crazy. Lin Ao obviously felt that Xi Ying's body temperature was rising. Was it the stimulation of alcohol? Her face flushed, and she leaned over Lin Ao's ear and whispered softly. Don't worry, no one will find out. And isn't Xiao Beibei very energetic? I've already caught him. Lin Ao was stunned by her next move, and the strange emotions in his heart were completely mobilized by Xi Ying. The music in Sicily was still so loud. I didn't expect it to feel like this, it hurts a little. Xi Ying frowned slightly. Would you like a drink? Lin Ao held Xi Ying and moved her position, so Xi Ying frowned again, and she rolled her eyes at Lin Ao charmingly. Lin Ao picked up 2 cocktails, and the two clinked their glasses and drank them down. With the dynamic music in Sicily, they danced in their seats. The rhythm of the music was very dynamic. Although it was delayed by Yi Chen's matter just now, the people who stayed were still reveling. Half an hour later, the people in Sicily entered the white-hot stage again under the stimulation of alcohol, and many people gathered on the dance floor again. Lin Bei, do you believe it now? You are the first man I like. Xi Ying hugged Lin Ao's neck, her hair was a little messy. She held Lin Ao down, not letting him move. She couldn't bear it any longer. Then she picked up the tissue on the table and gave Lin Ao a charming look. Lin Ao looked at the tissue and widened his eyes. I believe it. Xi Ying's face flushed. She turned around, picked up the 2 glasses of wine on the table and handed them to Lin Ao. They drank from each other. Wait for me. Xi Ying picked up her coat. She stood up, frowned, then slowly squatted down and covered her back with the coat. Lin Ao, listening to the music, stared at Xi Ying blankly. After a long time, Xi Ying suddenly stood up, filled a glass of wine, and drank it. Now, everyone is satisfied. She smiled like a flower, and the charm of this moment was unmatched. Chapter 137 Return to Bihai Bay. Lin Ao pulled Xi Ying into his arms and looked at this crazy woman tenderly. How's it going? I told you that you won't suffer, right? Although my health was not good for the first time, I didn't expect that I could still have such a move, right? But since it was also my first time, I bumped into it a few times. You weren't hurt, were you? Xi Ying's eyes were full of pride, and I was cunning. I'm fine, but it's hard for you. Lin Ao was greatly shocked. He had no idea that Xi Ying was so crazy. She confessed for the first time twice in her life tonight here in Sicily. Xi Ying lay next to Lin Ao's ear. There are endless possibilities. Are you still interested in continuing to explore development? This was like the devil's whisper, rushing into Lin Ao's mind. The starting point was so high for the first time, how could it be even higher? Xi Ying's words kept lingering in his mind, which cheered him up again. It won't work tonight. I've surrendered and I'm still in pain. Xi Ying pursed her lips and smiled, then patted Lin Ao gently. Lin Ao smiled awkwardly. So Beibei, you don't want this special project to be taken away by others, right? Xi Ying poked at Lin Ao's heart and hit the target with one sentence, causing Lin Ao to stiffen instantly. Then, please remember to accompany me when you have time or tell me your real name. Lin Ao looked at Xi Ying with wide eyes. Is my name so fake? Can any woman guess that I am hiding my identity? Or are these female CEOs all so smart? What are you doing? Some people's temperament cannot be concealed, and I'm not stupid, so easy to deceive. Xi Ying had a playful look on her face. She lifted Lin Ao's chin frivolously with her fingers, looking like a sister who knows everything. Lin Ao was speechless. You female CEOs must be awesome. Lin Ao, from Zhonghai. Now that it has reached this point, Lin Ao doesn't care anymore. This time it was Xi Ying's turn to not be calm. Wait a minute, in Zhonghai, I remember there is a person named Lin Ao of the Lin Group. Lin Ao smiled faintly and nodded. Finally, there was one thing that surprised you. Xi Ying looked shocked. She pressed her smooth forehead against Lin Ao's. Didn't she have a fever? You shouldn't be talking nonsense, right? It's the Lin Ao you were thinking of. How about it? Are you scared? Lin Ao looked at the dumbfounded Xi Ying with a little pride on his face. Her calm, proud and predictable expression had long since disappeared. Then she showed an excited expression, and it was Lin Ao's turn to be calm about what she said next. I originally thought that my sister would never get married in this life, and I would fall in love with you for more than 10 or 20 years, and borrow a seed by the way. Now I'm fine. I didn't expect that you are the young master of Zhonghai's first family, and you were eaten by me. My parents are not old. Do you want to get married? Aren't you on the receiving end of a gun? Shi Ying looked at Lin Ao with a playful expression, which really shocked Lin Ao. Shi Ying looked at Lin Ao, who was suddenly stunned. PFF'd. She couldn't help but laugh. Okay, look how scared you are. I don't even know if you are real or fake. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Zhang Shiying. I am the only daughter of the Pengdong Zhang family and the first family member. Zhang Shiying held Lin Ao's neck with both hands and tilted her head, with a playful look on her face. Lin Ao thought that her identity was not simple, because the warriors around her were all at the peak of their innate strength, but it turned out that she was the first heir of the Pengdong Zhang family. Then let me introduce myself again, Lin Ao, the only son of the Zhonghai Lin family and the heir to the first family of Zhonghai. Please give me your advice. Zhang Shiying pursed her lips and smiled, took 2 glasses of wine and clinked them with Lin Ao and drank. Please give me more advice in the future. You must do your best in this project from now on. Zhang Shiying almost choked Lin Ao with her words. Then Lin Ao looked at the toilet again and found that there were still people standing guard. It's been 2 hours and they still haven't come out. Did he faint in the toilet? Lin Ao, does that person really have a sworn hatred against you? Zhang Shiying followed Lin Ao's gaze. What kind of hatred would make the young master of the Lin family come here to make a fool of himself? Ahem, let's chat with him. Everything I said while chatting with you is basically true, except for concealing my identity before. Lin Ao gently rubbed Zhang Shiying's soft and waxy butt, with a satisfied look on his face. Zhang Shiying's body went limp and she collapsed in Lin Ao's arms. She didn't expect her to be so sensitive. Do you need me to call someone? How about getting rid of him tonight? Zhang Shiying looked at Lin Ao with charming eyes, but her words were serious. Can your Zhang family stop a great master or a great master close to the true martial arts realm? Lin Ao smiled. If he could get rid of Yi Chen tonight, of course he would be happy. The people from Problem Dragon Gate had not arrived yet, and even if the Zhang family had the ability, they would not be able to let the people behind their family come out to help Lin Ao. Sure enough, Zhang Shiying frowned after listening to Lin Ao's story. Our Zhang family has such a worship service, but my parents will definitely not agree to it. Unless you really marry me, they may help, but I can call out the master at my word. Lin Ao looked at Zhang Shiying and already had a high regard for her in her heart. The price she had to pay for being able to call out Grand Master was not easy, but it was useless. She still delivered food after calling her. In addition, Yi Chen has his own halo, and Lin Ao does not dare to act rashly without a complete plan. Thank you first. I'll talk to you if you need anything later. Lin Ao kissed Zhang Shiying gently on the lips. After a while, Zhang Shiying was so angry that he lay next to Lin Ao's ear. I feel better. As soon as Zhang Shiying's long skirt came away, Lin Ao's eyes lit up. They looked at each other and their movements were in perfect harmony. With their first experience, they became more familiar with the road. Yi Chen in the toilet couldn't live without the toilet. He was about to prolapse his anus. He tried hard to recall everything he had eaten today, and finally focused on the few glasses of wine tonight. His eyes were full of coldness, and he took out his cell phone with difficulty and sent a text message to our test. Find tonight's bartender. He is about 40 years old and has blonde hair. He has a beard. Help me tie him up. I want him to experience what it feels like to offend the Lord of Hell's palace. Then he sat on the toilet and played a symphony. His face was pale and haggard. He was too embarrassed to come to Sicily again. All the employees saw his embarrassing appearance tonight. By the way, there is also surveillance here. Thinking of this, he stopped sending messages and directly picked up the phone and called our test. The call was quickly answered. Go to the surveillance room in Sicily and help me delete tonight's video. Now. Immediately. Our test, who was on the other side of the phone, immediately thought of something and immediately changed his route and walked to the monitoring room in Sicily. The battle ended again. Lin Ao looked at the toilet again. It was almost closing time in Sicily. He had already eaten for 2 rounds, but Yi Chen hadn't come out yet. Forget it, let's go, that person will probably have to stay up all night. Zhang Xiying was overjoyed when she heard Lin Ao's words. Unexpectedly, Lin Ao went out with her. She endured the pain and pulled Lin Ao outside with brisk steps. I called my driver and told him, "Go back to Bihai Bay." Lin Ao's eyes widened. Chapter 138 Spreading from Sicily. Yi Chen finally walked out of Sicily at 5 a.m. with the help of 2 people. No one who was still in Sicily or the waiters dared to get close. Those people all saw that Yi Chen's identity was not ordinary. Yi Chen collapsed weakly in the back seat. That bartender taken down. His voice was very weak, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. That palace master, that person is missing. Yi Chen turned his head weakly and looked at Artest aside with an expressionless expression. Artai shuddered all over. He felt the killing intent coming from Yi Chen. Coldness, anger, resentment, and many emotions were intertwined together. I have inquired, he is a local. I have asked my brother to check his address, we will find it out soon. Artai hurriedly added, but unfortunately they didn't know that Lin Ao had already arranged all the escape routes for the bartender. It is estimated that their whole family is about to arrive in Zhanghai now, and the bartender is also the main one to listen to advice. Where's the video? Yi Chen asked again. What he was actually most concerned about right now was the video. If Joanna saw it, he would never have to appear in front of her in his life. Don't worry, this has been taken care of and everything has been destroyed. It will never leak out. Those brothers will be tight-lipped tonight. Nothing about tonight will leak out. This Artest can guarantee that it is absolutely impossible to leak out, and those under his command have also been warned by him. Yi Chen nodded, only this could not make any mistakes. Let's go back and find a private doctor by the way. He is very weak now. Both physically and mentally, they were severely injured. By the way, I need information about the 2 men tonight. You can arrange it. Yi Chen turned his head and began to close his eyes to rest. Especially Lin Ao, that idiot, actually dragged him back to the center of the dance floor in that state, and Lin Ao, who had just treated him like that, if it weren't for his shaking. Yi Chen thought of this and clenched his fists tightly with both hands. He would not let these 2 people go. In the Sicily dormitory, Lin Ao was alone in the room again, but he was not bored tonight. He was in some groups, and some of his group members were also viewers tonight. Someone actually captured the moment Yi Chen wet his pants from different angles. On a whim, he downloaded the cut and print on his mobile phone. With eyes full of excitement, he edited the video he had copied tonight, plus the video provided by his group friends. Lin Ao also added a lot of special effects. Especially the moment when Yi Chen jumped in the air and wet his pants, he made it into a ghost video, paired with some strong rhythmic music, tisk tisk tisk. I'm really a little genius. If I buy another tens of W+, it will increase the number of views and push of the video. It's hard to think about whether it will become popular. I can still become an internet celebrity after I step down. My brother Tian is so kind. Lin Ao looked at the edited video on his phone with satisfaction. With the devil's finger, he clicked send and received an additional 300,000 yuan recharge. With Lin Ao's operation, starting from Sicily, this video began to spread like a virus, so much so that people in Pengdong and even the whole country received this evil video. As Lin Ao sent, Lin Ao, who was in Zhang Xiying's car, suddenly felt palpitations and a strong throbbing pain. His face became extremely pale, and his vision went dark. I fainted from the pain all of a sudden. Zhang Xiying on the side was startled. She called out to Lin Ao, but Lin Ao didn't respond. She hurriedly asked the driver to drive to the nearest hospital. Lin Ao was sweating profusely and sat up all of a sudden. He came to a white space. A glowing figure crouched nearby, watching him. Lin Ao looked at the figure in front of him in confusion. Before he could speak, the figure pointed lightly, and a ray of light penetrated Lin Ao's mind. What's going on? Destiny. Lin Ao covered his head, and some disappeared memories came back to his mind. The figure in front of me is the long-lost Destiny. Isn't he a big fat ball anymore? Congratulations, Lin Ao. Lin Ao looked at Tianming inexplicably. What are you congratulating me for? I was fine in the car just now, and you pulled me in. It wasn't me, I was watching. It was your good brother who helped you. What do you mean? What does this have to do with Lin Ao? Haha, your good brother's operation caused Yi Chen's energy to plummet. Look at me. Tianming made a circle in front of Lin Ao. This operation was a bit familiar. Lin Ao glanced at Tianming. You have a good figure, but I don't know whether you are a boy or a girl. Destiny transformed into a golden slap and slapped Lin Ao on the head. Should I let you see this? I mean, my energy has skyrocketed because of your good brother's operation. Lin Ao covered his head and looked at Tianming speechlessly. You spin around by yourself. What should I see if I don't look at your figure? Then why did you bring me in? Just to tell me this. Tianming showed a burst of emotional energy. Although Lin Ao couldn't see its face clearly, he could clearly feel a sense of schadenfreude. The event has been greatly accelerated, you must be mentally prepared. Lin Ao thought about what Tianming said. Did the incident accelerate? Refers to Yi Chen. Is it Yi Chen? I shouldn't have provoked him completely, right? I said, you are attracting them all the time, and you will accelerate the development of things because of certain things around you, just like this time, but it is a good thing or a bad thing, it depends on how you deal with it in the end. Is it accelerated because I, Lin Ao, did something I don't know about? You will know when you wake up tomorrow, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Lin Ao was confused by Tianming Xiao. It actually squatted on the ground holding its stomach and laughing like an anthropomorphic creature. How do you say it's a good thing and a bad thing? What should I do? Tianming smiled for a while and looked at Lin Ao. The good thing is what I just said, Yi Chen's destiny energy has plummeted, and the bad thing is that destiny's self-defense has once again increased to a higher level. This time your mortality rate will be greatly improved. Destiny stood up. How about it? Afraid? Lin Ao laughed when he heard Tianming's question. Afraid? Maybe, but I'm more angry now. Lin Ao also stood up and looked at Tianming. I'm always ready, and this time I'll die if I don't watch. Lin Ao clenched his fists, but he was smiling. Sooner or later, this bullshit fate would have to be punched by him, and he would have to be punched to death, just like Xiao Fan's time. If you succeed this time, I will give you a reward. What reward? Now that your energy has skyrocketed, is there nothing else you can do to help me? Lin Ao looked at Tianming and asked for benefits. If I use my power this time, can you face your true destiny? I'm talking about real destiny. Destiny, to be honest, it's really embarrassing for Destiny to reach this point like you. Lin Ao's eyes showed disdain. Destiny reveals an emotional energy. Lin Ao's eyes widened. Hey, let me tell you the truth, and you are like this, aren't you saying that God is impartial? You are as small as a girl, but you are even more cheap like this. A huge golden palm ignored what Lin Ao said and slapped him. Let's go. Chapter 139. The pretty boy sheds gold in tears in the air, and spends millions in the bar. Lin Ao felt like he had slept for a long time and his head was buzzing. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a pure white ceiling. He was lying on a luxurious hospital bed. He turned his head and looked to one side. Was it Jiyu Wanqing, Joanna and Luo Yanran? Then he looked to the right. Are they Xia Qiange, Qin Yun, and Zhang Xiying? On the sofa opposite the bed, Lun Yan was lying. What happened? He recalled what happened last night and remembered that Zhang Xiying was taking him back to Bihai Bay, but he fainted on the way. Then when I woke up, I saw them all gathered here. Lin Ao quickly closed his eyes. No matter what, now was not the time to wake up. About half an hour passed. Jiyu Wanqing woke up faintly. She looked at Lin Ao, who was still in a coma with worry. Last night, she received a call from Li Wanyu and the other girls rushed to Pengdong Hospital. Of course, she also saw Zhang Xiying, but she didn't ask anything. I only care about Lin Ao's health. Zhang Xiying knew that Lin Ao was the son of the Lin family. She became anxious and had to contact Li Wanyu, who was in Zhanghai, and then Li Wanyu notified Jiyu Wanqing. She didn't expect that there were so many women here at once, and every one of them looked so stunning. Although she knew that Lin Ao probably had a woman, she didn't expect so many to come at once. However, they all seemed to have a tacit understanding, and no one mentioned this matter. They all stayed vigil on Lin Ao's hospital bed all night. Sister Wanqing, you don't have to worry too much. Didn't the doctor say that there is nothing wrong with Uncle Lin Ao's health? Lun Yan rubbed her eyes and walked to Jiyu Wanqing's side, pulling Wanqing's shanwei. Jiyu Wanqing held Lun Yan in her arms. Well, I understand. She held Lun Yan in her arms and still looked at Lin Ao with a worried look. Then everyone else woke up. Isn't he awake yet? Joanna held her cheek and looked at Lin Ao, who was lying quietly on the bed. Mom! Lun Yan shouted and threw himself into Joanna's arms. Zhang Xiying's eyelids twitched. The eldest young master of the Lin family even has a daughter. You all go and take a rest. I'll watch here first. Qin Yun and the others looked worried. They looked at Lin Ao, who was quiet. Why did this happen in just one night? Then I'll go back first. If you have any news, please tell me, Miss Gu. Zhang Xiying stood up. She had something to do at her company and had to leave. She said hello to Gu Wanqing and left. Sister Wanqing, what is her relationship with Lin Ao? Sha Qianzhi asked Gu Wanqing curiously. She is a customer in my shop. I checked and found out that she is the daughter of the Zhang family and the eldest lady of the first family of Pengdong. Joanna took Sha Qingge's question. She had already checked this woman's details when Lin Ao was chatting with her. As for their current relationship, Joanna finally let out a sneer. Lin Ao shuddered on the bed and his eyelashes trembled involuntarily. This small action was seen by Gu Wanqing. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She was pretending to be here for me. Okay, you guys go and take a break. We'll take over the shift when you come back later. Gu Wanqing smiled and asked them to wash up first and then eat. Joanna hugged Lu Nian and nodded. If they didn't eat the children, they would eat them. The other women nodded and followed Joanna out. I'll bring you some food, Sister Wanqing. Luo Yanran was the last to leave and closed the door to the ward. Everyone is gone, stop pretending. Gu Wanqing slapped Lin Ao and rolled her eyes at him charmingly. Ahem, you know everything. Lin Ao immediately opened his eyes and scratched his head in embarrassment. Lin Ao, you're worried about me to death. Gu Wanqing suddenly threw herself on Lin Ao, her eyes slightly red. What happened? Why did you faint suddenly? Lin Ao hugged Gu Wanqing and gently stroked Gu Wanqing's head. Listening to Gu Wanqing's words, his head suddenly hurt. A strong sense of crisis emerged in my heart, and some inexplicable memories appeared in my mind. Wanqing, something is going to happen. Gu Wanqing raised her head and looked at Lin Ao in confusion. What did you say? Lin Ao sat up immediately. He looked at Gu Wanqing seriously. The memory in his mind made him feel a strong sense of crisis, constantly telling him that something big was going to happen to Pengdong. I don't know, I have a feeling something big is going to happen to Pengdong. This matter has something to do with Yi Chen. Gu Wanqing looked at Lin Ao in shock, her expression becoming more and more serious. She completely believed Lin Ao's words. By the way, I want to call Long Aotian. Wanqing, my phone is here, give it to me. Suddenly Lin Ao became anxious, and a voice in his heart told him to go find Long Aotian quickly. Gu Wanqing immediately took out Lin Ao's phone from her bag and handed it to him. Lin Ao immediately dialed Long Aotian's phone number after taking it, and the phone kept ringing. Damn it, why don't you answer the phone? Lin Ao hung up the phone and called again. It was not until the fifth time that the call was finally connected. Who so early in the morning? Long Aotian's confused voice came from the phone. You bastard, wake up, tell me what you did after I left last night. Lin Ao's roar suddenly woke up Long Aotian. He suddenly remembered the big thing he did last night and immediately sat up. It turns out to be Brother Lin. Brother Lin. Brother Lin. Let me tell you, I really did something extraordinary last night, ha 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 ha. Lin Ao listened to Long Aotian's excited voice. Was the voice in his heart true? Brother Lin, please turn on some music later and take a look. I edited Yi Chen's video all night. It can be said that I worked hard and used up all my life's learning. Long Aotian turned on the loudspeaker and turned on a certain sound. When he saw it, he was shocked. It actually had more than 800 likes. Retweeted more than 600 W. The comments are also overwhelming. It is still fermenting, with thousands of likes per minute. Vocal. Brother Lin, please go check out a certain music. It is the most searched locally and third in the country. Ha 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 ha. My account is full of fans, ha 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 ha. Long Aotian looked up to the sky and roared. I've never been so excited. Lin Ao hung up the phone, his fingers trembling a little. What? He said he cut Yi Chen's video. Could it be that last night? He clicked on a certain video. The first video turned out to be Yi Chen's video. The title is, The Pretty Boy Sheds Gold in Tears in the Air, and Spends Millions in the Bar. The festive music, high-definition pictures, captures from all angles, and that devilish squirting moment. Lin Ao's hands were trembling. He finally knew where the sense of crisis came from. Finally, I know why I have heart palpitations. Gu Wanqing's pupils on the side were trembling. She covered her mouth with a look of disbelief on her face. What on earth happened in Sicily last night? Is Anna's bar playing so wild? Lin Ao's pupils also shook. Good boy, it turns out to be you. But the editing is really good, the perfect soundtrack, and the touching images make people can't help but watch it over and over again. I wonder if Yi Chen is awake, ha 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 ha. Lin Ao was in a very happy mood. Now the whole world would probably know Yi Chen, the master of the palace. At this time, there was a loud bang, from the hospital door. Joanna opened the door to the ward, her face a little flustered and shocked. She was holding her mobile phone in her hand, and Yi Chen's video was obviously playing on the screen. Something bad is going to happen. Lin Ao, what did you do in Sicily last night? Chapter 140. Together we vow to kill Yi Chen. Lin Ao was not much calmer than them at the moment. As soon as Joanna came downstairs, the assistant called and said that Sicily was on fire. It's still very popular. Internet celebrities have already come to check in outside the bar. It is estimated that it will be even more serious in the evening, and things will continue to ferment. After a while, the other women hurriedly ran up and found that Lin Ao had woken up. When they saw Joanna running so fast, they thought Lin Ao was going to die, and it was a false alarm. Ahem, are you all here? Lin Ao smiled awkwardly at them. Ji Wanqing rolled her eyes at Lin Ao angrily. Come in and sit down, I'll order takeout. All the girls smiled. It would be nice to see Lin Ao wake up. How is your health now? Joanna suppressed her curiosity. Although the emergency in Sicily was urgent, Lin Ao's body was more important. It's nothing. I feel fine now. Don't worry. I know my body very well. I fainted before because of my technique. Lin Ao lied. He knew that his fainting was related to the memory in his mind. By the way, Anna, why are you running so fast all of a sudden? Luo Yanran looked at Joanna sitting by the bed. Joanna came to her senses, took out her phone and shared a video to the group. Open it and take a look for yourselves. I was about to ask Lin Ao what happened last night. Now Sicily is surrounded by water. The girls took out their mobile phones, each with wonderful expressions. PFF ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Sha Qiange was already holding her stomach and laughing non-stop, and then Lun Yan, they were already laughing with their chests touching their backs. The other women couldn't help but laugh as well. This certain audio account belongs to Long Aocean. Ha 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 ha. Lun Yan was laughing so hard that she was out of breath. She was paying attention to a certain song by Long Aocean. When she opened it, she saw that it was him. The editing was very interesting. Joanna looked at Lun Yan and smiled. Lin Ao, can you tell me what happened last night? Now Sicily is famous all over the country. A station in the Hall of the King of Hell. Because of the owner of the hall, it has become a popular check-in holy place across the country. The scene is so eye-catching. It's all thanks to that cute bartender. Lin Ao arrogantly recounted what happened last night, which made them stunned for a moment, and they simply didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are these two people too damaged? Yi Chen still has the nerve to appear in Sicily now. It is estimated that Peng Dong can't stay any longer. I really want to know Yi Chen's reaction when he sees this video. Lin Ao looked expectant and gloating. Ji Wanqing and the others all pursed their lips and smiled. Yi Chen also became famous as Peng Dong and went to the whole country. This is the first time that the master of the Palace of Hell has been trending because of incontinence. Yi Chen will probably go crazy, really crazy. Long Aocean and you will probably be on his must-kill list. Joanna looked at Lin Ao with a hint of worry in her eyes. Now Peng Dongyan Wangdian was still taking orders from Yi Chen, and there was no time for her to digest it. It's okay. At worst, you can go back to Zhonghai with me. He won't even be able to get in if you return to Zhonghai. Relax. Lin Ao thought that Long Baishan had already agreed. It is estimated that their manpower will come to Peng Dong today and contact Long Aocean. Those small fish and shrimps, Lin Ao is really not afraid of him. As long as he stops behind Yi Chen the old monster, he is sure to kill him. In addition, Ji Wanqing is also at the Grandmaster level, and he practices Yin Shen Ju, which complements his skills, so he is more sure, but he doesn't want Ji Wanqing to take risks with him. Wherever you are, I will go. Joanna looked at Lin Ao affectionately. In addition to staying in Pengdong because of the arrangements of the Palace of Hell, she wanted to get her mother's ashes back and kill Chen Hao for revenge. Now that they have been accomplished, she is basically helpless. Concerned, now there are more worries about Lin Ao and Lun Yan. So wherever Lin Ao and the others are, that is Joanna's home. Ahem. Ji Wanqing coughed, bringing Joanna back to her senses. Her ears were a little red, and she seemed to have said some embarrassing words unknowingly. We'll wait for you to talk about this in detail tonight. Now what is Lin Ao's true plan? Ji Wanqing teased Joanna and turned to look at Lin Ao. Lin Ao looked at Ji Wanqing with a smile. She still wanted to know Lin Ao better. Aoshan's father, the old sect leader of Longmen, has reached an agreement with me. It is expected that the old sect leader's people will arrive in the next 2 days. They are responsible for helping me contain the old monster behind Yi Chen, as well as those little shrimps and millet. I want to take him down in Peng Dong this time to avoid future troubles. All the previous plans were overturned. I originally wanted to use Peng Dong to start dividing the Palace of Hell, and use Anna as the fulcrum to leverage the entire Palace of Hell, but now I don't think it's necessary. Lin Ao gave Joanna an apologetic look at the right time, thinking that his original plan was to take advantage of her from the beginning. Since this is the relationship now, there is no need for him to hide it. Joanna curled her lips and nodded gently. You can compensate me later. Lin Ao continued. Longmen has already participated, so most of the pressure will come to Longmen, and the Palace of Hell may not be able to compete with Longmen. As long as the benefits are large enough, Longmen will invest more money. And I only want Yi Chen's life. My interests do not conflict with Longmen's. They want the base first and want to expand their power. I can give most of it to them, but I must kill Yi Chen with my own hands. Lin Ao's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he was bound to win this round. Isn't the worst plan just to go back to Zhonghai and live in poverty? He must work hard to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So I want you to return to Zhonghai, where it is the safest place. Lin Ao looked at the girls tenderly. If there was a conflict here, he would have no time to take care of them. Who knew that this decision was rejected by everyone? Who do you think we are? Ji Wanqing was the first to speak. Now that I have the strength of a Grand Master, I can help you. HMPH Lin Ao, you haven't seen me for so long, why are you driving me away? I don't want, and I'm here, and my family won't let anything happen to me. I'll let my family help you. Sha Qianj bulged her mouth and looked angry. She once said that she wanted Lin Ao to live well. I will only stay where you are. Me too. Qin Yun and Luo Yanran had firm eyes and firmly disagreed to go back to Zhonghai. Nian Nian and I vowed to kill Yi Chen. There is no way we can go back. Lu Mengan hugged Lu Nian, his eyes also exuding murderous intent. Not to mention Joanna, she also has a grudge against the Palace of Hell. Is it so lively? Is it convenient for me to participate? A familiar voice sounded, and everyone looked at the door and found that it was Zhang Xiying who had left. Chapter 141. Having an old man in the family is like having a treasure. Lin Ao opened his mouth wide. Hadn't he already left? Why did you come back again? Do you all like this? Maybe I can help. Zhang Xiying looked at Lin Ao with charming eyes and walked in, ignoring the looks of the girls. Lin Ao immediately attracted everyone's attention, and his body seemed to have been penetrated by them. He swallowed, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had just pretended to sleep for so long and still couldn't escape. There are so many people here, and Lin Ao has also woken up, so let me introduce myself again. Zhang Xiying looked at everyone with a smile. I am the daughter and sole heir of the first family of Pengdong, Zhang Xiying. In Pengdong, our Zhang family has the final say on some things. Zhang Xiying introduced herself calmly and generously, also to show her identity and value, so that she could have the opportunity to participate in the topic of this ward. Ji Wanqing smiled and shook hands with her. Zhonghai Ji family, I am Ji Wanqing, this is Lu Mengan, the head of the Lu family, niece Lu Nian, Qin Yun, the only daughter of the Qin family, Sha Qianj, the second daughter of the Sha family in Kyoto, Secretary Luo of the Lin group, and Joanna, the boss of Sicily. Ji Wanqing introduced everyone to Zhang Xiying. They are all my sisters. Ji Wanqing looked at Zhang Xiying with a smile. Lin Ao was extremely embarrassed, and the invisible smell of gunpowder filled the room. Ji Wanqing also made her attitude clear. Everyone here is Lin Ao's woman. Are you sure you want to wade into this muddy water? Zhang Xiying's eyes flickered, and her guess was correct. The women here were all Lin Ao's confidant. That little girl guessed wrong. She was not Lin Ao's child. Since she walked in here, she had to go in. After so many years of hard work falling in love with a man, how can it be so easy to let him go? Moreover, so many beauties of the same level fall in love with one man at the same time, isn't that enough to prove that this man is excellent? Anyway, she doesn't want to get married, so it's not impossible to have a child with Lin Ao and inherit the Zhang family. Unknowingly, Zhang Xiying had already thought of the name of her child with Lin Ao. There was a silly smile on his mouth, which made everyone a little confused. Ahem, Miss Zhang. Yu Wanqing interrupted Zhang Xiying's YY, thinking that she couldn't accept it for a while and was persuaded to leave. Zhang Xiying came to her senses and wiped her saliva. Lin Ao and I want to have a child in the future, and we want Lin Duduo. Ah. This was not said by one person, but by everyone present except Zhang Xiying at the same time. Ahem, I'm sorry, I just got off topic. Zhang Xiying's face turned a little red, and she accidentally said what was in her heart. You are not going off topic here, you are going to heaven. They haven't thought about having a child with Lin Ao yet. You have already decided on a name. How many parking spaces do you want to pass? All the girls stared at Lin Ao on the hospital bed, thoughtfully. Sister Wanqing, please give me more advice in the future. Zhang Xiying smiled sweetly. She knew that as long as Yu Wanqing nodded, the others would probably be fine. Yu Wanqing was stunned by her, and she had not yet gotten over the influence of her child's name. Ahem, please give me some advice. Zhang Xiying's meaning was obvious. She had already thought of the child's name, and she had to get involved in this muddy water. Can you tell me specifically? I can really help. Zhang Xiying originally went back, but it was because of the Douyin video that she turned back. It was amazing, because she remembered that Joanna was also there, and she happened to go back to join in the fun. After all, she was also a live audience. Then I listened at the door for a little while, just a little while, not much. Okay. Then don't want your grandson-in-law. Then don't blame me for finding a woman to be your grandson-in-law. It's rare for me to fall in love with a man. It's you who cut off this relationship with me. Lao Deng. Snort. Zhang Xiying changed her previous attitude and became very tough. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Xiying looked at them sheepishly and showed an awkward but polite smile. The old man hung up the phone. I don't know if there will be a follow-up. Everyone quickly looked at Lin Ao again. Yu Wanqing nodded. Since she said she wanted to help, let's help. After all, Lin Ao had sold his body, so he would definitely get something in return for his efforts. However, she couldn't let Zhang Xiying get ahead of her when it came to the child. She thought in her heart he swore secretly. Zhang Xiying's realistic tone made everyone in the room feel that what she said was true. I'm so angry. I'll let them pass now. Don't be afraid. I'll call that guy Yan Dong. I'm so angry. Lin Ao looked at Zhang Xiying dumbfounded. Why didn't he know you were so tough before? No, this woman is already crazy. Otherwise, how could any woman be so crazy for the first time? The voice on the phone was majestic and rejected Zhang Xiying directly. She took out her phone. It's because this granddaughter has never been willing to get married or go on a blind date. It has almost become a problem for him. Now that she is better, she said she wants to bring back a grandson-in-law. This relationship is great. The old man was very angry. This was equivalent to bullying the Zhang family. Zhang Xiying gestured to them. The old man on the phone sounded very excited. He just wanted to see his great-grandson. When he gets old, he only misses him so much. Your grandson-in-law was targeted by people from the Palace of Hell just because he went out to play with me. The so-called master of the palace wanted to bully me. Woo woo woo. Your grandson-in-law helped me fight them off. Now they are threatening to kill him. Woo woo woo. Woo 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 woo. Zhang Xiying's eyes flashed brightly. Palace of Hell. She had heard about it before, and she also knew about Longmen. Her father seemed to have had a relationship with the previous master of Longmen. Zhang Xiying's voice was sweet and she acted coquettishly to the person on the phone. They call him a good guy in his heart, a really good guy. Zhang Xiying winked at everyone mischievously. I didn't kidnap him, he was already eaten by me. They didn't see the prompt entry from Zhang Xiying. They should be the same people as Joanna who couldn't see Lin Ao's panel. I'm in the hospital, Grandpa, he was in a coma last night and he just woke up now. I'm so scared. The takeaway happened to be here too, and while they were eating, they picked out some things they could talk about and told Zhang Xiying. Grandpa, I need to use the offerings, is that okay? Ah, already yours. Then why do you want to worship me? The old man on the phone was half shocked and half surprised. Was there hope for his great-grandson? Ah, grandson-in-law. No, no, no. Don't be impatient, my good granddaughter. Do you want me to help you tie him up? Tell Grandpa the time, place and person, and send me a photo, and I will ask them all to dispatch. Okay, I probably know. Bah, 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 he is already mine. She knew that his parents would definitely disapprove, no matter how much trouble she made, but she still had her grandfather. Gu Wanqing couldn't help but applaud, and others also applauded one after another, not for anything else but to affirm Zhang Xiying's performance just now. What do you want to do? Smelly girl, what do you need the worshippers for? Impossible. What? Do you think that our Peng Dongzhong family does not exist? I will immediately ask the worshippers to find you and kill them one by one. I am so angry. Where are you? Chapter 142 9th Grade Wrath. Yan Dong was at Zhonghai Lin's house at this time. He was staring at Lin Dong in the garden. Lin Go, you gave birth to a good son. Thanks to Yumei's genes, your Lin family was saved. Hee hee. Yan Dong crossed his legs and looked at Lin Dong with disdain. Bah, how bad can my offspring be? Even if I and his other people. Before Lin Dong finished speaking, a figure appeared behind Lin Dong. Lin Dong's pupils shrank slightly. Damn, he said the wrong thing. Yan Dong is a dog and is not a human. Bang, two legs stood up on the ground. Yan Dong gently picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. It was really comfortable. Lin Go still couldn't change his bad mouth. Yan Dong, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Li Wanyu smiled gently, she sat down and poured herself a cup of tea. Sister Yu, I liked your gentleness back then. You are still as charming as ever, and I feel itchy on the back of my head. I really want you to slap me again. Yan Dong's face was full of nostalgia and reminiscence. Bah, shameless Yan, get out of my way. This slap is exclusive to me now. The one just now was comfortable. Very comfortable. Humph. Lin Dong stood up and spit out the grass and mud in his mouth, looking at Yan Dong with a mean look. Have you had enough of the trouble? Li Wanyu looked at the two of them gently, and they immediately sat down on the chairs in a proper manner. Yan Dong, I haven't seen you for so long, and you are still the same. Li Wanyu smiled. She hadn't seen Yan Dong for more than 20 years, but she still felt so familiar with him, and she was still the same with Lin Dong. As for me, I'm afraid that I won't know how to get along with you old acquaintances after I become different. Yan Dong took a sip of tea and smiled. How many people in this world can sit down and chat with me like you do? He sighed and looked at Lin Dong and Li Wanyu. You are such a jerk. You had to mess with that old man. You know you can't mess with the elderly, children and pregnant women when you are out. You deserve to be trapped until now. Although Lin Dong was scolding Yan Dong, his tone was more helpless. Li Wanyu also sighed. Their generation was full of disasters. Do you think I want to? Who knew he was so fierce? He kidnapped me without saying a word. Otherwise, you will have a share of Yumei. Yan Dong's emotions came up all of a sudden, and his tone was a little excited. I was only 18 years old back then. I don't know where that old monster came from. He called himself Saitagarbha Bodhisattva, and kidnapped me. He said he wanted me to be his successor and asked me to create the Yama Palace. Then one day he brought a child back to me as my adopted son and asked me to train him to be the next palace master. I had to be his protector and I could only leave the Yama Palace after I turned 25. Yan Dong spoke with tears in his eyes. I'm finally free now. I don't care. I'm relying on you, Lin Go. I'm going to live here. Lin Dong's mouth twitched. This is your purpose, right? Shameless Yan. Yan Dong, is that old man still here? Li Wanyu couldn't help but worry. She knew that Lin Ao went out this time to cause trouble for Yi Chen and to kill him. I don't know. Anyway, I haven't seen him for so many years. After I raised Yi Chen, I immediately gave up the position of the hall master. I left immediately after he turned 25. Yan Dong's eyes were a little afraid, because the old man who called himself Saitagarbha Bodhisattva was very powerful and must be in the Zhenwu realm. Yan Dong, Yi Chen and my Lin Ao. Li Wanyu was about to speak, but Yan Dong waved his hand at her. You may, let's not interfere. Didn't we say it last time? Let the younger generation fight on their own. If your son has the strength to kill Yi Chen, I won't even die. If we take action, things will happen. It's not that simple, and the old guy might take action. Yan Dong's words made Lin Dong and Li Wanyu's hearts tremble. Also, the old guy next to Yi Chen arranged for a person at the peak of the Grand Master to protect him. I can't control this. Lin Dong and Li Wanyu's expressions changed drastically. Vocal. What the hell are you saying to let the juniors fight? There's someone at the peak of the Grand Master, so what's the point of fighting among the juniors? For a moment you will realize where you are in the world. Their eyes were firm and they nodded in unison. However, Lin Ao was never afraid. Looking at Ji Wanqing and the others, even if he died this time, he would die without regrets. Lin Dong became angry all of a sudden. Didn't Yan Dong completely lie to him? So what is he here for now? Is it to hold them back from looking for Lin Ao? Li Wanyu's eyes flashed with danger, and she was suffocating in her heart. She had been told by Lin Ao and Lu Nian before that if she intervened, the direction would become foggy again, which might hasten Lin Ao's death. Yan Dong is even more jealous of Lin Dong. If you marry such a woman, your mother's ancestral graves will be filled with smoke. How many women in the world have reached the 9th level of Grand Master? Lin Dong and Li Wanyu fell silent and nodded silently. In the hospital, Zhang Xiying welcomed their applause and put away the phone. Li Wanyu stood up gracefully and looked at Yan Dong with a warm look on her face. Li Wanyu was furious for 9 levels. She lowered her eyes and gritted her teeth tightly. Zhang Xiying hit a straight ball, and she stopped twisting and turning. Welcome, Xiying. Sai, sometimes the higher the strength, the more things you see. Are you still at the 1st level of the Grand Master while you are enjoying your time in Zhonghai? Ji Wanqing looked at the girls with a smile. Next, Pengdong will become the main battlefield, and everything is unknown. Yan Dong and Lin Dong both looked at Li Wanyu in shock. Damn forest dog. Yan Dong shuddered. Yan Dong's eyes were filled with regret. His current strength should be half-step Junwu, and he spied something different. When you reach the 9th level and are about to break through to true martial arts, you will know that this world is not as simple as you think. Next, we will also use our power. Ji Wanqing generously gave her a hug. She winked at Lin Ao playfully. So Sister Wanqing, can I join you? He glanced at Lin Dong, who was whistling with his hands folded. I would like to give you a piece of advice. Don't interfere too much and just let nature take its course. Anyway, if something happens to my son, I don't care what the consequences are. Yan Dong's words reminded Li Wanyu of the rebirth Lu Nian mentioned to her, and the settings of different world lines. The anger in her heart grew stronger and stronger, and the aura around her body surged in an instant, causing the objects around her to stagger around. Done. Yan Dong. Let's discuss it. Yan Dong couldn't help but sigh. As expected, being a mother is strong. Chapter 143 The Collapse of Yi Chen and the Order of the King of Hell. At noon, Yi Chen finally woke up. The last night's diarrhea almost caused him to prolapse his anus. After taking some medicine, he finally got better. Thinking of this, his eyes were full of haze. He could not have imagined that something like this would happen to him in his life. Those 3 men last night must die. Yi Chen shook his head, got up and washed up, put his cell phone aside and turned on some music, brushing his teeth as usual. Suddenly, a video caught his attention, and the figure on it seemed a bit familiar. It played dynamic music and had many funny special effects on the screen. He picked it up and took a look. Click, a sound. The electric toothbrush in his mouth was chewed to pieces by him. The stick in his hand continued to vibrate. His face turned the color of pig liver, there was smoke above his head, and he felt like he was about to faint. He looked at the caption, his enlarged face, and the ghostly incontinence scene. He felt that he was dreaming. It must be a dream. What happened last night caused him to have such a dream. He took the phone back to bed and covered himself with the quilt. That music kept playing on his phone. Yi Chen picked up his phone and looked at the number of likes and retweets. 12 million likes, more than 8 million retweets, and even more exaggerated comments. His emoticons have already appeared, and many internet celebrities have already created them. There was another click. The mobile phone in his hand was crushed by him. He threw it to the ground hard. I fuck you. With a roar, the whole villa trembled. Then came a series of very affectionate greetings, 3D surround sound effects, playing in the villa. Artest was sitting in the lobby of the villa with a pale face. This time he had the urge to commit suicide. The same is true for the younger brothers around him. What's even worse is that he even changed into 2 pairs of pants. At this time, Arte wanted Yi Chen to never wake up for the rest of his life. Thunderous footsteps sounded from the 2nd floor, and Yi Chen's figure appeared on the fence on the 2nd floor. Artest. A roar frightened Artest to the point where his legs went weak. The younger brothers all bowed their heads, not daring to look at Yi Chen at this time. His eyes were bloodshot. Palace master, I really deleted them all last night. Really? Artest knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. He really deleted the surveillance video last night. Why does it flow out? Palace master, someone must have set things up last night. They framed you. Atai was in a hurry and went to the doctor to talk nonsense, but he also told some of the key points. Yi Chen jumped from the second floor. He came to Artest and kicked Artest on the left side of his face. Artest was kicked directly to the sofa. Now his left and right faces are symmetrical. The slap Yi Chen slapped last night has not gone away. Now added new injuries. The other boys trembled all over, and they were all trembling. They all saw this video and immediately told Artest. Everyone gathered around to play the same video. The more they watched, the more frightened they became, and the more they watched, the paler their faces became. No matter how much they discussed, there was no good way to deal with it. The video has spread all over the country. Now more than one platform is broadcasting this video. Xiaohongshu, Weibo, Toutiao, Xiaopoxian, Banana War, etc. are all spreading. How to contain this? At what cost do you have to stop these websites or software from forwarding? There is no solution. Check it for me. Who is this person who posted the video? Also, give me an order from the King of Hell. Let them all come to Pengdong to gather. I want them to know the consequences of angering me, Yi Chen. Yi Chen was furious and activated the highest battle order of the Palace of Hell. He wants Pengdong to be dyed blood red. In the Lin family manor, Yandong was enjoying a meal with Lin Dong and others leisurely when he received a call. His face darkened. He had a premonition that something would happen today, because in the morning he received a call from the old man of the Zhang family, Pengdong, who scolded him, saying that if the Palace of Hell dared to touch his grandson-in-law, don't blame him for being rude. Yandong was immediately confused. Now he received a call saying that Yi Chen had used the King of Hell's order to move all hands to Yandong. And Lin Go's son is in Pengdong, so he probably has something to do with him. Hey Lin Go. Yandong looked at Lin Dong. What? Lin Dong was holding dishes for Li Wanyu when he glanced at the mangy dog and answered angrily. Yi Chen activated the King of Hell's order. I wonder if it has anything to do with Lin Ao. Yandong finished speaking leisurely and continued to eat. Lin Dong and Li Wanyu both froze on the spot. Li Wanyu quickly took out her phone and called. Mom, what's wrong? The call was answered quickly. The silence on the other end of the phone was deafening, and Li Wanyu had a bad feeling. Li Wanyu asked Lin Ao nervously, what did Lin Ao do to make Yi Chen activate the King of Hell's order? I saw him last night, but I didn't mess with him. What's wrong? Lin Ao was immediately frightened by his words. What the hell? The first-generation lord of the Palace of Hell was at his house, chatting with him on the phone with his fucking phone. And he is preparing for a life-and-death game with the current palace master in Pengdong, haha. Lin Ao listened to the busy signal on the phone with a solemn expression. You're not going to coax your wife yet. Do you expect me to coax her? Your parents and I are childhood sweethearts. I won't get involved in the conflict between you and the Palace of Hell this time, and I won't let your parents get involved either. You won't blame me, right? Then he took the phone from Li Wanyu's hand. His eyes narrowed, as if something didn't allow him to continue speaking. Lin Ao, have you been in contact with Yi Chen? Lin Ao was confused. What about Uncle Yan? A tear fell from Li Wanyu's eyes. Yan Dong said with a smile. Proud. I am your Uncle Yan, haha. Mom, just don't come. I will take care of it. It's just a small grudge and it can be resolved quickly. Things will change once you come. Lin Ao simply didn't want his parents to come over. He wasn't worried about the variables. He hadn't needed to rely on his parents yet. Yi Chen activated the King of Hell's order, and everyone went to Pengdong. Li Wanyu's movement stopped. There were variables again and again. What kind of evil did my son have to endure? Then Yan Dong's voice appeared on the phone. Li Wanyu looked anxious. She was confused now. She was afraid that something might happen to her child. Lin Ao didn't know what the former palace master wanted to do and why he showed up at his home. No, I don't want my parents to get involved either. After Yan Dong finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Li Wanyu breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. It probably had nothing to do with this brat. Yan, uncle, what's the matter with you? Is it about Yi Chen? Ao, please listen carefully. The guardian next to Yi Chen is a 9th grade grandmaster. Yi Chen's biggest backer is not me, nor the Palace of Hell, but an old man named Saitagarba Bodhisattva. The The two men present panicked, and Yan Dong slapped Lin Dong on the head in a hurry. Haha, I am not talented, I am the founder of the Palace of Hell. Haha. Lin Ao on the other end of the phone had a question mark on his face. Why did a strange man's voice appear? Yan Dong suddenly paused. He felt a chill all over his body, as if something was looking at him. That's all I can say. You can do whatever you want. Don't die and make your parents sad. You brat. Is this related to you? Mom and your father will bring people over to find you now. Just wait. Lin Ao heard that Uncle Yan probably meant no harm. Sister Yu, let me have a few words with my nephew. Chapter 144. A little angry, a little sweet. Bihaiwan high-end residential area. Yan Dong's words made Lin Ao fall into deep thought. The 9th grade Great Master, Saitagarbha Bodhisattva. Lin Ao recalled his past memories. In his impression, he had never heard of this title at all, but from time to time, mysterious people from the true martial realm would come to rescue people around those people. Could it be those people he was talking about? Defense mechanism of destiny. An inexplicable idea appeared in Lin Ao's mind. Destiny's defense mechanism. Lin Ao's expression became extremely angry. He didn't know why he couldn't help but feel angry when he heard this word. Lin Ao, what's wrong with you? Gu Wanqing saw that Lin Ao's expression was not very good at this moment. Several other women also came over and sat next to Lin Ao. Lin Ao took a deep breath and put away the phone. Yi Chen activated the King of Hell's order, and everyone from the King of Hell's palace rushed here. Nian Nian, give Aoshan a call and ask him to come over. Lin Ao's words made Joanna and Lu Nian's expressions change drastically. They knew exactly what the King of Hell's order was. Come out in full force and fight to the death. It seems that he must have seen Long Yaren's masterpiece. Oh, it must be Long Aoshan's masterpiece. He has gone crazy. Joanna's face was solemn. She called the assistant and asked her to dismiss the ordinary employees in the store first. Sicily would be closed for a period of time starting today. The remaining members will probably be recruited by Yi Chen later. Joanna thought about it and decided to go back to Sicily to pack some things. I'll accompany you. Lin Ao stood up. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen along the way, so he asked Long Aoshan to wait for him at the bar. They could just come over together after packing their things. Wanqing, just stay here with everyone. We will come back as soon as we go. Then he drove and Joanna set off back to Sicily. Joanna looked at Lin Ao in the car. Lin Ao, I'm actually a little angry. Joanna's voice was gentle, and although she said she was angry, her tone revealed a hint of relief. Sorry. There was a hint of complexity in Lin Duo's eyes. This time he was indeed sorry for Joanna. But I'm also a little happy. I was very conflicted at first because you and Lulu both lied to me, but I really like you. I once thought these feelings were all false. Joanna opened the car window and looked at the scenery outside the window, the cool breeze blowing her hair. Fortunately, those are all true. She squinted her eyes, recalling bits and pieces of the past, and smiled in the wind. The two returned to Sicily. A large group of people gathered at the door of Sicily to check in, holding up their mobile phones and taking pictures. Wherever there is popularity now, these people will appear wherever they are. Some people even cosplayed with Yi Chen last night. The shape of the crotch of both pants is exactly the same. Lin Ao twitched the corner of his mouth and walked around to the back door of Sicily, where the assistant was already waiting. Boss, what happened last night? The assistant was interrupted by Joanna before she finished speaking. It's okay, I know everything. Have you made arrangements for the ordinary people in the store? The assistant nodded. All the brothers in the palace who went out to do tasks are back, they are all waiting for you to take charge of the overall situation. The assistant looked at Lin Ao. Lin Ao and Long Aoshan were on the must-kill list of the Palace of Hell, as well as the bartender from the previous store. Long Aoshan was still bragging with those people in Sicily. Most of the members of Peng Dong's Palace of Hell are actually more inclined to follow Joanna because she has different policies from the previous 10 palaces. Each killer goes out to do a task, and 70% of the commission is handed over after completion. There is only a small settlement fee after death. The core personnel in the Palace of Hell suck the blood of their ordinary killers to support themselves. But Joanna had privately revised this policy when she was not the palace master. She used 40% of her sales profits to subsidize the killers, and at the same time she put 20% in an account. If a member of Peng Dong died, she would take money out of this account to provide them with housing expenses. In fact, it is mutual benefit. Joanna needs their loyal ministers to deal with Chen Hao. Although Chen Hao is dead now, this policy is still being implemented. Well, I understand, let's go in. The three of them soon arrived at the Sicily Hall. The remaining people were all from the Pengdong district of the Palace of Hell, about 50 people. Lin Ao has seen and come into contact with most of them. They work as waiters or security guards in the store when they don't have tasks, such as Da Mi and Xiao Mi sitting next to Long Aotian. Store manager. Boss. There were no names, and they all greeted Joanna respectfully. And Long Aotian was bragging to them in the middle of the venue. I believe you all know the matter. The palace master initiated the King of Hell's order and Joanna looked at Long Aotian who was smiling in the middle of the field. He is the initiator. Lin Ao also looked at Long Aotian. It was because of him that his handsome avatar would appear on the must-kill list of the Palace of Hell. Hey I just told my brothers. I was just reviewing the past and learning new things on the projector. Now I have exceeded 20 million likes. Ha 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 ha. The people inside seemed to have thought of something, and they all burst out laughing. The video was really unbearable. In addition to the appearance of King of Hell, many people also knew that the poster was Long Aotian and came back to see what was going on. Long Aotian and Lin Ao usually work as money-spreading boys after business, helping anyone who is in trouble. Many people have indirectly benefited from them. This time, they thought they could say a few words if the store manager got into trouble. A few good words. Joanna and Lin Ao's lips twitched at the same time. Sometimes they really admired Long Aotian's optimism. Maybe such people can get real happiness. Store manager, don't blame Brother Long. After all, he doesn't know that person as well, the palace master. Yeah, store manager, how about secretly moving them out of Pengdong now? Hey, I have an old acquaintance who specializes in driving black cars. Well, he is very familiar with where it is safe and where we can get out smoothly. How about I contact him now? Are you reliable? How about using my connections? That's unreliable. I dare to use the 2 ounces of meat on my chest to guarantee it. Everyone was talking about how to help Long Aotian and Lin Ao escape. Lin Ao didn't expect that sometimes your unintentional actions would gain so much. Everyone, be quiet. Let me ask you, are you from Sicily or from the Palace of Hell? Joanna picked up the microphone on one side and said lightly. All of a sudden everyone in the place became quiet. Chapter 145 Invitation, Master of the Dragon Gate. They were all wondering what Joanna meant. There was no reply for a while. I am from Sicily, so I protect Long Yaren and Lin Bei. They are both my people. With these words, Joanna made her position clear to everyone present. Everyone present also understood what Joanna meant. I'm from Sicily. Me too. Store manager, you scared me. I was still thinking about how to get Brother Long and Brother Lin to leave. Are you blind? Didn't you see that Brother Lin came with the store manager? He is the store manager. Don't you understand? Really? Then I have no chance. Die. The crowd became lively again. They thought Joanna wanted them to take down Long Aotian and Lin Ao, and they became nervous for a while. Since you are all from Sicily, you should listen carefully to what I say next. The assistant brought a chair for Joanna to sit down. Joanna looked at these people seriously. I will become an enemy of the Palace of Hell, and an enemy of Yi Chen, so today is our last gathering in Sicily. Joanna's words were like thunder, making their minds buzz, and everyone looked at Joanna in disbelief. What I said is serious. From today on, I am the enemy of the Palace of Hell, and I will no longer serve as the guardian of the Palace of Hell. I have saved all your information on my computer. I will go back in a while to eliminate them all and give you your freedom. Those materials contain the mission records and evidence of these people over the years. As long as you get your head wet, you will never escape the control of the Palace of Hell. The information is in the hands of the guards in each region. Control their life and death. I now declare that the Palace of Hell in Pengdong district is disbanded. Those who want to leave can leave now. There is no need to sacrifice their lives for the Palace of Hell in the future. Boom. Noise immediately rang in the hall, and they never expected that Joanna would bring them this news. Before they came, they thought that they could just send Lin Ao and Long Aotian away, and then pretend to put on a big show to show the palace master, and that would be it. Unexpectedly, Joanna now said that she would become enemies with the Palace of Hell, which really shocked them all. Store manager. What should we do? Da Mi and Xiao Mi stood up with tears in their eyes. Joanna takes great care of these girls and respects them in everything. She has never forced them to chat with them. It is all of their own free will. They need money. After Joanna found out, she didn't take any commission from them. Although she usually keeps away from strangers, they all know that Joanna is a cold-hearted person. Then many of the same girls stood up. At the same time, some boys also stood up, some cried bitterly, and some were filled with anger towards the palace of hell. There is a dead end behind, do you want to follow? Joanna looked at them. In fact, they were all poor people. Who would always want to live on the edge of a knife? If you are not careful, you will be shattered to pieces, but they have nothing to do. As long as you enter the palace of hell, it will control all your information, family members, and evidence of murder. There are too many ways to force you to go out and help them complete the task. Mission accomplished. We're going to follow you. Da Mi and Xiao Mi looked at Joanna stubbornly. Then many people came forward. I have wanted to do this palace of hell for a long time, and I want to follow. Me too. How can you leave me out? I have been disgusted for many years, so I will risk my life to be with you. For the tribe. Lin Ao's aura surged, causing the surrounding objects to stagger. He glared at Long Aotian fiercely. Why are you joining in the fun when others are so solemn? I belong to you. Isn't it because of your video? Long Aotian shrank his neck and retracted his raised fist. People in the hall laughed out loud when they saw Lin Ao and Long Aotian. I didn't expect Brother Lin to be so strong. They all felt the abyss-like aura on Lin Ao's body, and most of them were at the peak of acquired and innate abilities. And at the peak of Grandmaster Lin Ao, one person must be able to suppress them all. Whoever wants to leave should leave now and live a new life well from now on. Register with my assistant Nini. She will transfer a sum of money to you from the account. Before, it was for your settlement expenses. Now just think of it as severance pay. About a dozen slightly older people came out, and they were all a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, everyone. I still have a wife and children at home. Now I am finally free. In fact, everyone understands them very well, and no one looks down on them. Why are you crying? Take good care of your wife and children and live a good life. That's right, I won't look down on you if you stay. Be a good father and mother and don't let the next generation follow our old path. Their eyes were wet, and they bowed deeply to the people left behind, then stood on the other side. Nini walked over and helped them register one by one. Have the rest of you thought about it? Joanna looked at the dozens of people left. She didn't expect so many people to stay. Think about it. Everyone's eyes were firm. They were free anyway, so they could do what they wanted to do. What they wanted to do most now was to fuck the palace of hell. Joanna smiled slightly. I sincerely thank you. From now on, you will be my Joannas. I now announce that the Hongyanlu Yinhu tribe has been established. Lin Ao's eyes widened, and his mind was filled with doubts. What kind of organization is this Hongyan building? When did Joanna join? Cult. He lowered his head in thought, racking his brains and couldn't remember that such an organization had appeared on the timeline before. How could it be distorted? The crowd was full of enthusiasm and fighting spirit, and Long Aotian was also shouting among the crowd. Lin Ao's eyelids jumped at the sight. Of course, we must have other teammates. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, with their small abilities, how could they compete with the Palace of Hell without safety? Long Aotian, the new leader of Longmen, he will be our most reliable comrade in arms. Joanna looked at Long Aotian who was mixed in the crowd. Everyone looked at Long Aotian in disbelief. Da Mi and Xiao Mi opened their mouths at the same time. They were still holding Long Aotian's hand. Sitting on the chair, Long Aotian also looked in disbelief. Are you talking about me? Am I exposed? Is it? Did Brother Lin tell me? Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Long Aotian. He seemed to have never told this idiot. Aotian, please come up and say a few words. Long Aotian was convinced that he had been exposed. Long Aotian looked serious. His whole body was totally different from before. He straightened his hair and showed his iconic smile, and then it was my home court. He stood up, shook his head coldly, pulled off his clothes, and slowly glanced around the people present. Are you going to come up? If you don't come up, sit down for me. Lin Ao's mouth twitched and he said something impatiently about this sexy Dragon Gate sect master. Oh come on. Chapter 146. I also have such a thing as a panel. Long Aotian ran up in a hurry. He took the microphone from Joanna's hand. Ahem, let me say sorry here, brothers and sisters. That is. Everyone looked at Long Aotian nervously and swallowed saliva unconsciously. They were waiting for Long Aotian's final word. They never expected that they had been hanging out with a person of the same level as the leader of Longmen for so long, and they were still brothers. Speak nicely. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Long Aotian. Ahem, I am Long Aotian, the new leader of Longmen. Hello everyone. After Long Aotian finished speaking, everyone exclaimed, and no one questioned him, thinking that Joanna would not deceive them. I'm sorry that I kept it secret from everyone for so long, haha, and I'm very happy that everyone can join our Hongyanlu Yinhu club. Wait, Lin Ao is confused. Long Aotian also knows about Hongyan Tower. I don't know. Who founded this Hongyan building organization? The corners of Joanna's mouth twitched and her fists clenched unconsciously. It was not without reason that Yi Chen wanted to kill him. Long Aotian knew shit about Hongyanlu, so he just followed Joanna's words. Everyone, we are fortunate to be together today. We are making history, our history. Lin Ao's eyes twitched. Why does it sound so familiar? No matter. Whether we succeed or not, this battle. We will eventually be recorded in history. Lin Ao remembered what he had said to Long Aotian before setting off. This guy still remembers it. Indeed, Long Aotian's words ignited everyone's passion again. Lin Ao and Joanna glanced at each other, nodded, and walked to the second floor. Just leave this place to Long Aotian. He has grown up, and can deceive people. Joanna opened the familiar door. It contains every bit of her life. Will you be reluctant to part with it? Lin Ao hugged Joanna from behind, and Joanna leaned gently on Lin Ao, her eyes half squinted with a look of enjoyment on her face. No, this place used to be gray and white, but the appearance of Helu and you has turned it into color. Therefore, color can only appear where you are. Joanna turned around and hugged Lin Ao's neck with both hands. Her eyes were full of tenderness, and she kissed Lin Ao, gently and slowly, and the two of them enjoyed the moment. Pick me up and go into the room. Lin Ao nodded and gently hugged Joanna. He put Joanna on the bed, and the sunlight outside the window shone on Joanna's body, giving her a divine feeling. Her fair skin was shining, and her blurred eyes were full of tenderness. Lin Ao was shocked by the beautiful scenery in front of him and stood beside the bed blankly. Come here, idiot. Joanna smiled softly, her face turned pink, and a girlish shyness appeared on her body. Lin Ao came to sit next to her and gently touched her face with his palms. As a Chinese-American mixed race, her facial features were very three-dimensional and delicate. Lin Ao touched every part of her face gently like a work of art. Joanna closed her eyes and felt Lin Ao's tenderness, nuzzling his palm like a kitten. Take it off for me, I don't have the strength now. Joanna's words ignited Lin Ao's heart. Anna, are you really ready? Although eager, Lin Ao was more restrained. He didn't want Joanna to be impulsive. I'm already like this, why do you still ask? Idiot. Joanna opened her eyes and reached out to touch Lin Ao's face. The man in front of her was the one her heart desired. This man was destined to be entangled with her for the rest of her life. Or do you still want to be punished? Do you have this habit? Joanna couldn't help but think of what happened that night, and she pursed her lips and smiled. Lin Ao also recalled what happened that night, which made his blood boil even more. He looked at Joanna, who was like a porcelain doll, and the buttons were slowly unbuttoned one by one. The plump white rabbits popped out at once. They seemed to be anxious to breathe fresh air, and at the same time, Lin Ao's breathing became more and more rapid. Be gentle, I'm a little nervous now. Joanna's breathing was also rapid, her heartbeat was constantly accelerating, her long eyelashes were trembling, her white and tender hands were gently grasping the sheets, and she looked like a mermaid, which made people feel pity for her. Okay. Lin Ao leaned down. Okay, everyone understands everything. A high-pitched voice sounded, and a large amount of golden energy poured in from the outside. Part of it was integrated into Joanna's body. Joanna was suddenly promoted from the Shantian realm to the Grandmaster realm. Joanna was calming her breathing. She had just experienced the most unforgettable time in her life. I never imagined it would taste like this. Current goal, kill Yi Chen. She opened her eyes gently, and beads of sweat flowed from her forehead. Her heart felt like drinking the sweetest spring water, and her whole body felt refreshed. She was so happy and excited. She suddenly felt a blur in front of her eyes, and she stared blankly at Lin Ao's side above. Her eyes were like crescent moons, and she showed a bright smile to Lin Ao. Something similar to an information panel suddenly appeared in front of her. Rationality Index, 888. He pity helped Joanna clean every place carefully. At this moment, she didn't realize that her strength had been upgraded to Grandmaster. Haven't you seen enough just now? You idiot. All data are updated in real time. Character relationship. Father, Lin Dong, Mother, Li Wanyu, beauty relationship, Jiyu Wanqing, Joanna, Lu Mengan, Qin Yun, Sha Qianj, Luo Yanren. Listen, they all say they like it very much. Joanna rolled her eyes at Lin Ao, who was carefully helping her clean her feet. Hidden attributes, Sunere, sharp-tongued, and has a resistance to women's tears of 0. I want more. Character heartbeat value, 110. Name, Lin Ao. Appearance, SSS. Lin Ao carried Joanna to the shower room and took a bath. Lin Ao gasped, slowly pushed himself up, and kissed Joanna. Joanna pulled Lin Ao down and buried her in her chest. She looked in disbelief and rubbed her eyes subconsciously. Character, complex ingredients. He let out a moan. Just finished and about to start again. She saw it. She finally saw the information panel they had been talking about, and could really see Lin Ao's information. You feel any pain. Character favorability, 100. Yoshi. Lin Ao's eyes widened. Joanna was obviously very nervous at the beginning, frowning, but she got better later. In the end Joanna was defeated. Character's current status thoughts. Guang said it was useless, but he still had to make it. Well, I don't feel any pain. Chapter 147 Feng Chiwu. Lin Ao and Joanna stayed in the room for a while, packed up their important things, and returned to the hall. In the lobby, Aoshin is making a fuss with the members in the living room. They were talking and laughing, and clinking glasses with each other. The atmosphere between them was not at all tense as they were about to face the huge force of the Palace of Hell. Long Aoshin also picked up the microphone in his hand. The giant screen TV in the lobby was turned on, and a KTV startup logo was displayed on it. Lin Ao looked at Long Aoshin who was holding the microphone. He looked at the giant screen expectantly. Lin Ao's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly came to Long Aoshin, snatched the microphone away, and turned off the giant screen TV at the same time. Is Long Aoshin planning to send everyone back to their hometowns? Everyone felt a gust of wind blowing, the TV was turned off, and the microphone was gone. All the process happened in an instant, and Lin Ao returned to Long Aoshin's side. Everyone was surprised and sighed at Lin Ao's strength. Aoshin. Lin Ao looked at Long Aoshin with a kind face. Brother Lin, you are here. Long Aoshin curled his lips with a look of regret on his face. He would have known that he would not have been flirting with them for so long just now. What? Are you not convinced? Lin Ao put a hand on Long Aoshin's shoulder, almost burying everyone in one song, and the consequences would have been disastrous if he was a minute late. It seems that this kid needs to find someone who can watch him. No, didn't I get excited for a while chatting with my brothers? What could Long Aoshin say? There were so many opportunities, and he didn't miss this one. Okay, are all the people arranged by your father here? Long Aoshin smiled, showing a confident smile. You contacted me last night. Our gantry speed is very fast, okay. Lin Ao nodded. Long Baishan was full of sincerity. Brother Lin, I will arrange for the people from Longmen to be in Sicily. We are going to break up with the Palace of Hell anyway, so let's just let them all come here. We are not afraid of Yi Chen coming to understand. We enjoy the protection of national laws. Come here, let's fight in the dark. Hey. Lin Ao glanced at Joanna and she nodded. Okay, no problem. You can arrange for someone to come over now and ask me to say hello to them. Lin Ao thought it was right, he could just take Joanna to Bihai Bay, and leave this place to Long Aoshin and the others. Okay. Long Aoshin picked up his cell phone and made a call. Lin Ao took Joanna aside to rest. Joanna was not very mobile at the moment. After about half an hour, Long Aoshin ran out happily. Then he ran in quickly. His eyes were frightened, his eyes were panicked, and his expression was out of control. He quickly ran to Lin Ao. Lin Ao and Joanna both looked confused. What's going on? It was the first time I saw Long Aoshin showing this expression. Was Yi Chen coming to kill him? It was impossible for Long Aoshin to panic like this. Brother Lin, save me, save me. Something big has happened. Long Aoshin's voice was trembling and his face was a little pale. What did you do? Did you see a ghost? Lin Ao teased Long Aocean. It's scarier than seeing a ghost. That crazy woman is here. Damn it, that old Long Bashan is trying to trick me. This time I let this woman Feng Chiwu come over. Old dang, you don't have martial ethics. Lin Ao was still confused at this time. What is Feng Chiwu? What woman could make Long Aocean so scared? Brother Lin, I'm going to hide in the dormitory for a while. You'll tell me I'm not here soon. I'll find a chance to slip over to your place. Please, please. Long Aocean didn't give Lin Ao a chance to react, and ran away as soon as he finished speaking. At this moment, there was a sound outside. Nini let a few people in. She was confused. Long Aocean went out to pick up people with her just now. Why did the people suddenly disappear in the middle of picking up? Miss Nini, where is the person in charge here? A young girl with pink hair in a bun asked Nini gently. Nini came to her senses. Oh, our boss is inside, I'll take you there. Lin Ao and Joanna both stood up and looked at the girl with pink hair. She was wearing a JK uniform, biting a lollipop with a smile on her face. Hello, I am Lin Ao, and this is Joanna. Are you the person in charge of Longmen this time? Lin Ao introduced himself and Joanna, looking at this young girl. She was standing at the front of a group of people. Everyone was one position behind her. She was probably the person in charge of the team this time. She has delicate features, an innocent face, and is very cute. She looks about 18 or 19 years old. Oh, I heard Uncle Ba Tian say, you are Lin Ao, right? Brother Long Aocean. Then we are a family. The pink-haired girl suddenly became excited. She took the lollipop out of her mouth and showed an innocent smile. Brother Ao, hello, my name is Feng Chiwu, and I am Long Aocean's fiancé. Where is my brother Tian? Where is he? Lin Ao, you kid, hurry up and tell me, I'm in a hurry to find my brother Tian. Don't even think about hiding him. Oh Feng Luotong, you will scare people, please go back. It's Feng Chiwu's fault. I asked you to follow brother Tian in the first place, but you had to wait so long to let him run away. Feng Luotong, are you going to quarrel with me now? Lin Ao and Joanna looked at Feng Chiwu in front of them with confused expressions. Feng Luotong. Her face was gentle at one moment and fierce at the other, and the two expressions kept switching rapidly to create a dialogue for herself. Lin Ao's eyes twitched. No wonder Long Aocean said she was a crazy woman. Ahem, that, Feng Wutong. Lin Ao interrupted the exchange of insults between her and him. It's Chiwu. Call me Feng Luotong. The corner of Lin Ao's mouth twitched. Aocean was really blessed. Marrying one person was equivalent to marrying two people, with such opposite personalities. That Miss Feng, Aocean. Lin Ao paused and smiled knowingly. I'll take you there. Joanna glanced at Lin Ao and sold Long Aocean so neatly. It is indeed a deep brotherly love. But this girl is very strong, she should be at the Grandmaster level. Joanna was suddenly stunned. Can I easily see through the Grandmaster's strength? She exercised her power a little and felt that she was already at the master level. She looked at Lin Ao. Could this kind of thing improve her strength? Lin Ao smiled and brought Feng Chiwu to his and Long Aocean's dormitory, where there was a gift of good luck. Long Aocean was drinking a drink and humming in the room. Thinking that with brother Lin's help, he should be able to avoid meeting that crazy woman Feng Chiwu this time. He has been crazily tortured by her since he was a child. Long Bashan made a marriage contract for him since he was a child. She is the daughter of the head of Fengyuan. Longmen is mainly composed of two important forces, one outside and one inside. Longmen is outside and Fengyuan is inside. They are Longmen's most powerful backing force and are in charge of medical skills and the production of elixirs. Everyone outside only knows that Longmen has a sect master, but they don't know that Fengyuan has a head. Long Aocean couldn't help but shudder when he recalled the past with Feng Chiwu. Sometimes she was as gentle as the spring breeze, sometimes as violent as thunder. He just went to Zhonghai and came here quietly, thinking that he could finally get rid of this crazy woman. Who knew that Long Bashan was an old man? Long Aocean took a deep sip of his drink. Brother Tian. Brother Tian. Chapter 148 Yi Chen calls. Long Aocean spit out his drink when he heard the sound at the door. He acted quickly and stood up immediately to break the window and escape. But the person outside the door was faster than him. The door was kicked open, and a pink figure rushed in, coming to Long Aocean's side like a swimming dragon. He slowly retracted one foot that he had taken out of the window. Lin Ao looked gloating and looked at the scene with great interest. He felt very comfortable, as if he had drank a bottle of mountain spring water. Crazy sister Feng, haha, long time no see. Long Aotian cried with a smile that was uglier than crying. He looked at Lin Ao who was smiling at the door. It suddenly dawned on me. Brother Lin mistook me. Brother Tian, what did you want to do just now? Feng Qiwu blinked his cute big eyes and gently moved his fingers in circles on Long Aotian's chest. Long Aotian broke into cold sweat on his forehead. Can't you see that he just tried to escape? You are blind. Feng Qiwu's fingers turned into claws and grabbed Long Aotian's collar, pulling him in front of him. Long Aotian looked at the delicate face in front of him, but he was sweating more and more. Hello Sister Luotong. After Long Aotian finished speaking, Feng Luotong punched him in the stomach. The pain made Long Aotian curl up on the sofa. Lin Ao and Joanna closed their eyes at the same time. No wonder Long Aotian was running away. Heartless man, you didn't even call me after being out for so long. Is there a woman out there? Feng Luotong looked angry, but suddenly her face turned gentle again. Why are you doing this to Brother Tian? She knelt down again with a distressed look on her face, took out a porcelain bottle from her pocket, stuffed a pill into Long Aotian's mouth. The pain on Long Aotian's face immediately disappeared. The medicine at Fengyuan is really great. Brother Tian, are you feeling better? This is the Love GU healing medicine. I will know your location wherever you go from now on, so I won't worry about not finding you. Feng Qiwu stroked Long Aotian's face with a gentle look on his face, but her words made Long Aotian tremble slightly. He was actually not afraid of Feng Luotong, because she just had a bad temper. Even if she hit him, it would not hurt. No matter how hard he tried, Long Aotian was just pretending. What he fears most is Feng Qiwu. Although she is gentle, her methods are terrifying. The corner of Lin Ao's mouth twitched. Obediently, just now he wanted to guarantee Long Aotian that he definitely did not ask a dozen young ladies to go out and sing all night without returning home. Fortunately, I didn't say it, otherwise this medicine wouldn't be a love poison. Feng Qiwu looked at Long Aotian who looked dull and smiled softly. I'm teasing you Brother Tian, how could I be so cruel to you? It's not true, don't be afraid. Long Aotian looked at Feng Qiwu with a look of disbelief on his face. She would definitely use this method. There was definitely something wrong with the pill just now. Just give him a pill after being punched. He didn't believe that Feng Qiwu had planned this in advance. Ahem, I'm going to interrupt you to reminisce about old times, Miss Feng. Let's go over the manpower and plans first. You'll have a lot of time later. Lin Ao looked at Long Aotian sympathetically. I can only think of this reason to save you temporarily. Oh yes, let's go back to the hall, do you think so? Brother Tian. Feng Qiwu looked at Long Aotian aside. How dare Long Aotian say no at this time? They returned to the hall again, and everyone looked at the woman holding Long Aotian's arm in surprise. This time, 10 masters came from Longmen, and they also brought a total of 108 masters from Longmen Phoenix Academy. The cities around Pengdong also set up manpower to deal with other miscellaneous fish in the Palace of Hell. As for the old monster behind the master of the Palace of Hell, Uncle Bashan must have made arrangements, but he just told me that someone has arrived, and I don't know which elder it is. Feng Qiwu still had a spring-like smile on his face. Only Long Aotian knew what her other little hand was doing now. A silver needle stuck into his butt, making him feel painful and itchy, but he didn't dare to say anything. Otherwise, you will lose face. Chao Hudian, you actually let them run away. How could you do this? You knew that this video would. How should the palace master explain it? How could you not know where those two sons are? Are you kidding me? Or are you hiding people? Hee. Artest's voice was angry, and for a moment he couldn't figure out why Joanna had this attitude. Joanna sneered back at Artest. Artest was also a little embarrassed. Yi Chen wanted to surprise Joanna last night, but he ended up getting one for himself. But those two people are gone, and I don't know where they are going. I just said that I was single and was going to go out with a dozen sisters. I didn't expect you to lie to me. Brother Aotian actually has such a beautiful fiancé. Anna, it's me. After saying hello, she and Lin Ao came to the side and sat down. Therefore, if something happens to Longmen in the future, Lin Ao will definitely not sit idly by and watch. He was too embarrassed to call Joanna directly to give the order, so he just asked Artest to help him execute it. He was offended by Joanna's attitude. Chao Hudian, do you know what consequences you will face? Have you forgotten what our Yama Palace does? Ahem, Chow Hudian, hello. I'm Atai. I guess you know what happened last night in your store. The Lord of the Palace also issued an order from the King of Hell. Please hurry up and clear your store. Control those two people inside, the Palace Master is really angry this time. Hello. As a result, he was embarrassed to call Joanna today. After all, she must have seen the video that went viral all over the internet. Even if she didn't catch it herself, her people would let her see it. Hello everyone, my name is Feng Chiwu. Please give me your advice in the future. Thank you for taking such good care of my brother Tian. Her voice was cold, because it was Artest who called. As soon as Lin Ao finished speaking, everyone applauded. Yes, Yi Chen was also there, and Artest was also playing in public. Artai was anxious. If Lin Ao and Long Aotian disappeared, he would be the one to die. When he heard Joanna's tepid tone, he felt that she was just perfunctory with him. After the applause stopped, Long Aotian saw a man opening his mouth enthusiastically. His pupils shrank slightly. This was the person who was bragging with him just now. Long Aotian felt that something was wrong. Joanna said haha and dealt with Artest perfunctorily. She slowly answered the phone and turned on the public release. Yi Cheng also couldn't figure it out. Could it be that Joanna was in love with one of them? This time he became even more angry, and the more he thought about it, the more he thought it was, especially the kid Artest had come into contact with that night. He looked like a pretty boy at first glance, he must have confused Joanna. Sure enough, Long Aotian regretted bragging with them, and now retribution was coming. Is that so? I didn't even know that the Palace Master came to Pengdong last night. They were so angry that the faces of the two people on the other side of the phone turned the color of pig liver. Just then Joanna's cell phone rang, and she made a silent gesture. Lin Ao sighed. Long Baishan was really generous this time. Yi Chen took the phone. Let me introduce you to Feng Chiwu, the fiancé of our brother Aotian. She is the one who led the Longmen people to Pengdong this time to deal with the Palace of Hell with us. Chapter 149 Yi Chen breaks the defense. Yes, Palace Master. Joanna responded to Yi Chen coldly. Yi Chen's mouth on the other end of the phone twitched. What do you mean? Is this the attitude? I'm the one answering the phone now, okay. Anna, you don't need to protect those two people. They are just two unimportant people, don't you think so? Yi Chen took a deep breath and tried to speak to Joanna in a gentle tone. Yeah, Joanna was still very cold, and Lin Ao and the others covered their mouths and were about to laugh. Anna, after so many years, don't you know my thoughts? I originally came here yesterday to give you a surprise, but who knew that I was being plotted by those two people? Yi Chen's voice was trembling and crying, expressing the hardship he had suffered in the past 2 days, so that Joanna would understand and care about him. Yi Chen thought Joanna would answer, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't see her speak. Yi Chen was a little embarrassed for a while, and Artest next to him looked outside consciously. Yi Chen's eyelids twitched and he continued talking. Anna, do you know how uncomfortable I am? They actually ruined the surprise I gave you, and last night and the person who called me Brother Tian, who am I afraid of? He actually edited and released it. Anna. Yi Chen told another round, but was still silenced, and faint laughter could be heard on the phone. Lin Ao and Long Aotian covered their mouths tightly with their hands, their bodies trembling. It turned out that they felt so happy listening to others telling their pain, and some of their voices leaked out from their palms. They endured it very hard and their faces turned red. Joanna rolled her eyes at them, and then she couldn't help but smile. Anna, I came here specially to celebrate for you that your great revenge was avenged. I knew you would definitely succeed. I pay great attention to your affairs. I have many other things to be busy with, but I still found time to come here to see you. Already. Marvin on the phone wanted to continue talking for a few words, but was interrupted by Joanna. Yi Chen, I don't need your surprise. I have no feelings for you from the beginning. Didn't I make it clear before? Joanna looked at Lin Ao tenderly. Sometimes falling in love with someone can be so short but so deep. Besides, what does it have to do with you if I get my revenge? As the master of a palace, do you need to care about such a trivial matter? You know how you act so coquettishly makes me sick. Yi Chen was stunned when he heard Joanna's words. Was he being pretentious? Are you talking about me? Regarding Chen Hao's matter, Yi Chen originally wanted to wait until Joanna could no longer withstand the pressure, then lend a helping hand, show his strength and power, and make Joanna owe him a favor. Who knew that she would actually kill Chen Hao by herself? He was also very surprised. In fact, even without the participation of Yi Chen and Lin Ao, Joanna would succeed in revenge sooner or later. It's just that one has the ability and willingness to wait for the opportunity to appear, and the other will help you realize it as soon as you know it. The difference is obvious. Anna, you must have misunderstood me. The Palace of Hell has its rules. As the master of the palace, I cannot break the rules. Yi Chen actually thought that Joanna was angry because of this, and who would believe your lame reason? What are the rules in the Palace of Hell? Respect the strong, that is the rule. Joanna was a little speechless by him, it was so wrong. Yi Chen, ask me if I declare my separation from the Palace of Hell now, don't look for me again in the future. I'm afraid my lover will misunderstand me. Joanna's tone was cold, but the amount of information was so huge that Yi Chen couldn't believe his ears. His face turned the color of pig liver, veins on his forehead throbbed, and his eyes were bloodshot. Joanna, do you know what you are talking about? Can you leave the Palace of Hell if you just say you can leave? Unless you die, you can never leave in this life. Who were the two pretty boys that night? One is a duck, can you see it? Joanna, what are you blind about? He yelled into the phone, his breath rising sharply, and Artest beside him was so frightened by his sudden emotion that his face turned pale. You don't like me, the majestic master of the Palace of Hell, but instead you fancy a duck. Are you okay? Huh? Yi Chen's defense was completely broken. He didn't care whether Joanna was telling the truth or a lie. Those two people were going to die anyway. Originally, what he hated most was Lin Ao, who posted the video, and Lin Ao was incidental. Now Lin Ao has finally been put on the same level as Lin Ao, which is gratifying. Congratulations to Lin Ao for getting the Destiny Child resentment buff. Lin Ao listened to Yi Chen saying something like a duck on the left and a pretty boy on the right, and finally couldn't help it anymore. Yi Chen, shut up. Lin Ao's voice came from Joanna's phone, directly confirming that what Joanna said was true, and Yi Chen stopped cursing for a moment. Listen to me. Why do you care so much? When the excrement collection truck passes by your house, you have to take a spoon to taste it. Anna likes this one of mine, how about it? Kiss Anna. Yeah, Lin Ao was boxing into the air like crazy, which made Joanna couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ah, Yi Chen's roar broke through the phone again. What's your name? You're so noisy. Do you know you're a motorcycle? I'm going to give birth to Monkey with Anna tonight. Can I send you a picture during the pregnancy test? As the master of the palace, you can't miss the gift, otherwise others will say you are stingy. Joanna patted Lin Ao gently and rolled her eyes at him charmingly. There was a pop sound on the other end of the phone, followed by a busy signal. Artest looked at the phone and table that had turned into powder, and he swallowed. He found that his legs were so weak now that he couldn't walk. Yi Chen's complexion turned from red to purple, from purple to green, from green to white, and the color palette was not as rich as his. People, are you all here? Yi Chen's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Artai found that Yi Chen's gums were bleeding. It seemed that his teeth were not in good condition. Everyone will be here tomorrow. Artai broke out in a cold sweat, he was so afraid that Yi Chen would slap him again. Snapped. Artest spun around twice and sat back on the sofa. It was really a slap, adding new wounds to the face that had not yet subsided. You have to be fast. If I don't see the manpower tomorrow morning, you won't be able to survive. You know what? Yi Chen looked at Artai gloomily, like a poisonous snake. Tomorrow he will make everyone pay a price to let them understand what the Palace of Hell is. What will be the consequences of angering him, Yi Chen? Joanna, I will humiliate you in front of that pretty boy then. I see you are pretending to be aloof. In what way am I inferior to those people? No one can be worthy of you except me. Chapter 150 Brother Lin, I will help you kill them. Brother Lin, I never thought you could speak so nicely. Lin Ao came over with a smile and hugged Lin Ao's shoulders. Then I can't fall behind. Just now he also called me a pretty boy. Lin Ao smiled crookedly, his eyes flashing with a hint of schadenfreude. It seemed that Yi Chen was going to suffer another disaster. Brother Tian, I like your smile the most. I never get tired of seeing it ever since I was little. Feng Qiwu on the side looked at Lin Ao with adoration in his eyes. Lin Ao's smile froze, and then he remembered that the crazy woman was still beside him. Qiwu, let's catch up on old times later. Brother Lin and I have things to deal with now. You can accompany my sister-in-law first. Long Aotian pulled Lin Ao and prepared to run away, but Feng Qiwu grabbed him by the neck and pulled him back. Brother Tian, have you forgotten our rules? Long Aotian suddenly became embarrassed. Qiwu, you are outside now. He looked at Lin Ao and those present, his ears felt a little hot and his eyes were a little evasive. Feng Qiwu didn't let go, just looked at Long Aotian with a smile, just when a hint of impatience appeared on his face. Long Aotian gritted his teeth and kissed Feng Qiwu on the lips. Lin Ao thought to himself, is this the rule? Isn't it just a kiss? You are so embarrassed. But then Lin Ao stared blankly. Feng Qiwu hugged Long Aotian's neck with one hand, and patted Long Aotian's butt vigorously with one hand, making a clear pop sound. You go ahead. Feng Qiwu let go of Long Aotian, who had tears in his eyes, and pulled Lin Ao to the backstage control room. Aotian, how long has this been going on? Lin Ao sat in the control room and looked at Long Aotian, who was tinkering with the computer seriously. Long Aotian's hand paused. Since I can remember, Feng Qiwu likes to kiss me, and Feng Luotong likes to pat my butt. Every time we are separated, brother Lin. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. Did Feng Qiwu have a dual personality? I want to marry this woman in the future. What should I do? Brother Lin. Long Aotian, who was originally good, pounced on Lin Ao, but Lin Ao dodged away. The look of him crying and running down his nose was really unapproachable. Isn't this great? 2 experiences for one person. Others will envy you, do you know? Lin Ao's complaint actually made Long Aotian, who was crying, stop. Ah, brother Lin, what did you say? Lin Ao didn't understand what Long Aotian meant. I said it's pretty good. Long Aotian shook his head and said, no, what's the next sentence? Lin Ao looked at Long Aotian as if he were an idiot. One person has 2 experiences. Are others envious of you? Long Aotian's eyes lit up, and he grabbed Lin Ao's hand. Brother Lin, you just said one word to me and made me enlightened. Why didn't I think of that? Lin Ao looked at Long Aotian, who had a strange mind. He had no idea what Long Aotian's idea was at this time. Have you never thought about it before? Long Aotian shook his head. One person, 2 different loves. Long Aotian's eyes lit up again. Lin Ao's eyes became even weirder, and he continued to add. One person, 2 different temptations. Long Aotian plus 20% excitement. One person, 2 styles. Long Aotian plus 40% excitement. One person unlocks 2 postures. Long Aotian plus 100%. Brother Lin, stop talking. Long Aotian's breathing was rapid, and there was a hint of irritation at the corner of his mouth. Aotian, you really make people feel very stupid. Envious. Lin Ao almost said what was in his heart, but luckily he turned a corner in time. Why haven't I thought about it before? It has to be you, brother Lin. Only a pervert like you, ahem, can such a well-informed person speak so clearly. Long Aotian sat back on the sofa and chuckled. The corner of Lin Ao's mouth twitched. Long Aotian was considered good if he could survive until now, he. What happened to her? Lin Ao couldn't help but wonder about Feng Qiwu's situation. Could it be that he really had a dual personality? She has 1 body and 2 souls. Feng Luotong is Feng Qiwu's sister. They are twins. Lin Ao tilted his head, not understanding at all. Long Aotian was remembering, and he spoke slowly. Lin Ao's body trembled slightly, and he took a deep breath. After Long Aotian finished speaking, he waved his hands in a panic. He hugged Long Aotian gently, patted his back, and then let go. Lin Ao shuddered after hearing this. Lin Ao laughed, and it seemed that it was not surprising that Long Aotian believed what he said. He gave Long Aotian a thumbs up. Brother Lin is not afraid that you will laugh at me. I really treat you as a brother, so whether you are telling the truth or a lie, I can always feel whether you are sad or happy. I didn't expect him to think so much on his own. Lin Ao's eyes softened, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Long Aotian. You are really a stupid boy, no wonder you can't beat Xiao Fan. What do you want? Really? Brother Lin. He stood up and returned to the console. Long Aotian lowered his head and counted out each person's name with his fingers. Every time he bent down a finger, his smile grew stronger. Lin Ao sighed in his heart. It was worth having such a beauty and brother in this life. Long Aotian was a little embarrassed by Lin Ao, and he scratched his head. Originally, when I was a child, I played with them when I was 5 or 6 years old. When I was 8 years old, only Feng Qiwu was left. I don't know the specifics. I only know that Feng Luotong's soul lived in Feng Qi at the same time. It's in Wu's body. As a result, Lin Ao was stunned again by Long Aoshan's words, and he did not take Long Aoshan's words for a while. Haha, what's so incredible about this? I've died so many times, and now I'm still sitting in front of you alive. Brother Lin, are they Xiao Fan and Yi Chen? There should be others. I will put Yi Chen's story on the big screen at the entrance of Sicily and play it 24 hours a day. Aren't there so many internet celebrities outside? Then let's create a wave of traffic again. Hey. Brother Lin, I will continue to operate. Haha, maybe it's true. Long Aoshan looked at Lin Ao with a serious face. His tone was serious, but Lin Ao couldn't deal with it this time. Long Aoshan scratched his head in embarrassment. Brother Lin, I mean, don't misunderstand that I like men. I do this to everyone I care about, like my old man, my mother, Lun Yan, Uncle Lin, Aunt Li, and Feng Qiwu and the others. You are also among these people, hee. Brother Lin, I believe what you say. I know what you just said is true. Lin Ao looked at Long Aoshan seriously. He didn't expect that Long Aoshan would listen carefully to his unintentional words. Aoshan, thank you. Lin Ao understood. One body and two souls. Why did this setting always seem to be related to those children of destiny? Lin Ao casually told the truth. He never thought that Long Aoshan would believe it. However, this matter did not make Lin Ao feel any trouble. Even if he encountered something bizarre, he would still feel it was normal, because this world is originally it's not normal. As soon as Long Aoshan came in, he started messing around on the computer without saying what he wanted to do. Brother Lin, let me help you, kill them. Long Aoshan raised his head and showed a bright smile to Lin Ao. Isn't it incredible, Brother Lin? Chapter 151 Hongyan Building Tradition. On the big screen at the entrance of Sicily, the original bar promotional video was changed to Yi Chen's video. Those internet celebrities out there are as excited as fish that have smelled blood. The owner of this bar is quite unique. The outside was surrounded by onlookers, passers-by stopped to watch, and various internet celebrities immediately started live broadcasts, and the popularity of the live broadcast room soared. They become more excited when they get a little sweetness. Yi Chen's video has once again sparked a new wave of popularity. Lin Ao and Long Aoshan returned to the hall. I'll go back first. I'll leave this place to you, Aoshan. Lin Ao looked at the time and it was getting late. Don't worry, Brother Lin, have a safe journey. Long Aoshan patted his chest, looking confident. If you can't speak anymore, then don't speak anymore. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Long Aoshan, called Joanna to pack up their things, and returned to Bihai Bay. At this time, the lights in the Bihai Bay villa were on, and the girls inside had already prepared dinner. You're back just in time. Let's have dinner together. Gu Wanqing pulled Joanna in, her eyes narrowed. She could see that Joanna's walking posture was a little awkward. I didn't expect that Lin Ao would take down Joanna in just one day. Mom. When Lun Yan saw Joanna coming back, he quickly rushed into Joanna's arms. Joanna showed her little face and hugged Lun Yan. Joanna frowned slightly when she was bumped by Lun Yan. If she had known, she would not have done it a second time. It turns out that no matter how strong a woman is, she is still weak in this situation. Wanqing, Yi Chen and I had a complete falling out today, but he doesn't know who I am specifically and thinks I'm just Anna's gigolo. Lin Ao told Gu Wanqing what happened today. Gu Wanqing lowered her head and thought for a while. Now it depends on how intense the reaction from Yama's palace will be. Yes, I understand. We have also asked people from several major families to come over for support. Aunt Li also contacted me today. I have already made arrangements for today. I will have someone contact Aoshan later and ask them to cooperate with Longmen. Lin Ao nodded, thinking that he would be busy tomorrow. At this time, the doorbell rang. Gu Wanqing was puzzled for a moment. Who else would come now? Soon she showed an understanding expression. Hey, Sister Wanqing, I'm here to bother you again. Zhang Xiying smiled playfully and walked into the house in a flash. Lin Ao glanced at Zhang Xiying at the door and smiled awkwardly. He had always had a 419 attitude towards Zhang Xiying, but who knew that his approach now seemed a little off. The madness of that night is still vivid in my mind. Lin Ao. Zhang Xiying ran over and hugged Lin Ao. Lin Ao stiffened his body and looked at the girls around him. Ahem, Xiying, come and have dinner with us. Lin Ao gently pushed Zhang Xiying away, because if he didn't push her away, Qingyun and the others' gazes would probably pierce through Lin Ao. I came here today to tell you a piece of news. After everyone was seated, Zhang Xiying looked at them with a smile. Our Zhang family has decided to fully intervene in the affairs of Yama Palace, but there is a prerequisite. Zhang Xiying's words aroused everyone's curiosity. She looked at Lin Ao shyly, and Lin Ao tilted his head. It seemed that this condition was related to him. Well, my grandpa wants to meet Lin Ao. Lin Ao thought back to the phone call from Zhang Xiying in the hospital. The old man from the Zhang family. He had never met this person before, and he didn't even seem to have heard of him. No problem, let Lin Ao meet you after dinner. Jiyu Wanqing directly took the responsibility for Lin Ao, and she looked at Lin Ao with a smile. Brother Ao, don't blame me for acting on my own. After all, you've already taken advantage of them. It's not too much to ask for a meeting with their parents, right? Jiyu Wanqing's words made Lin Ao and Zhang Xiying blush at the same time. Zhang Xiying became more and more shy, poking at the corner of her clothes with her fingers, while Lin Ao was once again greeted with a burst of heated gazes from everyone. How could I blame you? Haha, I was just about to agree. Lin Ao gritted his teeth and replied, then lowered his head to eat. Why did Jiyu Wanqing agree on behalf of Lin Ao? Because this is Pengdong after all, and the Zhang family is a strong support here. If the Zhang family really agrees to help, then Lin Ao's chances of winning this round will be greatly increased. Jiyu Wanqing no longer wanted to see Lin Ao leave. After dinner, the girls sent Lin Ao and Zhang Xiying out the door. Okay, let's go back and rest. I think there will be a tough battle tomorrow. Jiyu Wanqing turned slightly and looked at Joanna. However, before we rest, it seems we should maintain the tradition of Hongyan building. The girls' eyes lit up and everyone looked at Joanna. Lun Yan also looked at Joanna, who was holding her with great interest. She was the only one standing there in a daze. What tradition? She had a bad feeling. Tonight's protagonist is our Anna, but before that, Nian Nian, hurry up and take a shower and go to bed. After all, you are still young. Jiyu Wanqing's eyes were full of cunning, and Lun Yan looked devastated. Was she going to be excluded again? She was the one who came up with the name Hongyan building. She's a veteran. Aren't you guys being too harsh on me? Joanna didn't understand what it meant. Anna, concentrate and see if there are any marks on us. Jiyu Wanqing looked at Joanna with a smile, and she saw a prompt for Joanna. Connected successfully. As for what this meant, Jiyu Wanqing guessed that Joanna had officially joined their ranks, and from being an outsider, she was now connected to the fate of the past few days. Upon hearing this, Joanna concentrated her attention and looked at Jiyu Wanqing and the other girls, including Lun Yan in her arms, in surprise. She found that they all had the same mark on them. Departed from the destiny route. This. Joanna covered her mouth. It turned out that they also had information tags on their bodies. Anna, this is proof that we are free. Jiyu Wanqing took them to the living room. Before this label appeared, we were all puppets of a certain event in this world. I guess it was because of Lin Ao that we successfully deviated from our original route. And we saw the successfully connected sign on you, which means you've fully participated in this incident. If there's a problem, you'll be implicated. Of course this is just my guess, but I have a hunch that this is what he meant. Jiyu Wanqing expressed her guess, and Joanna looked at them in surprise. It turned out that she also had a mark on her body, but it was different from theirs. Sister Wanqing, this is exactly what I wanted. Joanna smiled freely, and Jiyu Wanqing and the others instantly understood what she meant and smiled as well. Okay, Nian Nian, go take a shower. Jiyu Wanqing blinked at Lun Yan in Joanna's arms. Lun Yan pouted, jumped down with a wronged look, and left angrily. Now it's time to get down to business. Jiyu Wanqing watched Lun Yan leave and looked at Joanna seriously. Joanna became nervous. Sister Anna, can you tell me what you experienced this afternoon? Sha Qianj walked over with a smile. Qin Yun and the others also looked at Joanna while trying not to smile. This is the tradition of Hongyanlu. Chapter 152. Hello, I am an person and not good at communication. Lin Ao sat in Zhang Xiying's car. Zhang Xiying hugged Lin Ao tightly in the back row. Lin Ao wasn't nervous about the person he was going to meet next, he was just thinking about his relationship with Zhang Xiying. Lin Ao, my grandpa is not a serious person, you don't need to be nervous. Zhang Xiying leaned on Lin Ao's shoulder. She was very happy that Lin Ao agreed to meet her grandfather. Xiying, have you ever thought about why you like me? Lin Ao asked the biggest question in his mind. He actually had not been in contact with Zhang Xiying for a very long time. Although he treated her in a somewhat formal way at the beginning, later on, Lin Ao had already regarded Zhang Xiying as a fun friend. Zhang Xiying lowered her head and thought about it. She seemed to have never thought about this question. She just followed her own feelings. Is there a reason for liking it? First of all, I like your appearance. It makes me happy at first sight. This is very important. Then I like the way you talk. It makes me feel comfortable. I feel like you're not after my body or looks, nor are you after my money. Otherwise I asked you out so many times and you refused. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiying felt a little discouraged, and at one point she wondered if she wasn't pretty enough or if her figure wasn't good enough. This led to her becoming more and more bold in facing Lin Ao, because she refused to admit defeat and competed with Lin Ao. Then I realized you're quite unusual. At least you're not just a bar chatterbox. I don't think that's your main job. You must be in Sicily for some reason. I was talking about how troublesome it was to manage a company, and you casually enlightened me with a few words. I said that foreign trade business has been a bit difficult recently, and you were able to come up with a solution. I later implemented it, and it really went very smoothly. Gradually I was attracted to you. I was curious and wanted to explore. Then you disappeared again. Lin Ao, do you know that I wait for you in Sicily every night? Zhang Xiying's eyes were full of stars. She looked at Lin Ao. Finally, she had waited for him. She was already a little fan of Lin Ao. Did she like him? She no longer cared what liking meant. She only knew that she couldn't miss this man. Lin Ao listened to Zhang Xiying's confession and immediately knew how to respond. Because he really only wanted 491 at the beginning. Lin Ao, it's okay, I'll wait for you. I only have one condition. Zhang Xiying seemed to know what Lin Ao was thinking. You say. Lin Ao looked down at the woman and felt a little nervous. Just can't say no to me, okay. Zhang Xiying's nervous little hands pinched the hem of her skirt, and she seemed to be trembling slightly. Her breathing slowed down and her heartbeat gradually accelerated, and these few seconds seemed very long. Good. Lin Ao softly agreed to Zhang Xiying. He could not guarantee that he would fall in love with her in the end, but Lin Ao was a responsible person. Zhang Xiying immediately relaxed and showed a sunny smile, and the surroundings were as bright as spring. Hee, Lin Ao, let me tell you, if my grandfather dares to yell at you, I'll help you beat him up. Zhang Xiying instantly turned into a lark, enthusiastically telling Lin Ao her story in the back row. Lin Ao listened patiently and began to slowly tell his own story, exchanging sincerity for sincerity. He would not let down those who treated him like this. Soon they arrived at the Zhang family compound. This is a manor. The iron gate outside slowly opened and the car drove inside. There were many people in uniform patrolling around. Lin Ao missed the city walls of Zhanghai a little, because of the full sense of security they gave him. The car stopped and Lin Ao got out. What caught his eye was a very ancient building. Like the courtyards of ancient Chinese dignitaries, it completely imitates the architectural style of our ancestors and adopts mortise and tenon structures. The green bricks and tiles, the carvings and colorful paintings made Lin Ao feel as if time and space were confused. Let's go. This is my grandfather's courtyard. He's always loved these things, and it took him a lot of time and effort to build them. Zhang Xiying took Lin Ao in, walked across a small bridge, past a small bamboo forest, and came to an ancient gate. Miss, you're here. The master is waiting inside. Zhang Xiying knocked on the door gently. After a while, an old man with gray hair opened the door. Then he looked at Lin Ao behind Zhang Xiying, and his cloudy eyes revealed a glimmer of brilliance. Grandpa Hu, good evening. This is Lin Ao. I'm bringing him to see you. Zhang Xiying greeted him warmly and walked in, holding Lin Ao's hand. When passing by the old man surnamed Hu, Lin Ao was surprised. Grandmaster. The Zhang family is indeed a hidden talent. Haha, come with me, the master is watching TV now. Zhang Xiying held Lin Ao's arm and followed Grandpa Hu into the house. On the way here, Zhang Xiying didn't let Lin Ao prepare any gifts, saying that her grandfather had everything he needed except a grandson-in-law, and you were his greatest gift. Lin Ao was confused by Zhang Xiying's remarks. Soon they came to the living room, where an old man wearing a short-sleeved shirt, shorts and a pair of flip-flops was watching a girl group audition program on TV. Oh, why is my Nuanyuan crying? I'll go to the live broadcast room and Grandpa will take care of you. Lin Ao's mouth twitched, but Grandpa Hu and Zhang Xiying were very calm. My grandfather loves this. He watches the girl groups dancing every day and tries his hand at it himself. He says this stimulates his youthful cells and rejuvenates them. Lin Ao took a deep breath. It turned out that the old ones are the wisest. Grandpa, we are here, Zhang Xiying called out to the old man sweetly. The old man hurriedly turned off the TV. Then he sat down on the wooden chair, picked up the teacup, blew along the rim of the cup, and it seemed to be very hot. You guys are here. Old Hu, didn't I tell you to notify me in advance when you have guests? The old man spoke in a deep voice, with his legs crossed and his flip-flops hanging in the air, looking very weathered. Master, I'm old, and my memory is not very good. Grandpa Hu answered slowly. This won't happen again. The old man took a sip of the tea in the cup with a look of enjoyment on his face. Lin Ao's eyelids couldn't help but tremble. This acting skill is simply top-notch. If I hadn't seen that scene just now, I would probably believe it. And is that tea in your teacup? I saw an empty Coke bottle next to it, and there were a few wolfberries floating in the teacup. You were enjoying yourself and staying healthy, no wonder you were enjoying it so much. Grandpa, this is Lin Ao. Zhang Xiying brought Lin Ao to old man Zhang. She was used to her grandfather's style of doing things and was not surprised at all. Hello, Mr. Zhang, my name is Lin Ao, and I am the eldest son of the Zhonghai Lin family. Lin Ao introduced himself politely. Well, sit down. Old Master Zhang lowered his eyes, as if the only thing in his eyes was the health-preserving tea in the cup, and he didn't look directly at Lin Ao. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. I'd like to ask you a question. Are you tired of pretending? No matter how serious you are, it won't work. You were yelling and dancing at the TV just now, but you are no longer dignified. Lin Ao sat on the chair and looked at the old man who was still pretending to be cool. He felt that he was really like a child. Grandpa, if you keep doing this, I'll have someone do something shady and prevent your favorite Nguyen from debuting as a group. Zhang Xiying said this with great ease. The old man immediately broke down when he heard this. Ahem, hello, young man. My name is Zhang Tinlong. I'm an E-person and not good at communication. The old man put his feet down and sat properly, but what he said made Lin Ao a little unsure how to respond. Hello, old man, I'm an E-person too. How about we communicate by typing? I'm good at it. Zhang Xiying looked at the two men speechlessly. Is this a successful connection? Chapter 153. From now on, the Zhang family's property will be yours. Haha, brother Lin and I were just joking. Old Master Zhang looked at Lin Ao with a smile and found that Lin Ao was quite interesting. Mr. Zhang, it's a pleasure to meet you. I should have prepared a gift, but I came in such a hurry that I didn't have time to prepare it. Next time I come, I'll prepare a good gift for you, Mr. Zhang. Although it was Zhang Xiying who asked not to buy it, Lin Ao still had to say it politely out of courtesy. Haha, it doesn't matter. I don't care about these things. On the contrary, I don't like being polite. Mr. Zhang waved his hand, then glanced up and down at Lin Ao, nodding his head repeatedly, as if he was appreciating something. Brother Lin, how far have things progressed with my granddaughter? Old Master Zhang touched his chin and nodded again, seeming to be quite satisfied with Lin Ao. I don't know if he was satisfied with his appearance or something else. Xiying and I are now boyfriend and girlfriend. Lin Ao felt uncomfortable under Zhang Tinlong's gaze. This blatant scrutiny seemed to penetrate his body. Brother Lin, you have achieved great accomplishments despite your young age. I am quite satisfied with you in every aspect. You are just a bit of a playboy. Lin Ao's body stiffened at Mr. Yang's words. It seemed that the old man had checked everything. But I know about men. My granddaughter has never wanted to get married or even have a relationship, but she happened to meet you. Old Master Zhang showed a trace of nostalgia, thinking back to when he was in his prime and had as many female confidants as Lin Ao. But later on, Zhang Xiying's grandmother cut down the forest, leaving only her towering tree that no one could shake. Mr. Zhang, Xiying and I. Lin Ao originally wanted to express that he would be responsible and would never let Zhang Xiying down in this life, but he was interrupted by Mr. Zhang again. Okay, I get it. I won't let you give up other women and only love Xiying. I'm such an open-minded person, you know. Old Master Zhang blinked at him. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. I didn't mean that. Who said I was going to give up other women? I called you here today just to see you. After we meet, we'll all be family. Don't you think so? Mr. Zhang poured a glass of wolfberry water for Lin Ao. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I will definitely treat Xi Ying well in the future. Lin Ao took a look and had to take it. He really didn't want to drink this stuff. There's one more thing. You can have 2 more children in the future. One of them will have our Zhang family surname, and our entire Zhang family fortune will belong to him. Zhang Tinlong's light words choked Lin Ao, who was drinking water. What the hell is this? We've only just established a relationship, and things are already moving so fast. You're flying the plane while others are driving. Ahem, old man, this depends on Xi Ying's wishes. If she wants to have the baby, then I don't mind. Lin Ao didn't resist much. The Zhang family's assets were worth hundreds of billions, and Lin Ao couldn't afford to suffer any loss. Zhang Xiying's face flushed red and she kept looking at Lin Ao. It seemed that this girl was very happy. Okay, your words are enough. The Zhang family fully supports Pengdong, the king of hell. Haha, I heard that the disciple of Long Beishan is here too, right? Lin Ao looked at Zhang Tinlong in surprise. You know both the Yama Palace and Dragon Gate. Well, he and I have also cooperated. This time when Yama Palace came, Uncle Long also sent people over. Zhang Tinlong nodded, took a sip of the happy health water, and smiled. It seemed that he was in a very happy mood. Alright, with Longmen and our Zhang family, there won't be any problems with the Hell King's palace. Old who? Go meet that old guy. Long Beishan should have called your good brothers. You two can go together. Zhang Tinlong gave an order to the kind-looking Mr. Hu, and a light flashed in the old man's eyes. Master, can you go out and play with your brothers for a few more days? Mr. Hu rubbed his hands, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Go ahead, kid. Come back in 3 days. As soon as Zhang Tinlong finished speaking, Mr. Hu disappeared. Zhang Xiying might not be able to see it clearly, but Lin Ao saw it clearly. Mr. Hu was originally slightly hunched, but he straightened his back in an instant, and his wrinkled skin regained vitality and turned into strong muscles. He pulled up his pants and slipped out. I'll leave Yi Chen to you. If I let Lao Hu kill him, that shabby monk might come after me. Zhang Tinlong's words caught Lin Ao's attention. A monk. The Saitagarbha Bodhisattva, that Yan Dong mentioned. Is that monk Zhang Lao the Saitagarbha Bodhisattva? Lin Ao asked directly, because Yan Dong stopped talking halfway and only said that Yi Chen's biggest trump card was him. Oh, you've heard of your grandson-in-law, too. Who's so bold as to tell you his name? Zhang Tinlong was very surprised that Lin Ao actually called out the name of that stinky monk. You can't talk too much to this person, or he'll become more and more clingy. Yan Dong. Zhang Tinlong suddenly realized that it was that kid. He had called him that day and scolded him, but the kid was like a loach and said that he no longer cared about the affairs of the King of Hell. He was retired, and it seemed that his contract had been completed. I can't tell you, it's for your own good, but that monk hasn't appeared in the past 10 years. I wonder if he passed away. But you don't have to worry. Others probably can't touch Yi Chen, but you, my grandson-in-law. Zhang Tinlong narrowed his eyes halfway through his words. It shouldn't be a big problem. Lin Ao was about to ask Zhang Tinlong what he meant, but the old man yawned. Oh, people tend to get sleepy when they get old. You guys should go back so I can rest. Lin Ao had no choice but to stop asking questions. It was obvious that he didn't want to say it and didn't know how to say it, so there was no point in asking. Okay, then we'll leave first. I'll come visit you again after this is over. Then Lin Ao and Zhang Xiying left, and from behind they could hear the music of the girl group singing and dancing on TV, as well as Zhang Tinlong cheering for Nuanyuan. Lin Ao's mouth twitched and he looked at Zhang Xiying beside him. Zhang Xiying pursed her lips and shrugged her shoulders. Her grandfather was just like that. Lin Ao, you will slowly get to know me and then accept me. Zhang Xiying looked at Lin Ao at the door. She knew that Lin Ao probably didn't really care about her yet, but she didn't mind because she was very confident in herself. At the same time, she knew what kind of person Lin Ao was. If she really couldn't get into his heart, even if Gu Wanqing agreed for him, he would still refuse. Then I'll have someone send you back. The driver drove the car over, and Zhang Xiying said goodbye to Lin Ao reluctantly. She felt a little depressed. She actually didn't want to be separated from Lin Ao. Lin Ao opened the car door. Why are you standing there? Get in the car and go home with me. Zhang Xiying looked up at Lin Ao, her eyes filled with surprise and a sweet feeling that filled her heart. Chapter 154. Yi Chen is furious and attacks. Lin Ao and Zhang Xiying returned to Bihai Bay, and Zhang Xiying was in a sweet mood all the way. Lin Ao opened the door and went in, only to find the lights dim. Were they all asleep? He and Zhang Xiying came to the hall puzzled. There was no one in the hall. Lin Ao and Zhang Xiying looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. It wasn't that late, just a little after 11 o'clock. Why would they go to bed so early? Lin Ao moved his ears and heard laughter coming from the second floor. All on top. As Lin Ao walked up to the second floor, the sounds became more and more obvious. It was the laughter of Sha Qianj and Qin Yun. The two of them laughed the most happily, and the sound came from Ji Yu Wanqing's room. However, he saw a small figure at the door. She was covering her mouth and laughing softly. Lin Ao's eyelids twitched. Nian Nian, what are you doing? Lu Nian, who was squatting at the door, was startled by Lin Ao's voice. She quickly covered her mouth and made a gesture to Lin Ao to keep quiet. Lin Ao and Zhang Xiying both looked at Lu Nian in confusion. Lu Nian pointed at the room with his finger. Lin Ao walked over and squatted down with Zhang Xiying to listen. Ha 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 ha, Qin Yun, you are such a fashion genius, ha ha ha, you are so bold. Sha Qianj's laughter was very loud. Let me tell you, Lin Ao's eyes widened. My dress has a unique design. It's both sexy and practical. Qin Yun's pleasant voice was full of pride. Do you all play so extravagantly? At this time, Joanna's voice of disbelief came out. Indeed, I feel like I'm nothing but trash in front of you. Luo Yanren's weak voice sounded, and Lin Ao outside the door didn't know what expression to make. I. Lu Mengan wanted to say something, but seemed embarrassed and didn't finish. Mengan, what can a little rabbit like you do? You're just fish on a chopping board, ha 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 ha. Ji Yu Wanqing covered her mouth and chuckled. Lu Mengan was the softest girl here. Joanna has a record of making Lin Ao surrender, while Lu Mengan can only be bullied by Lin Ao. Lu Mengan's face flushed with dissatisfaction. It seemed that she would have to work harder in the future. At least I have something to brag about in front of my sisters during the night talk. Sister Wanqing, I wonder how that new sister is doing in battle. I'm so curious. Sha Qianj talked about Zhang Xiying. Zhang Xiying, who was standing outside, looked at Lin Ao with a gleam in her eyes. Is it me? Are you talking about me? Lu Nianj looked at me with a teasing look on his face. Uncle Lin Ao, so this is the kind of person you are. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. Is this what you usually talk about? Do you guys have no sense of boundaries? Do girls really say anything when they're together? Besides, what does it have to do with you, you little thing? Lin Ao picked up Lu Nian. Lu Nian accidentally let out a cry of surprise. The noise in the room suddenly quieted down. The door was opened immediately, and I saw that all the women in the room were wearing pajamas of the same style, with warm yellow electronic candles lit. Some of them were sitting and some were lying, creating a good atmosphere. Ji Yu Wanqing looked at Lin Ao and Lu Nian in Lin Ao's hand with a smile. Nian Nian, Heron. Lu Nian shuddered, and at this time Joanna and Lu Mengan also came out. Lu Nian was completely despairing and hung her head. This time, she was done for. She would probably be wary of her from now on. The math problems would probably increase again. Ji Yu Wanqing ignored Lin Ao and pulled Zhang Xiying in. Sisters, a new story is coming. The girls cheered and ran out, especially Sha Qianj. She pulled Zhang Xiying inside. Zhang Xiying looked confused. Ji Yu Wanqing pointed at Lu Nian and gave Lin Ao a look. Then he closed the door. The two people, one big and one small, were excluded and stood in the wind in a disheveled manner. Then there was no loud sound coming from inside. Uncle Lin Ao, can I go downstairs and have some ice cream to calm down? Lu Nian looked up at Lin Ao, who was confused. Lin Ao nodded. Eat together, eat together. Bang, a loud noise was heard in a luxurious villa in Pengdong. Our test was thrown against the wall, almost stuck to it, and completely fainted. Everyone else in the villa was trembling. 10 minutes ago, Yi Chen was playing with his new mobile phone and he was browsing TikTok again. Who knew that the first video would break him down? The picture was taken at the gate of Sicily, and the person who posted it was not Long Aocean but another internet celebrity blogger. He deleted the video, but what happened next was the same, just from a different angle and posted by a different blogger. The huge LED advertising screen at the entrance of Sicily was actually playing the video of Yi Chen that night. He felt dizzy again for a moment. This birth. He walked out of the room angrily and went to the hall to call a tie over. Without saying a word, he slammed Atai against the wall with all his strength, and his life or death was unknown. Pass the order down, gather all the troops immediately. Yi Chen's voice was filled with suppressed anger. He was going to destroy Sicily now. No one inside would be able to leave alive. Not a single blogger who posted the video would be able to escape his wrath. Okay. Palace Master. Many of the younger brothers in the hall immediately took orders and went out to get their equipment and set off. After everyone left, Yi Chen walked up to Atai, took out a pill with a cold face, and stuffed it into Atai's mouth. Just use up your last bit of value. Atai on the wall was twitching all over, his veins wriggling, as if some energy was rioting inside him. He let out roars from his throat, his eyes turned red, and his muscles began to swell. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction and led Atai out. Set off. Sicilian Long Aotian was held in his room by Feng Qiwu. Feng Qiwu put several locks on the door. Qiwu, do I really want to do this? Now. It doesn't seem very good. Long Aotian looked at Feng Qiwu with an embarrassed expression. Why? There's no one else here, and it's night time. Stop talking and take off your clothes first. Be good, let me read the instructions first. Feng Qiwu didn't care what Long Aotian was saying. She gently stroked Long Aotian's face, then turned her head and looked at an instruction manual attentively. How to become an adult. Long Aotian obediently took off his shirt. He didn't know anything about this matter and could only follow Feng Qiwu's instructions. Another important purpose of coming here is to completely eat Long Aotian. Feng Qiwu turned her head to look at Long Aotian. She looked Long Aotian up and down, nodded with satisfaction, and licked her lips with her pink tongue. I think I understand. Feng Qiwu threw the book in his hand away, with a gleam in his eyes. When Long Aotian was stared at by Feng Qiwu, he shrank his neck and felt that he was being spotted by a hungry wolf. Qiwu, wait a minute, I have a bad feeling. I'm also very anxious, but please pause for a moment. Feng Qiwu's face became solemn. Long Aotian, who was looking expectant, suddenly opened his eyes and his expression also became solemn. Because the person speaking at this time was Feng Luotong, her premonitions had always been quite accurate since she was a child. Feng Qiwu's face was filled with anger. Who on earth dared to ruin her good deeds? Chapter 155. After tonight, let's have a baby. Long Aotian and Feng Qiwu came to the hall. On the way, we received news from outside personnel that a group of people were rushing here, and they were probably people from the King of Hell. Long Aotian dialed Lin Ao's number. At this time, Lin Ao was still licking ice cream with Lun Yen in the living room. Aotian, what's wrong? I didn't expect you to have time to call me tonight. Lin Ao teased Long Aotian, his expression very serious, because he knew that Long Aotian must have something important to tell him when he called at this time. Brother Lin, the Splatoons are coming. The smell is too strong. Come quickly. Sure enough, the billboard effect that Long Aotian created triggered Splatoon's G-spot, and he couldn't stand it and came. Wait for me. Lin Ao walked upstairs and knocked on Gu Wanqing's door. When the door opened, he found that the girls were covering their mouths and surrounding Zhang Xiying, who looked very proud. Lin Ao's mouth twitched and he told them what happened. In the Sicily Hall, the men were still playing around downstairs, because Sicily had announced it would be closed for a few days. Feng Qiwu, who was standing next to Long Aotian, didn't look very happy. We were about to get on the highway, but he blew up my road halfway. Feng Qiwu went to the control console, turned off the music, and picked up the microphone. Everyone, prepare for battle. As soon as Feng Qiwu finished speaking, everyone's expression became serious, and they dispersed in a well-trained manner and prepared for battle. Qiwu, let's go to the door to greet the guests. Long Aotian poked the angry Feng Qiwu. Feng Qiwu hugged Long Aotian and kissed him on the lips in a very aggressive manner. Long Aotian, Feng Qiwu let go of Long Aotian, wiped the corner of his mouth, and showed a charming smile. This is interest. After I finish dealing with those bastards, all. Long Aotian shuddered. Tell me in detail, I thought about how to withstand your attack. By the way, now you can tell your dad to start the process as well, right? Long Aotian was a little confused. What did you start? Why didn't you call? He took out his cell phone and called Long Baishan. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Feng Qiwu took the hand that Long Aotian was holding the phone with and moved the phone away from Long Aotian's ear. Not long after he moved it away, he heard angry shouts and curses from the phone. You bastard! It's the dead of night. Don't you know the old man needs to rest? Huh, believe it or not, I'll go over to Pengdong and give you a beating. If I find out you're alright, you'll just have to wait for me. Long Aoshan looked at Feng Qiwu and finally understood why she stopped fighting. Dad ahem, sect master. Long Aoshan rolled his eyes at this old man in his heart. There are so many rules. Talk about it. Speed. Hurry. Long Baishan's voice sounded impatient, and Long Aoshan seemed to vaguely hear her mother's voice on the phone. We're ready to fight the Hades Palace. Qiwu said we can start the fight on your side. What do you want to start? Long Aoshan looked confused and wondered why he didn't tell him. As the sect leader, he also wanted to worry about it. It's a true all-out war with Yama Palace. The higher-ups have long been fed up with their ways, and recently discovered someone colluding with them and acting as their protector. We've already apprehended him, and someone offered us a bribe to eliminate this underground rat. Long Aoshan widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Lao Deng, you're such a jerk. You're trying to have it both ways. You old fox. The higher-ups already had a plan, and you even asked Brother Lin to agree to some conditions. Tisk tisk tisk, you're making a killing. Lao Deng. Only then did Long Aoshan realize that Long Baishan had tried to please both sides and had taken advantage of both. He was indeed a very cunning person. Who are you talking to? Lao Deng, who is it? Long Aoshan shuddered all over. Just now, because he knew that Lao Deng had tricked Lin Ao, he lost himself in the attack. Isn't this just paving the way for you, a bastard? Huh, and I just asked for a promise from Lin Ao. You bastard, just wait for me. Long Baishan started to scold him. Long Aoshan shrank his neck and could no longer be arrogant. Feng Qiwu covered her mouth and chuckled. Hey, Dad, I was wrong. When this is over, I'll bring Qiwu back to see you. Long Aoshan bowed his head and admitted his mistake, thinking in his mind how many croton seeds he would use when the time came. He, son, are you surprised? Are you happy? Are you joyful? Qiwu is a good girl, you have to treat her well. Long Baishan showed a wicked smile, and the beautiful woman beside him rolled her eyes at the old man. Okay, I get it. I'm hanging up first. I want to go out and fight. Long Aoshan did not argue with Lao Deng this time. Ever since the concept of double experience was introduced, Long Aoshan's mood changed. Yeah, watch out, your dad's going to have a fight too. Long Aoshan was stunned for a moment. What are you calling for? Before he could even ask, Long Baishan hung up the phone. Everyone is ready. They gathered in the hall, equipped with both cold and hot weapons. Next, we will launch an all-out war against Yama Palace. We will surely win. Feng Qiwu held the microphone and spoke to the people below. We will win, we will win, we will win. When they arrived at the Sicilian gate, the disciples of Longmen and the people originally from Sicily had already set out, armed with both cold and hot weapons. Long Aoshan stood in front of the Sicily gate and waved to the front, and everyone immediately dispersed. The only people left outside the door were Long Aoshan, Feng Qiwu and Nini. Ji Wanqing, Joanna and Zhang Xiying were sitting in Lin Ao's car. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiying also had innate strength, and she strongly demanded to keep up. The others stayed in Bai Bay because they currently had no power. When they had time in the future, Lin Ao would train all of them into master-level powerhouses. Once this force is formed, Lin Ao feels terrified just thinking about it. Just when he was a few kilometers away from Sicily, he could vaguely sense the presence of some warriors. The closer you get, the more energy will be concentrated together. I saw that Longmen and the others were already facing the palace of Yama. Lin Ao couldn't help but step on the accelerator again. Lin Ao. Ji Wanqing, who was standing by, called out to Lin Ao gently. She also felt those auras. Tonight, after this, I want a baby. Ji Wanqing's words made Zhang Xiying prick up her ears. She leaned over and glanced weakly at Ji Wanqing and Lin Ao. I want one too. The roots of her ears turned red, and after she finished speaking, she retreated to the back seat and leaned towards Joanna. Joanna hugged Zhang Xiying with amusement. Ji Wanqing smiled and didn't feel that Zhang Xiying had any intention of competing with her. Lin Ao took a long time to answer. Okay, after tonight, I'll agree to anything you ask for. He smiled casually. Ji Wanqing and Zhang Xiying's words caused endless waves in Lin Ao's heart. He is also looking forward to what his children will be like. Both women in the car smiled happily. Yi Chen, Lin Ao, will definitely have you tonight. Chapter 156 The War Begins. Yi Chen had already seen Sicily's huge screen from not far away, which was still playing his video. His eyes were gloomy, his teeth were gritted, and his anger grew stronger. He had killed many people in his life, both good and bad, but he had never felt such hatred towards a single person. If he didn't kill in this life, it would definitely become a demon in Yi Chen's heart. And he found that things were not that simple. He encountered many people intercepting him along the way, and other members of the Yama Palace had already confronted them. It is still unknown who the other party is, but this time Yan Wangling has summoned most of the troops to Pengdong. But it did not affect his plan to kill Long Aoshan and Lin Ao. He looked at Atai who was sitting beside him like a wild beast, with sticky saliva flowing from the corners of his mouth and a dull look in his eyes, like a ferocious beast waiting for his master's orders. Yi Chen looked at the huge screen in Sicily, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Several cars stopped in front of them, and Yi Chen smiled contemptuously. Atai, go down and blow them to pieces. Atai, who was standing aside, had bloodshot eyes. He got out of the car panting and looked at the two cars in front. He stepped on the ground, leaving a shadow behind and disappeared. At the same time, the ground seemed to crack into several cracks. Yi Chen looked ahead with interest. This magic pill would burn up all of Atai's life tonight, allowing him to burst out to the peak strength of a Grand Master, without fear of the pain of life and death. Boom! With a loud bang, Artest overturned the two cars blocking the way, showing his amazing strength. The Longmen members in the car reacted in time, opened the door and escaped. They pulled the trigger repeatedly at Artest, but the bullets only entered his skin a little bit and got stuck on the surface. His defense ability was very terrifying. Several disciples of Longmen were stunned. This man was a complete monster. Just as they were about to evacuate, Atai appeared behind them. With a grim smile on his face, he hugged several people in his arms. Several people took out broken blades and stabbed Atai's body repeatedly, only to find that they were as hard as steel. As Atai's force gradually tightened, several people felt their internal organs being compressed and unable to breathe. They kept coughing and spitting out blood from their mouths. Atai looked at the people in his arms like a cat playing with a mouse, with a wanton smile on his face. He licked his lips and slammed the ground, and the people in his arms died instantly. Artest cleared the road and returned to the car, unable to hide the excited smile on his face. Soon, you'll be able to let off some steam. Let's go. Yi Chen gave an order and the car started again. He got off the car at the entrance of Sicily. The internet celebrities who were originally stationed there had already been asked to leave by Long Aoshan and his friends. When Yi Chen saw Long Aoshan and the giant screen playing the video above Sicily, he could no longer conceal his long-suppressed anger. Artest, smash that screen for me. Upon hearing this, Artest jumped up and tried to smash the screen. Feng Qiwu glanced at the ugly Atai, used his strength to break the stone lion at the gate of Sicily and picked it up. He gathered strength in both hands and smashed it towards Atai in midair. Atai turned around and punched the stone lion hard, breaking it into pieces and falling back to the ground. Such an interesting video, why don't you take a few more glances? I put a lot of thought into editing it. And you're destroying public property, okay. Long Aoshan looked at Yi Chen with contempt. He smiled crookedly, and the arrogance of the leader of Longmen emanated from his body. Who are you? From the warriors Yi Chen saw along the way and the power Feng Qiwu had just displayed, he realized that the young man in front of him whose smile made him uncomfortable was not a simple person. No problem, Longmen, the current leader. Long Aoshan. Long Aoshan stood on the steps and looked at Yi Chen with contempt. Yi Chen was indeed shocked by his identity, but wasn't the sect leader Xiao Fan. How did he become Long Aoshan? But even if he is the leader of Longmen, he is still the leader of the Palace of Yama. Hey, so Longmen only uses such despicable tactics. Yi Chen hinted that Long Aoshan's editing of his video was very despicable. Isn't this going to help you become famous? Now your fans online are calling you Splatoon. Yi Chen clenched his fists, veins bulging. Atai, kill them. Yi Chen stopped talking nonsense, and Atai jumped up as ordered. There were also sounds of fighting coming from the outside, and people from Yama Palace and Longmen were also rushing here. Feng Qiwu stepped forward and started fighting with Atai. They were as fast as lightning, and dull collision sounds rang out around them. Long Aoshan frowned. He had seen this Atai before, and he definitely didn't have such strength before. There was a faint feeling of suppressing Feng Chiwu. Long Aoshan joined the battle without saying a word. Yi Chen smiled slightly. He did not rush to take action. The more injured a Tai was, the stronger his explosive power would be. Moreover, it is not afraid of pain or fear, and is a robot with powerful combat power. Long Aoshan and Feng Chiwu attacked a Tai from both sides, and he fully felt a Tai's extraordinariness. Every punch that hit him was like hitting a steel plate. Brother Tien. Long Aoshan was not careful for a moment and was punched in the chest by a Tai. He crossed his arms and barely blocked it. Fuck. What kind of monster is this? How can he not feel pain? He's simply crazy. Feng Chiwu stopped a Tai from continuing to attack, and Long Aoshan was able to catch his breath for a moment. He took out a desert eagle from his pocket. Sugo. Long Aoshan shouted, and Feng Chiwu understood what he meant. She immediately found an opportunity to escape from a Tai's attack range. Long Aoshan fired several shots at a Tai, but found that he was unmoved. The bullets were completely unable to enter his body and were all stuck on the surface of his skin. A Tai roared and leapt up, attacking Feng Chiwu and Long Aoshan again. Brother Tien. He took the banned drug. The demon mixed pill. Feng Chiwu finally understood what was going on with a Tai. Their Fengyuan had studied it before and had strictly prohibited Longmen from using it because it was too inhumane. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen actually let a Tai use it. Using the demonic mixing pill will unleash all the potential of the human body, transform muscles and cells, and maintain peak condition for a day, without fear of life and death or pain, turning it into a battle machine. Once the drug's effect wears off, the user will immediately explode and die. To possess this power comes at the cost of one's life. Yi Chen is really not a human being. He is your subordinate. You use such weird things on him. Aren't you afraid that he will climb into your bed in the middle of the night? While Long Aoshan was fighting fiercely with a Tai, he was also complaining about Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled contemptuously and asked, "Do I need you to criticize what I, the Lord of Yama Palace, do?" Looking at the three people in the field, Yi Chen stretched his muscles. Enough fun. It's time to end it, and then it's the turn of another pretty boy. Yi Chen's eyes were fierce, and there was a strong murderous aura around him. The air was filled with a murderous smell. He leapt up, made his hands into claws, and grabbed Long Aoshan. At this time, Lin Ao was about to arrive in Sicily. He had a serious expression on his face and had a bad premonition. Chapter 157 Long Aoshan's life and death are uncertain. Lin Ao suddenly accelerated. He had already seen the huge screen in Sicily. It had been smashed by something and was flashing sparks. Lin Ao frowned, and Ji Wanqing and Joanna also looked solemn. They all had a bad premonition. Lin Ao stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, smashed the fence and headed straight for the gate of Sicily. When he arrived at the gate of Sicily, there was no one around, only the sounds of fighting between the disciples of Longmen and other members of Yama Palace. Lin Ao. Go find Long Aoshan inside. A female voice was heard not far away. Lin Ao turned around and saw that it was Da Mi and Xiao Mi. She was covered in blood at this moment. They were walking towards this side with smooth movements, so the blood on their bodies should be from the enemy. They just had a fight here and then went inside. We just got out. Go find Long Aoshan. I think he and Feng Chiwu aren't in good shape. Dami's voice was urgent, but they didn't have the strength to participate in the battle just now. They could only clear out the surrounding soldiers while keeping an eye on Long Aoshan and the others. Lin Ao looked at the venue and found that the ground was bumpy and there were a lot of bloodstains. His heart skipped a beat and he immediately rushed into Sicily. Ji Wanqing, Joanna and the others followed closely behind, while Da Mi and Xiao Mi continued to rush out and kill those people from the Hall of Yama. Lin Ao's face was gloomy. As soon as he ran in, he saw Nini fainted beside him. There was still blood at the corner of her mouth, and the items at the door had become tattered. He came to Nini, used his strength to check her physical condition, and frowned. Wanqing, the Yin Shenju has the effect of healing. Please help her heal. I'll go in first. Lin Ao looked at Ji Wanqing, gave an order, then stood up and walked towards the hall. Joanna was also worried about Nini, so she stayed with Ji Wanqing for a while. Zhang Xiying also ran over to help. Lin Ao had already heard the noise in the hall. There were constant noises and the sounds of various objects being smashed. It seemed that Long Aoshan was not completely defeated. He quickened his pace, turned into a shadow, and immediately appeared in the hall. It was a mess inside, and everything around had been smashed to pieces. There were two people fighting in the field. Yi Chen and Feng Qiwu. They also saw Lin Ao coming. Feng Qiwu found the right time to leave the battle circle and came to Lin Ao's side. Yi Chen did not dare to chase him rashly, so he had to stand not far away and keep watch. Lin Ao, you're finally here. This son of a bitch is trying to blow himself up. Brother Tian tried to save me. You have to save Brother Tian. Feng Qiwu was covered in scars and looked extremely miserable. When she saw Lin Ao, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Just 10 minutes ago, Yi Chen joined the battle. The strength he displayed was comparable to theirs, both at the Grandmaster level, but Yi Chen's strength grew with each battle, almost approaching that of a Grandmaster. Gradually, Lin Ao and Feng Qiwu were suppressed by him and Atai. Our test has been in a high-intensity combat state, and fighting with two masters, his vitality and potential are rapidly lost. Yi Chen glanced at Atai coldly, and when Atai approached Feng Qiwu, he shouted lightly, "Self-destruct." After the order was given, Atai's body continued to swell. He stared at Feng Qiwu and stretched out a hand to catch Feng Qiwu who was flying towards him. Lin Ao sensed something was wrong with Atai and he shouted loudly. He quickened his pace and came in front of Feng Qiwu and threw her aside. Feng Qiwu's face changed drastically when she saw that Atai had swelled up like a balloon. Lin Ao looked at Feng Qiwu and smiled. Bang! Atai's flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the powerful energy bombarded Lin Ao. He was blown onto the billboard, and the giant screen immediately collapsed, emitting countless fireworks. Ah! Feng Qiwu shouted in despair. Brother Tian. She flew over and pulled Lin Ao out. At this time, Lin Ao was covered in blood, and some of the injuries were so deep that the bones were visible. He was completely unconscious, breathing very slowly. Feng Qiwu took out a handful of pills and forcefully fed them into Lin Ao's mouth. She immediately moved to Sicily with Lin Ao in her arms. Yi Chen chased after him, but was stopped by Nini at the door. She saw the scene clearly. She was not even Yi Chen's opponent, but she still stood up to buy some time for Lin Ao and Feng Qiwu. A mere innate being dares to stop me. Yi Chen looked at Nini with amusement. She was pretty, but she was too overestimating herself. Bah! Splatoon. Nini had a look of disdain on her face, her voice trembling a little, but she dropped a bomb in Yi Chen's heart. Yi Chen's face suddenly became gloomy. He slapped Nini with his palm. Nini gritted her teeth and gathered her strength to meet Yi Chen's attack. Yi Chen in front of him suddenly turned into a shadow and disappeared in front of Nini. You're looking for death, you know. A sinister voice sounded from behind Nini, his tone full of gloom and anger. Nini quickly jumped forward to prevent Yi Chen from attacking her from behind. As she jumped away, she found herself bumping into someone. I told you, you're overestimating your own abilities. Nini looked up and found that it was Yi Chen who was just behind her. Suddenly, she felt a strong force hitting her stomach. Bang! Nini's body flew backwards rapidly and hit the wall behind her. She spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Her life or death was uncertain. Yi Chen's eyes were cold, and he immediately went inside Sicily. At this time, Feng Qiwu had already brought Lin Ao to the dormitory. Lin Ao had his eyes closed tightly, his clothes were torn to shreds by the impact of the force, and his body was covered with wounds. Feng Qiwu burst into tears. She never expected that Yecheng would order Atai to self-destruct. Brother Tian, you can't be in trouble. If you are, I will die. Feng Qiwu continuously infused Feng Yuan's unique power into Lin Ao's healing. It helps him digest the medicine in his body, but it doesn't seem to be very effective. At this time, Yi Chen's roar was heard outside. Come out here, you two rats. The sound echoed throughout Sicily. If Lin Ao was found at this time, he would definitely be killed on the spot by Yi Chen. Feng Qiwu gritted her teeth and put another pill into Lin Ao's mouth. She immediately ran outside and stopped Yi Chen. Are you willing to come out? How is it? Is your little man dead? Yi Chen looked at Feng Qiwu with amusement. How about you become my woman and I let you go? Yi Chen looked Feng Qiwu up and down. Now he observed Feng Qiwu carefully and found that she was really a top-notch one. In terms of appearance and fighting ability, she is completely worthy of her current self. Yi Chen licked his lips and had other thoughts in his mind. Feng Qiwu did not answer. Her eyes were full of anger and she shouted and attacked Yi Chen directly. Grandmaster level power, Yes, you are qualified to be my woman. Yi Chen dodged Feng Qiwu's attacks while teasing her with words. It's better to follow me than a man like that. Yi Chen looked at Feng Qiwu as if he were an object. I'm next door to you, you Splatoon. Yi Chen's smile disappeared. It's Splatoon again, it's Splatoon again. He attacked in anger, and Feng Qiwu was directly suppressed and suffered a lot of injuries. At this moment, Lin Ao appeared in the hall. Chapter 158 Fate's Counterattack. Haha, now that everyone is here, you're the other pretty boy from that night, right? Yi Chen stood not far away and looked at Lin Ao. This time, when he saw Lin Ao's hunger, for some reason, he felt a strong murderous intent in his heart. He had a feeling that he had to kill this person, using all means possible. A red mist flashed in his eyes, and Yi Chen gradually fell into madness. His heart beat very violently, his breathing became rapid, and he felt that the blood in his body was trembling. His strength was also rapidly increasing, and suddenly there was a sound of something being broken by a collision. He found that his strength had broken through the bottleneck of the Grandmaster level and reached the Grandmaster level. The air around was so powerful that objects were blown all over the place. There was a faint red energy wrapped around his body. Lin Ao's heart sank. Wan Qing and Anna are outside the door. Go and take Aoshan with you and leave quickly. He asked Feng Qiwu to take Aoshan away first, because Yi Chen was too scary now. Feng Qiwu stood there in a daze. She also felt Yi Chen's transformation. Grandmaster. This was the first time she saw someone break through to the Grandmaster level like this. It was as easy as drinking water. Quick! Lin Ao's loud shout brought Feng Qiwu back to her senses. She nodded at Lin Ao, jumped onto the second floor, and went to find Long Aoshan. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. None of you can escape. Yi Chen flew over and tried to intercept Feng Qiwu, but Lin Ao immediately stopped Yi Chen. Yi Chen threw a punch in the face, but Lin Ao barely dodged it and kicked Yi Chen in the side. Yi Chen smiled contemptuously, dodged in a very weird posture, and kicked Lin Ao in the same way. Bang! There was a loud noise. Lin Ao was knocked to the ground by Yi Chen in midair. He rolled over before landing, landed on his feet, and slid several meters due to the force. I can't believe it, I can't believe that your strength is even stronger than that Long Aoshan. Yi Chen fell from midair and looked at Lin Ao like a cat looking at a mouse. Who are you? Yi Chen also became interested in Lin Ao's identity. The man just now was the leader of Longmen, so what about the man in front of him who made him want to kill? Who was he? Zhang Hai, Lin family. Lin Ao. Yi Chen thought for a moment. Zhang Hai. The iron-clad Zhang Hai. The King of Hell had suffered a lot of setbacks there in the past. Because the King of Hell wanted to encroach on Zhang Hai's family, they once sent people to kidnap a child from the Lu family. It was because of this that the King of Hell became a rat crossing the street in Zhang Hai's sight. Tisk, a sect leader and a young master, coming to Sicily to be a duck. Do you have any special fetishes? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and did not rush to attack Lin Ao, because in his eyes, although Lin Ao was strong, he had already made a breakthrough and was already on the step of victory. Can't I come here to pick up women? I even accidentally picked up the boss lady here. What do you think of my business ability as a duck? The boss lady is even planning to have a baby for me. Is this a good duck? Lin Ao's words directly hit the thorn in Yi Chen's heart. Joanna was the woman he had always wanted but could not get. He grew up in the Palace of Hell. When he first saw Joanna, he was shocked by her beauty. Her beauty completely attracted Yi Chen and made him think about her day and night. Because of the heavy training tasks in Yanwangdian since childhood, he never had the opportunity to get close to Joanna. After he became an adult, he specially carried out several missions with Joanna, but Joanna completely ignored him and there was no contact after the mission. Joanna's reaction made Yi Chen want her even more. After Yi Chen became the palace master, he began to investigate Joanna's affairs and found out that she had a relationship with Pengdong's palace guard, and it was a hatred relationship. Then he arranged for Joanna to return to Pengdong. He will wait for the right opportunity to help Joanna complete her revenge, so that Joanna will owe him a great favor. Who knows? Suddenly, a duck showed up and ruined his good deeds. Yi Chen was furious and he stared at Lin Ao fiercely. Oh, by the way, I have one more thing to tell you. I was the one who messed up your Yama Palace's affairs in Zhanghai. Hee hee. Lin Ao continued to stimulate Yi Chen. He was buying time for Feng Qiwu, and at the same time, he was also buying time for Jiyu Wanqing and the others outside the door. Lin Ao, you've successfully angered me, which is great. When I kill you, I'm sure I'll feel very, very relieved. I'm really looking forward to that moment of pleasure. Yi Chen suddenly smiled, but this smile looked dangerous no matter how you looked at it. Is that so? Then why don't I give you some stimulants? How about that? Lin Ao smiled and saw from the corner of his eye that Feng Qiwu appeared on the second floor holding the injured Lin Ao. Like, Splatoon. How about that? Crack. Lin Ao saw Yi Chen clench his fists when he heard these words, and the wine bottle next to him suddenly exploded because of his sudden surge of energy. Shikuro. Crack. People's Daily uses this video to promote health knowledge to the public. Crack crack crack. You've made the entire nation remember you. You've become completely famous. The leader of a killer organization, your appearance is remembered by people all over the country. Do you find that funny? Splatoon. Ah. Yi Chen couldn't bear it any longer, he rushed towards Lin Ao in anger, and Lin Ao secretly nodded to Feng Qiwu on the second floor. Feng Qiwu immediately jumped down and took advantage of this opportunity to run towards the Sicily Gate. Lin Ao used all his strength to meet the furious Yi Chen. The first face-to-face contact made Lin Ao feel a lot of pressure. His original strength was barely enough to tie with an ordinary grandmaster. Although Yi Chen had just been promoted, he was not an ordinary grandmaster. The red energy became increasingly dense, and Yi Chen's power became increasingly violent. After dozens of moves, Lin Ao was accidentally hit by Yi Chen's punch, blood spurted out, and he was knocked 10 meters away. Everything happened in just a moment, but Yi Chen did not pursue him. Instead, he showed a chilling smile. He turned and walked out of the Sicilian Gate. Lin Ao was horrified. Outside the door was Feng Qiwu who had just left, and there were also Jiyu Wanqing, Joanna and others. Lin Ao took a deep breath and turned into a shadow to chase after him. When he came out of the door, he saw several women looking at Yi Chen with vigilance. Feng Qiwu was holding the unconscious Lin Ao in her arms, and Joanna was supporting Nini who had woken up. Lin Ao, have you ever experienced despair? Yi Chen turned his head to look at Lin Ao with a ferocious smile. Lin Ao thought to himself that something was wrong, and he immediately used all his strength to try to stop Yi Chen. Jiyu Wanqing also used her strength to rush towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen stood still, and with his left hand, he gathered a stream of compressed energy, which was dark red in color, and shot it towards Jiyu Wanqing. Jiyu Wanqing unfolded a moon-white protective shield in front of her. The shield shattered at the touch of a button, and the energy hit Jiyu Wanqing's body. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Joanna appeared behind her and caught Jiyu Wanqing who was flying backwards. Zhang Xiying stood in front of them. Lin Ao's eyes were full of anger and madness. A manic force surged in the body. This is fate's counterattack. Chapter 159. This time I finally go first. Yi Chen. Lin Aomian came up to Yi Chen and punched him in the head. Yi Chen tilted his head and dodged. He quickly turned around, grabbed Lin Ao's arm and threw him forward. Lin Ao adjusted his body in the air and landed steadily. Both sides are testing each other. The terrifying red energy on Yi Chen's body condensed into silk threads and continued to radiate out. It kept trying to erode into Lin Ao's body. Lin Ao's body flashed with golden light and resisted its erosion. This scene is so familiar, just like Xiao Fan and Lin Ao at the amusement park. This is the red thread of fate, be careful. It has already descended and is starting to strike back. A voice sounded in his mind, and the lost memory returned to Lin Ao's mind in an instant. Tian Ming, won't it be a problem if you show up at this time? Originally, I was afraid that my aura would cause him to counterattack too fiercely. Now that part of its power has descended upon Yi Chen, there is no point in me hiding any longer. Advent. Well, now he is no longer Yi Chen, he is a part of fate. Or rather, the backup plan he left behind. So what should I do now? Knock him down. Lin Ao was speechless. He fell silent. Don't I know that I have to defeat him? Are you kidding me? No, there is only one way, which is to knock him down and kill him. I'm asking, what kind of strength can you provide me to defeat him? Lin Ao was going crazy. You're so silent, your destiny. You at percent hash at percent. Percent at percent. Their conversation lasted only a blink of an eye, and Yi Chen appeared in front of him again. His eyes flashed red and he smiled slightly. You can't resist. He doesn't dare to make a move. He also doesn't have the ability to do so. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen's voice was like reverberation, and he kicked Lin Ao. Lin Ao knew that what Yi Chen was talking about was probably destiny. Lin Ao quickly raised his hands to block, grabbed Yi Chen's feet, and threw him away by inertia. Joanna and Ji Wanqing both looked at Lin Ao with concern. They also noticed that Yi Chen was abnormal. There was an aura on him that they feared, which penetrated deep into their bones. Wanqing, take Long Aotian and the others and leave first. Lin Ao shouted to the two women beside him. He was afraid that something he didn't want to see would happen next. Yi Chen steadied himself and looked at them jokingly. Lin Ao, do you know what fate is? Countless invisible red lines emanated from him, completely enveloping Sicily. Suddenly, a large truck out of control rushed over from the side of the road. It suddenly crashed into Sicily's door, blocking the exit and immediately caught fire. At the same time, the unconscious Long Aotian kept coughing, and a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. Feng Qiwu shouted Long Aotian's name loudly. Her face turned pale because she found that Long Aotian's heartbeat was getting slower and slower. Yi Chen, what did you do? Lin Ao roared at Yi Chen. He knew that this was all fate's fault. I didn't do anything. This was all fate's arrangement. Fate wanted them to die, so they died. What does this have to do with me? Ha ha ha. Yi Chen walked slowly and leisurely, admiring the wonderful scenery and sighing at the power of fate. Feng Qiwu put down Long Aotian in his hand and rushed towards Yi Chen like a madman. Seeing this, Lin Ao gritted his teeth and followed closely. Later, Joanna, Zhang Xiying and Ji Wanqing also joined the battle. The five of them started a fierce battle around Lin Ao. The six people continuously released powerful energy to each other, and each collision was as powerful as thunder. Yi Chen dealt with the five people very easily. Lin Ao, do you know what despair is? Yi Chen gave them a bright smile, which made Lin Ao feel ominous. He turned his head and looked at Ji Wanqing. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, he appeared in front of Ji Wanqing and punched her hard on the neck. Ji Wanqing's head tilted and she was blown backwards. Everyone was horrified, and Lin Ao felt heartbroken. He flew down and hugged Ji Wanqing, trying to bear the subsequent impact for her. He looked at Ji Wanqing in a panic and found that blood was gushing out of her mouth and her eyes were dazed. This scene made Lin Ao feel sad and angry. He couldn't calm down for a while and could only hug the injured Ji Wanqing tightly. Wanqing. Lin Ao held Ji Wanqing in his arms and kept wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Zhang Xiying came to Lin Ao anxiously, wary of Yi Chen. Lin Ao, this time I'm the one who finally left before you, hee. Ji Wanqing coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood again. She smiled and raised her hand to touch the face of the man in front of her. In this life, she finally died before him. I hope he won't be too sad. His hand was raised halfway before it fell down weakly, with a last hint of a smile still lingering on the corner of his mouth. Wanqing. Lin Ao's tears flowed unconsciously from his eyes. He looked up to the sky and roared. The air around him was shaking with his power. Chao Anna, Zhang Xiying, and Feng Qiwu were also shocked. Ji Wanqing was actually dead. What do you think? Lin Ao. Surrender. Bow to him. Yi Chen laughed at Lin Ao not far away. How could humble humans resist the power of fate? Stop struggling in vain. Even fate can't do anything about it. What else can you do? Yi Chen walked slowly over, and Joanna, Zhang Xiying and Feng Qiwu stepped forward to stop him. Yi Chen looked at them with contempt and easily avoided their attacks. Lin Ao slowly put Ji Wanqing on the ground. Is this how you felt when you saw me die? Wanqing. His aura was extremely manic. Lin Ao stood up and turned around, becoming the Grand Master. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yi Chen and punched Yi Chen in the chest. A faint red light mixed with golden light flashed in Yi Chen's chest and hit Yi Chen directly. Yi Chen looked at Lin Ao in disbelief. He was knocked to the ground and slid 10 meters. Lin Ao. Wanqing. Joanna's voice trembled, and she asked Lin Ao in disbelief. Lin Ao Chang held back his tears and nodded silently. Joanna's tears welled up in her eyes. Although they didn't spend much time together, Joanna admired and liked Ji Wanqing very much. This sudden change shocked and heartbroken her, and she was unable to accept the fact. Lin Ao was the same. He looked at Yi Chen hatefully. He was lying on the ground motionless. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, interesting, very interesting. Ye Cheng was lying on the ground, laughing crazily. It's destiny. It's destiny. No wonder you chose Lin Ao. Ha 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 ha. Lin Ao didn't understand what Yi Chen meant. Yi Chen on the ground suddenly disappeared. Lin Ao protected Joanna behind him. The reaction was quick, but unfortunately it was still a little slow. Lin Ao turned his head quickly, and Joanna looked at him with wide eyes. She spat a mouthful of blood on Lin Ao's face. Yi Chen wanted to attack again, but a beautiful figure rushed over and blocked Yi Chen's fist. Lin Ao widened his eyes. He held Joanna and flew over to catch the beautiful figure. He looked at Joanna and Zhang Xiying in his arms with grief. Chapter 160. I said it. Now. Right now. Immediately. I want to see them right away. Everything happened so suddenly that when Lin Ao caught the two of them, they were completely powerless. There was a dent on each of their backs, where a fist mark was left. Both of them were already dead. Lin Ao, I haven't experienced the despair I mentioned yet. Yi Chen did not continue to attack. He was admiring Lin Ao's expression. Lin Ao held Joanna and Zhang Xiying in his arms in a daze. They were no longer breathing. He didn't leave even a last word. Feng Qiwu dropped her hands to the side, as if she had given up struggling. Suddenly she looked irritable. You son of a bitch. Born. She took out a few pills from her bosom and poured them all into her mouth. A violent force surged up, and Yi Chen frowned. These are all the tricks I have left. Do you want to use them on me? A large number of red lines surged out of his body, and a black shadow flew out from the side, came in front of Feng Qiwu, and pulled her into the air. A powerful explosion exploded in the air. Feng Qiwu disappeared along with the photo. Long Aoshan on the ground suddenly felt something. He opened his eyes with difficulty and happened to see this scene. Yi Chen looked at Long Aoshan with a smile. I am still very humane. I let you see the fireworks that your lover has set off for you. Look, how beautiful it is. Long Aoshan stared at Yi Chen with his eyes wide open, his eyes bloodshot. He raised his head with difficulty and looked around, and found that Ji Yuanqing had fallen to the side. Lin Ao was squatting on the ground with his head lowered, holding the lifeless Joanna in his arms. Lin brother Lin. Long Aoshan called out to Lin Ao with difficulty, his voice hoarse. He wanted to stand up, but unfortunately found that he could not move. Lin Ao raised his head, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. He put Joanna and Zhang Xiying down steadily, walked along Aoshan and squatted down. Yi Chen did not stop him, but watched with great interest. It was me who harmed you. Lin Ao looked at the weak Long Aoshan. All this was caused by him. He thought he could resist his own fate as long as he made arrangements in advance. He found out he was wrong. Brother Lin, dear brother, let's settle accounts clearly. Remember, you still owe me a karaoke in this life. Long Aoshan did not blame Lin Ao as one might imagine. He was the one who said that he would help Lin Ao kill them, but he fell down right after he finished speaking. Brother Lin's life will be difficult in the future. Lin Ao grabbed Long Aoshan's hand, placed it on his forehead, and nodded fiercely. He gritted his teeth to prevent himself from making any sound, and a trace of blood flowed from his mouth. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Long Aoshan's face. He felt very guilty at the moment. He now fully understood the feelings of those women who had witnessed his death and were powerless to do anything. Even breathing hurts. Brother Lin, I know you can do it. I'll go ahead for now. After he goes to hell, I'll show those inmates the heroic deeds of Splatoon before his death. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Cough 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 cough. As Long Aoshan laughed, a large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth. Aoshan, stop talking. Long Aoshan used his last bit of strength to tightly grasp Lin Ao's hand. Brother Lin, believe yourself. Self. Long Aoshan was very sleepy and he closed his eyes. Ah. Tears of blood kept flowing from Lin Ao's eyes, his chest felt heavy, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He gently put down Long Aoshan's hand. Yi Chen. He turned his head, his eyes flashing with alternating golden and red lights. He rushed towards Yi Chen like a madman. Yi Chen put away his playful expression and became serious. The two figures kept flashing, and there were constant roars coming from the venue. The surrounding floor tiles were completely cracked, and many holes appeared. Lin Ao, this is all your own fault. Yi Chen punched Lin Ao in the chest, and Lin Ao spat out a mouthful of blood on Yi Chen's face. He seemed to feel no pain and punched Yi Chen just as hard, causing Yi Chen's face to change drastically. He's starting to get hurt. Lin Ao, it seems you are not desperate enough, right? After Yi Chen finished speaking, a large number of red silk threads emerged again. Lin Ao came in front of Yi Chen again and punched him on the head. A strong gust of wind blew, causing the muscles on Yi Chen's cheeks to change continuously. Die. Lin Ao's eyes were now bloodshot, like a demon crawling out of hell. Yi Chen crossed his hands in front of his chest to block the attack. The powerful impact made him slide back 10 meters. Lin Ao, look behind you. Yi Chen shook his hands and looked at the figures that appeared behind him with a crooked mouth. Everything is fate, ha 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 ha. Yi Chen laughed crazily again. Lin Ao quickly turned his head to look behind him because he sensed several familiar auras. They are Qin Yun, Sha Qiange, Lu Mengan, Luo Yanran and Lu Nian. The women looked at Ji Yu Wanqing, Joanna, Long Aotian and others lying on the ground with grief on their faces. Hurry up and leave. Lin Ao's sorrowful voice rang out. Fate is playing tricks on me again. Damn fate again. Not long after Lin Ao set off, Lu Nian and others suddenly felt something and secretly followed him. Finally, I arrived at the scene and saw this scene. I saw Lin Ao covered in blood and Ji Yu Wanqing, Joanna, Long Aotian and Feng Qiwu who had lost their lives. I can't leave. Ha 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 ha. Let me let you experience despair again, Lin Ao. Yi Chen's crazy laughter continued. He wanted to rush over and grab the women, but Lin Ao immediately stopped Yi Chen. I beg you, please go away. Lin Ao's voice was sorrowful, and his tears of blood flowed again. Lu Nian picked up a pistol from the ground. Sisters, are you ready? Lu Nian looked at the other women with tears in her eyes. They looked at Lin Ao, then looked at Lu Nian at the same time, smiled and nodded. Lin Ao saw everyone's actions out of the corner of his eye. No. Bang. Qin Yun fell down with a smile on her lips. Bang. 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 Sha Qiange, Lu Mengan, and Luo Yanran also fell one after another. Lu Nian looked at Lin Ao. Uncle Lin Ao, don't worry, he can't kill us, and don't even think about torturing us to threaten you. We can only kill ourselves. Fate, what does that mean to him? No. Bang. After Lu Nian finished speaking, he pulled the trigger. With the last shot, the small body fell to the ground. Shish, what a pity. I wanted to torture them slowly so that you could continue to experience what despair is like. Yi Chen looked at the women on the ground as if they were ants. It was a pity that he wasted his energy but lost some fun. You fucking bastard. Lin Ao's momentum soared to its peak. His left eye pupil is golden and his right eye pupil is red. He came behind Yi Chen in less than a second, and Yi Chen was shocked. He wanted to turn around and block, but he was too late. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and Yi Chen penetrated the wall of the Sicily gate and hit the wine cabinet at the innermost part of the hall. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his mind full of questions. What was going on? He wanted to get up, but Lin Ao had already appeared in front of him. His two glowing eyes were particularly dazzling in the dark environment. Golden light and red light alternate in the darkness. Impossible. You can't possibly fuse. Lin Ao ignored what Yi Chen was saying. Another punch hit his chest, and he was punched through the wall behind him and came to the backstage. Large mouthfuls of blood kept coming out. A large number of red lines emerged from his body again, but this time it seemed a little different. All the red lines were absorbed by Lin Ao's right eye. Yi Chen was shocked. He wanted to pull them back, but unfortunately he couldn't stop it. Until the last trace of red energy in his body was completely drained. Lin Ao's left eye shone brightly with golden light, shining on Yi Chen, and the little golden energy left in his body was also slowly drawn out by Lin Ao. Yi Chen's strength suddenly dropped from Grand Master to Grand Master, then to Innate Master, and finally to an ordinary person. Lol. Keep laughing. Lin Ao's voice was cold and gloomy. Yi Chen turned over and crawled on the ground, trying to escape. Lin Ao stepped on his back, and a large amount of yellow and white stuff appeared in Yi Chen's crotch. Lin Ao kicked his head in disgust, causing it to burst. He shouted loudly in his mind. I know you can go back in time, take me back to 3 days ago. Lin Ao, are you sure? With your current strength, you can continue on this path steadily. Shut up, I said. Now, right now, immediately. I want to see them right away. Otherwise I will commit suicide immediately. I would rather start all over again than see them die in front of me again. Tianming was silent for a while. Lin Ao closed his eyes, and the scene just now kept appearing in his mind. 2 lines of blood and tears flowed again. As you wish. Chapter 161. Back in time. Lin Ao was enveloped by a strong light. The objects around him began to slowly rise up and then slowly retreat. Lin Ao, fully open your pupils. The voice of destiny came from my mind. He followed the will of fate and exerted all his strength, and the two colors of light in his pupils intersected. The threads of fate and destiny energy that were originally trying to escape from Lin Ao's body were all recovered into his body. Please bear with me for a moment. I am ready to use all my strength. Lin Ao calmed himself down and took a deep breath. Still keep the pupils in their current state. He understood the meaning of destiny, and tried to lock the power on Lin Ao. A golden light curtain wrapped around Lin Ao's body, and everything was retreating rapidly. He also retreated, but he was locked tightly by himself and the light curtain. Lin Ao's body and pupils were under tremendous pressure. Lin Ao was sweating profusely and gritted his teeth to hold on. He felt like his body was about to be torn apart. Especially the process of the power leaving the body and returning to the body was extremely painful, but Lin Ao did not retreat, even though he was shaking with pain. It seemed like a long time had passed, but also like just a moment had passed. Lin Ao found himself sitting in the back seat of a car. His face was pale but he was smiling. In the end, Lin Ao fainted completely. He completely lost consciousness and fell in the back row. A beautiful figure anxiously called out Lin Ao's name. Lin Ao woke up slowly and found himself in the space of destiny. Are you awake? Lin Ao slowly sat up and looked at Tianming, who was becoming more and more like a human. I'm going back, right? Lin Ao was still a little nervous at this time. He needed fate to give him a clear answer. Yes, I used a lot of energy to preserve your strength, so you returned to the time about 2 days ago. After hearing Tianming's affirmative words, Lin Ao's heart finally settled down. It would be good if he could go back. He didn't care how many days ago it was, as long as he could go back. I feel it. What will happen to Yi Chen now? The consequences of not having the power return to him. Lin Ao recalled what happened at that time. He knew that destiny was probably helping him to lock the power firmly in himself. The clone of destiny has been absorbed by you, and Yi Chen will become an ordinary warrior. The incarnation of destiny. The thing that befell Yi Chen that night. Won't fate find out if you do this? Lin Ao was a little confused. Wouldn't fate notice it this way? If I use backtracking, he will find out. So I'll just let you completely absorb fate's clone. This way, you'll have the opportunity to snatch your place from fate. Lin Ao was unable to comprehend Tianming's words for a moment. What do you mean? After I absorbed destiny's clone, I am qualified to compete with destiny for status. Does that mean I can replace destiny and become destiny? Lin Ao looked at Tianming in shock. That's right, and you are equally qualified to replace me, Lin Ao. Lin Ao was confused again for a moment. I am equally qualified to replace you. What's going on? Can I be both destiny and fate? The amount of information was too much for Lin Ao to accept for a moment. He stood up and looked at the golden figure, feeling that there was something that had not been told to him. Yes, or you can merge us both at the same time, into a completely new existence. A golden ball of light condensed in Tianming's hand. Lin Ao's left eye lit up, and the energy immediately merged into Lin Ao's pupil. Lin Ao closed his eyes and felt an extremely comfortable feeling in his body. All the pain and fatigue brought by the time travel were swept away. And I think there is a great chance that you can do it. Tianming looked quietly at Lin Ao, who had his eyes closed. He sighed secretly, but Lin Ao did not notice. He opened his eyes and looked at Tianming, and found that he seemed to slowly see Tianming's appearance clearly. He used all the power of his pupils to stare at Tianming's face. For a moment, the golden mist dissipated a little, revealing a smooth white chin. It is impossible to tell whether he is male or female, or rather, he has no gender. A strong feeling of fatigue came over him, and Lin Ao immediately closed the power of his pupils, feeling a little out of breath. You seem very curious. Tianming looked at Lin Ao quietly and did not stop Lin Ao's actions. Ahem, not really. I just couldn't help but give it a try. You just said I could become a completely new existence. What kind of existence is that? If I could really merge all of you, wouldn't you disappear? Aren't you afraid? As for what it is, you'll understand it naturally when you can actually do it. As for what you said about being afraid, I'm not really. On the contrary, I'm looking forward to that day. Tianming did not continue speaking, and his words left Lin Ao confused again. Lin Ao, I am sincerely looking forward to that day. Now, it's time for you to wake up. I won't have to hide anymore. I can communicate with you directly through my mind. I won't need to come here anymore. Lin Ao was greatly surprised, thinking that he was going to seal the memory again. Then when I want to see you, do I still have to come to this place? Lin Ao asked this question out of confusion. Tianming was silent for a moment. Perhaps I will meet you in another form. Lin Ao was about to continue asking. A huge golden palm appeared behind Tianming. Oh, what do you mean? Destiny. Please respect my privacy from now on. If you had looked at other parts of my body just now, I would have received more than just one slap. As soon as Tianming finished speaking, Lin Ao was blown away before he could react. Huh, that means you're not wearing any clothes underneath. Lin Ao suddenly sat on the bed, shouting this sentence. Everyone in the room looked at Lin Ao strangely. Lin Ao felt something was wrong. He turned his head and looked around. This was the ward he had been in that day. He saw Ji Wanqing, who was looking at him with strange eyes. It was a good feeling, very intimate. Then he saw Joanna, Qin Yun, Lu Mengan, Sha Qianj, Luo Yanran, Lu Nian, and Zhang Xiying who had not left yet. They all looked at Lin Ao coldly, and at the same time turned to look at Zhang Xiying, the woman who brought Lin Ao here. What were you guys playing last night? Even dreaming about that thing, how exciting is that? Zhang Xiying's face turned a pink as she was stared at by so many people. Zhang Xiying also thought that Lin Ao was referring to her going topless last night, but it seems that's not the case. So which woman did he dream about? Lin Ao was extremely excited. Looking at the familiar faces, tears flowed from his eyes. He slowly got out of bed and Ji Wanqing hurried over. Why did you get out of bed? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Lin Ao didn't answer. He hugged Ji Wanqing in his arms and took a deep breath of her scent. Wanqing. Lin Ao smelled the familiar fragrance and felt at ease. He kissed Ji Wanqing. Chapter 162, Everyone gathered. All the girls looked at Lin Ao in surprise. What happened to him? They felt excitement, happiness, and another emotion they couldn't understand from him. Wanqing, I understand how you felt at that time. Lin Ao let go of Ji Wanqing, and before Ji Wanqing could ask any questions, he came to Joanna. Anna, you can't leave my side anymore. Joanna looked at Lin Ao blankly. What's wrong with you? Joanna was very worried about Lin Ao's current condition. She always felt that the look in his eyes when he looked at her was a little sad. Lin Ao kissed Joanna and stopped her from asking any more questions. Just like Ji Wanqing, he let go of Joanna, hugged the girls one by one, and kissed each one. Finally he walked in front of Zhang Xiying. Xiying, thank you for being my woman. Zhang Xiying's face flushed a little, and her thoughts suddenly came back to the crazy memories of last night. Lin Ao held her in his arms and kissed her passionately, and a stream of golden energy entered her body. Lin Ao let go of Zhang Xiying, and Zhang Xiying found her head a little dizzy. Lin Ao turned his head and looked at the girls. They were all very confused about what had happened to Lin Ao. His sudden coma last night had already scared them. After coming over, I found that his behavior was also a bit strange. Uncle Lin Ao, you seem to have forgotten someone. A crisp voice rang out on the sofa. Lin Ao turned his head and saw that it was the little Lu Nian. Who did you forget? Lin Ao looked at her with amusement, while Lu Nian looked unhappy. She folded her arms across her chest, snorted, and turned her head away. Have you forgotten the lovely Lu Nian? Lin Ao smiled, walked to the sofa, and picked up the little guy with both hands. She was lifted into the air and then spun around in circles in the ward. There was no little girl's joyful laughter. If it were any other children, they would have been beaming with joy right now. But who was Lu Nian? It was Yi Lu, a killer with the soul of a grown woman living inside his body. Let me go, I'm not a child anymore. You treat me differently. You're a bad person. Lu Nian's short legs kept kicking in the air. It looks so cute. Lin Ao suddenly hugged Lu Nian in his arms. Nianian, thank you for that night. Lin Ao said something incomprehensible. The girls were staring at Lin Ao's panel, trying to find out something. For some reason, the area of his thoughts on the panel seemed to be deliberately blocked by something, and became a little blurry. At this time, Zhang Xiying widened her eyes, looked at the people in front of her in confusion, and covered her mouth. She saw Lin Ao's panel and also saw the prompt entries that appeared on other women. She looked incredulous. Ji Wanqing saw that entries suddenly appeared on Zhang Xiying's body, but they weren't there just now. Zhang Xiying seemed ready to ask Lin Ao. Seeing this, Ji Wanqing quickly came to Zhang Xiying and pulled her out of the ward. Have you seen Lin Ao's panel? Zhang Xiying opened her beautiful eyes wide and nodded blankly. Have you also seen the prompt entries on us? Zhang Xiying nodded again. Then congratulations. You will truly become one of our own from now on. But you must not tell Lin Ao about this panel. You'll understand its usefulness later. Got it. Zhang Xiying listened to Ji Wanqing's words. Although she was a little confused at the moment, she seemed to have really found the organization. I feel a little excited. Ji Wanqing pulled Zhang Xiying to sit on a chair outside the ward and slowly explained to her what this thing was. In the ward, after Lin Ao held Lu Nian in his arms, he sat on the hospital bed. He felt that everything was perfect. Through his left eye, he saw a faint golden light emerging from their bodies. There was an invisible golden thread tightly binding them and Lin Ao together. Lin Ao, what's wrong with you? Joanna couldn't help but worry again when she saw Lin Ao sitting on the bed and grinning foolishly. It's okay. I'm in very good shape now, better than ever before, ha 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 ha. Lin Ao laughed happily. Indeed, his condition at this moment was better than ever before. He also understood what it meant to regain what he had lost. Lu Mengan, Sha Qianj and others surrounded Lin Ao. They touched him here and pinched him there, as if trying to find out what was wrong with him. Lin Ao was happily being examined by them. A figure flashed through his mind. It seemed like he had forgotten who it was. Suddenly Lin Ao slapped his thigh, and his action scared the girls again. Fuck, I almost forgot about that kid. Lin Ao remembered that his phone was in Ji Wanqing's bag, but where was Ji Wanqing? Lin Ao looked around in confusion but couldn't find Ji Wanqing. At this moment, Ji Wanqing walked in with Zhang Xiying, who was smiling. Wanqing, hurry up. Give me my phone number. Lin Ao seemed very anxious. Ji Wanqing took out the phone from her bag in confusion and handed it to Lin Ao. Lin Ao took the phone and immediately dialed Long Aotian's number. Lin Ao became slightly excited again. As expected, Long Aotian did not answer the first call. Lin Ao patiently called the second and third time without interruption. Joanna also received a call at this time, and she went out to answer it. This time, Long Aotian finally answered the phone. Wow, brother Lin, what's going on? At this moment, Long Aotian was very sleepy because he had been editing Yi Chen's video until almost dawn last night. When Lin Ao heard Long Aotian's voice, he felt as if he was in another world. His eyes became moist. This silly boy. Lin Ao took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Aotian, I have a piece of news for you. I can cheer you up right away. Do you believe it? Lin Ao smiled brightly. The scene of Long Aotian that night is still vivid in my mind. Lin Ao never wanted to let something like what happened last night happen to his loved ones again. Even if he could turn back time, even if they could still appear in front of him, the suffocating, crazy, and breathless pain could not be reversed or erased. What's the matter, brother Lin? I'm really sleepy now. As Long Aotian was talking, he was about to fall asleep again. Then let me tell you the first one to cheer you up. Feng Qiwu is here. Bang bang. Ouch. A series of collision sounds appeared on the phone, and finally Long Aotian exclaimed. Where is that crazy woman? Lin Ao smiled slightly and indeed became more energetic. It seems that you are fully awake now. Are you ready to hear my next news? Long Aotian was confused. How did Lin Ao know Feng Qiwu? He swallowed nervously. Will this second piece of news be more shocking than this one? Lin Ao looked at the women in the room, and every one of them looked at him with confusion. Aotian, let's go sing karaoke, the kind where everyone is together. Lin Ao smiled after he finished speaking, and the girls looked at him with their big eyes blinking. As expected, Long Aotian's excited voice was heard on the phone. He has been preparing for this for a long time. He had a playlist of songs he wanted to sing to them. Chapter 163 Goodbye Yi Chen. Everyone in the room was very confused as to why Lin Ao seemed a little different today. Wanqing, let's go out and celebrate. Lin Ao picked up his clothes and went to the bathroom to change, preparing to take them directly to Sicily. Joanna walked into the room with a serious look on her face. Anna, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so grim? Ji Wanqing went to greet them, and the others looked at Joanna at the door in confusion. I just received a call from my assistant Nini. There's another viral video about Sicily. Joanna smiled bitterly, took out her cell phone, and shared the video in the group. Their phones all rang with message alerts, but Zhang Xiying was the only one standing alone in the crowd. Can you pull me in? Zhang Xiying said cautiously. Puchi, Ji Wanqing handed over the QR code very straightforwardly, added Zhang Xiying and asked her to join as well. Then laughter continued to be heard in the room. This is Arahem, the lord of the Yama Palace, Yi Chen. Joanna was really embarrassed for Yama Palace. Yi Chen was so ashamed. At this time, Lin Ao finally changed his clothes and came out. When he saw them laughing while holding their phones, he thought of something. This was the work of Aoshin and I last night. Lin Ao's words aroused the curiosity of several girls. Is this video related to Lin Ao? That should be it. Last night, this guy named Yi Chen sent someone to ask Lin Ao to come over for a drink, but he refused. Then I saw him in the air with my own eyes. I really wanted to dig my eyes out at that time. Zhang Xiying said with a look of disgust that she recognized him immediately when she saw the video. At this time, Lin Ao's cell phone rang. It was Long Aoshin, who probably wanted to tell him about this. He answered the phone, said a few perfunctory words to him, and hung up, asking him to wait for them in Sicily. Lin Ao, Yi Chen will probably retaliate soon, so you have to be careful. Joanna looked at Lin Ao with some concern. It's okay. He's dead this time. He might not even appear in front of us again. Lin Ao was very confident. No matter what, he had killed Yi Chen once last time. If destiny did not lie, then Yi Chen would probably have become an ordinary warrior now. Why? Because, after a video like this, how can he still show up, right? Lin Ao laughed, continued to comfort them with a few words, and came to the hospital entrance with them. You guys go to Sicily and wait for me first. I'm going to meet an old friend. After that, I'll come find you. I'll definitely be back before dinner. Ji Wanqing was very confused. Did Lin Ao have friends in Pengdong? Could it be? She looked at Zhang Xiying, then at Lin Ao, and there was another one. Lin Ao said goodbye to them and drove away. He is going to find Yi Chen now. Even if Yi Chen does not behave as Tianming said this time, he will not let Ji Wanqing take risks. Tianming, tell me where Yi Chen is now. Lin Ao drove while calling out to destiny in his mind. Lin Ao, are you scared? Are you going to find him now? Yes, I'm scared. I'm scared of accidents. So, could you please stop talking nonsense? Kanglan Villa District. Building 6, Unit 9. Lin Ao braked suddenly and turned around. Chen Hao's villa. They're really a group, they all like to stay in numbers like 69. Lin Ao drove towards the Kanglan Villa District at the fastest speed. Yi Chen had just gotten up at this time and he had a splitting headache. He felt like he had lost something very important, and his heart was very anxious and empty. Did he drink too much last night? Or was it fake? Why is he so uncomfortable? In the past, no matter how much he drank, he wouldn't be like this. He shook his head and sat up with difficulty. He took a shower and felt better. He opened his phone and started playing TikTok. His face became darker and darker, his blood pressure continued to soar, and he angrily threw his phone to the ground. He walked to the door. Atai. Our test was trembling downstairs. Yi Chen walked down from upstairs angrily, and without saying anything, he slapped Atai in the face. Although Atai was beaten, he felt that Yi Chen's strength was not as strong as before. Is there a possibility that Yi Chen takes care of himself? Just then, there was a loud bang. A young man was knocked in through the gate and lay on the ground unconscious. This sudden change immediately attracted the attention of Yi Chen and Atai. Yi Chen saw a familiar figure from last night. Isn't this the duck from last night? The cell phone video incident must be related to him. His anger was ignited all of a sudden, and he didn't even notice that the door had been smashed open. Lin Ao quickly dealt with the people outside the door, and he also sensed that there were 2 Grandmaster level masters nearby. Oh, so there are 2 Grand Masters protecting him secretly. Heaven's will, where is Saitagarbha Bodhisattva? Do you know the person called Saitagarbha Bodhisattva? According to what I knew before, he is the person behind Yi Chen. Lin Ao was curious. He didn't sense any aura beyond his range here. He's already inside you. Lin Ao was shocked. Inside me? Could it be? You mean, that destiny clone is Saitagarbha Bodhisattva? Yes. Lin Ao breathed a sigh of relief. Now he was completely relieved. It turns out that the destiny clone absorbed that day was Saitagarbha Bodhisattva. Now you are really desperate, Yi Chen. You still have the guts to come here. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Yi Chen looked at Lin Ao angrily, waved to Atai, sat on the sofa, crossed his legs and prepared to watch the show. Atai rushed towards Lin Ao. Lin Ao smiled contemptuously. After just a face-off, Atai was knocked in front of Yi Chen by Lin Ao's punch. Yi Chen looked at Lin Ao in surprise. He actually had the strength of a grandmaster. Since you have this strength, why are you still working as a gigolo? A Tai fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Yi Chen directly stuffed a pill into his mouth. Don't blame me, just use your remaining energy. Yi Chen watched a Tai slowly change, and he calmly sat back on the sofa. Even if you have the strength of a grandmaster, so what? I have plenty of cards up my sleeve. Take whatever you want, Splatoon. Lin Ao glanced at Yi Chen indifferently. What a pitiful creature he was. Splatoon. Why do I get so angry when I hear this name? Artest immediately thought of that video, the connection was too strong. His face was as black as ink. A Tai. Give it to me, now. Immediately. Kill him. Yi Chen felt an uncontrollable anger in his heart. Artest has completely changed, with sticky saliva oozing from the corners of his mouth. He stared at Lin Ao with red eyes. Bang! There was a loud explosion on the ground, and his speed was 10 times faster than before. He turned into a shadow and rushed towards Lin Ao. Chapter 164 Yi Chen was Ganggong. Lin Ao raised one hand to block a Tai's attack. You are so evil. Yi Chen, you have lost all your humanity. Lin Ao stood still and didn't see him make any movement. Then a loud noise came from a Tai's body. Bang! A Tai's chest was dented and he flew backwards again, hitting Yi Chen, who quickly dodged. Yi Chen widened his eyes. What happened? Why was this man so strong? Even Artest, who had taken the demon-churning pill, was no match for him. Now Yi Chen finally became a little nervous. His brows were furrowed and he looked at Lin Ao with increasingly gloomy eyes. A Tai! Yi Chen roared, calling out to a Tai who was lying on the ground. Artest, who was lying on the ground, kept squirming and stood up in an extremely strange posture. Roar! A beast-like sound came from a Tai's throat, and he turned into a shadow again and attacked Lin Ao. Just when Artest was about to run into Lin Ao, Yi Chen let out a triumphant smile. Explode! Hearing Yi Chen's order, a Tai's body expanded rapidly, and a huge explosion sounded between the two of them. The entire villa was shaking, the door and walls at the entrance were all shattered by the explosion, and thick smoke and dust filled the entire house. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Yi Chen held his forehead and laughed crazily. I thought you were so amazing, but you're just like this. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Yi Chen felt no guilt at all when he saw a Tai explode. Just as Lin Ao said, he seemed to have really lost his basic humanity. Oh, really? Have you ever experienced despair? Yi Chen. A voice sounded from behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen stopped laughing, his eyes filled with fear. He turned his head and looked behind him. Lin Ao was standing behind Yi Chen unharmed, looking at him coldly. Yi Chen stepped back in horror, stumbled and fell to the ground. Chen Gongfeng Wu Gongfeng, come and save me, Chen Gongfeng Wu Gongfeng. Yi Chen kicked his legs and kept backing away, his eyes trembling, and he kept shouting the names of the two priests. Lin Ao looked at Yi Chen jokingly at this moment. This is not enough, it is far from enough. Thinking back to Yi Chen that night, the hatred in Lin Ao's heart cannot be eliminated. Two white-haired old men appeared above the villa. They looked at Yi Chen below and frowned. As the master of a hall, he was scared to the point of peeing his pants by the enemy. They flew down and came behind Yi Chen. Palace Master. Yi Chen quickly ran behind Chen Gongfeng and Wu Gongfeng and grinned at Lin Ao. Grandmasters Chen and Wu are attacking you at the same time. I wonder how you'll survive this time, Lin Ao. Kill him. Make sure he's not dead. Yi Chen's expression was extremely ferocious, his mouth was twisted and he looked at Lin Ao with hatred. Lin Ao still looked at them calmly. The situation had changed and he was not afraid of a few more grandmasters. The two priests frowned when they heard Yi Chen's words, and a strong aura burst out from their bodies, blowing Yi Chen behind them away. It was unknown whether they did it on purpose. Yi Chen rolled back twice. He took a fierce look at the two figures and cursed inwardly, just wait for me, you two old fellows. You think you can treat him like this just because you have some strength, right? Before Yi Chen could finish cursing in his heart, a strong impact erupted in the hall again. All the glass in the villa was shattered. The three figures left only afterimages in the entire house. Yi Chen hid below, watching their fight nervously, and found that he could not see their figures at all. Why is this happening? This has never happened to him before. After the two priests dealt with Lin Ao, he had to go back to the Yama Palace headquarters to check his body. After a while, the fighting stopped. Mr. Chen, Mr. Wu, thank you for your hard work. Yi Chen stood up, brushed off the dust on his body, and looked calm, as if he had returned to being the aloof and arrogant lord of the palace of hell. It wasn't hard, it just took a little time. A voice came from upstairs, and Yi Chen's body suddenly became extremely stiff. How was it, a surprise? An unexpected incident? Yi Chen looked up and saw Lin Ao holding Elder Chen in one hand and Elder Wu in the other. Both of them were no longer breathing. He casually threw the two of them downstairs and dropped them at Yi Chen's feet. Yi Chen's facial features were distorted by Lin Ao's fear, and his pupils were trembling. He trembled his body and tried to retreat, but found that his legs were completely unable to walk. He had never been so close to death. He was scared, really scared. He was still very young, he had plenty of time, he had money and status, and he still had ambitions. There was no way he could die like this. He had miraculously resolved many crises in the past, and this time would be no exception. Ha 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 ha. I won't die like this. No way. Yi Chen's mental state had already collapsed at this time. He was laughing like crazy, with tears and snot running down his face. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Especially as Lin Ao got closer to him, his laughter became louder and more crazy. Any other tricks? Do you understand what despair is now? Every word Lin Ao said now would irritate Yi Chen. Brother, I think there is some misunderstanding between us. Yi Chen's legs went weak and he suddenly fell to his knees on the ground. There's no irreconcilable hatred between us, right? I won't pursue what happened last night anymore. How about we just say goodbye now? And you've killed so many of us, haven't you vented enough? Yi Chen begged Lin Ao with tears and snot. Lin Ao never responded. He slowly came to Yi Chen. He lowered his head and looked at Yi Chen, who was like a pug. I still like your rebellious look just now. I don't even feel like killing you when you're like this. Lin Ao's words made Yi Chen very excited. Right. Just treat it as a fart and let me go. Yi Chen kept kowtowing to Lin Ao. Okay. Lin Ao looked at Yi Chen with a smile. Thank you. If you need me in the future, you can always ask me for instructions. Thank you. Yi Chen excitedly kowtowed to Lin Ao again and again. In the face of death, all pride and face could be put aside. I'm just kidding. I think you're pretty funny right now. When Yi Chen heard Lin Ao's words, his heart felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar, and the hope he had just gained was shattered in an instant. Lin Ao did not give Yi Chen more time. He crushed the bones in Yi Chen's hands in an instant. A shrill scream echoed in the hall. Yi Chen looked at his limp palms with his eyes wide open, tears and snot mixed together. Well, I won't let you die so easily. This is just an appetizer. Waves of screams came from the hall, never stopping. An hour later, Lin Ao walked out the door comfortably. He stretched and felt extremely relaxed. The timing is perfect. I can go to Sicily now and have dinner with them. Tian Ming, the barrier can be lifted now. You're really good at using me, both as a guide and to help you sort out your mess. I find that you sound a little more human now. Tianming did not continue to respond to Lin Ao. Lin Ao's figure disappeared at the door in an instant. Chapter 165 Return to Sicily. Lin Ao arrived at the entrance of Sicily and found that the entrance of Sicily was crowded with internet celebrities. Just like last time, they went to Sicily to take advantage of the popularity. He sneaked in through the back door. He entered the hall and found them all there, but each of their faces was filled with worry. Sisters-in-law, Brother Lin will be fine. He told you that he was going to meet someone, so he will meet someone. He shouldn't go to find Yi Chen alone. Long Aotian kept comforting them. Lin Ao pursed his lips and smiled. It turned out that they still had some doubts. However, Peng Dong's matter was over, so they should celebrate tonight. What's wrong with you? Let's eat. When everyone heard Lin Ao's voice, they all stood up and looked towards the source of the voice. Seeing Lin Ao coming out of the backstage corridor, he walked slowly towards me with a smile on his face. Brother Lin, you're finally back. You don't even know how low the air pressure was here just now. When Long Aotian saw Long Ao, he felt relieved. After hearing what his sisters-in-law said, he also suspected that Lin Ao had gone to find Yi Chen alone. He secretly cursed Lin Ao in his heart. Why didn't he bring him along for this kind of thing? It was time for all brothers to fight together. Lin Ao smiled and gave Long Aotian a big hug. Long Aotian was stunned for a moment. This seemed to be the first time that Brother Lin was so enthusiastic. Long Aotian quickly pushed Lin Ao away. Brother Lin, tell me what you want to ask me. Long Aotian took a deep breath. Judging from Lin Ao's enthusiasm, it seemed like a big deal. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and looked at Lin Ao with a serious expression. Brother Lin, I'm mentally prepared. No matter what happens, I should be able to accept it. However, things like back garden flowers are unacceptable. Lin Ao looked at Long Aotian's reaction and rolled his eyes at him. It turned out that wild boars couldn't eat fine bran. Okay, there's nothing for you to do now. Go away. Lin Ao pushed Long Aotian away, and Long Aotian looked confused. Lin Ao, what on earth did you go to do? Sha Qianzhi ran to Lin Ao and looked him up and down. I originally thought that he was going to find sisters for us again, but now it seems wrong. Are you really going to look for Yi Chen? Ji Wanqing and the others also gathered around. On the way back to Sicily, Ji Wanqing thought more and more that something was wrong. She called but no one answered. She guessed that Lin Ao was inside the barrier at that time and the signals from electronic products were cut off. That's why they were so worried when they returned to Sicily. It's okay, completely okay. Wanqing guessed right. I went to find Yi Chen, and he's probably been reincarnated now. Lin Ao had never felt so relaxed. He embraced the two people in front of him and turned to look at Long Aotian. Aotian, don't just stand there. Let someone prepare dinner, and then we can sing karaoke. He gave Long Aotian a brilliant smile, while everyone was still digesting the information conveyed by Lin Ao's words. Lin Ao, is everything you said true? Joanna asked Lin Ao in disbelief. It seems like Yi Chen just came here. So fast. She felt it was a little unreal. This person was gone just like that, and he was the Lord of Hades. As someone from Yama's Hall, she understands Yama's Hall well, so she showed such an incredulous expression. Don't worry, everything I said is true. And Aotian, hurry up and get ready. I'll explain to you later. I've been exercising all afternoon and I'm hungry. Aotian then uttered a few, and sounds. No, he said he would bring me here to make me shine and create more glory, but he was not included in this kind of thing. But in a moment he was excited by the news about Lin Ao singing K, so he forgave him. Dinner was soon ready. After Lin Ao had a hearty meal, he sat at the dining table and slowly told them the whole story. Of course, he still concealed some things that should be concealed. For example, destiny and time travel. He originally wanted to say it, but Tianming conveyed a message in his mind to Lin Ao to hide it, so he didn't say it. Brother Lin, so that Yi Chen is a paper tiger. Long Aotian was surprised. He thought he was so powerful that night, and Lin Ao also warned him not to act rashly. But this is the result. Oh, can't it be that I'm too strong? By the way, Aotian, give the person in charge of Longmen here a call. I have something to say to him. Long Aotian didn't doubt him and dialed the number and handed it to Lin Ao. Lin Ao's eyes flickered, he picked up the phone and walked aside. Long Aotian looked at Lin Ao suspiciously, wondering what was going on with all that mystery. Hey sect master. Monkey's voice came from the phone. Hey, old acquaintance. Monkey, long time no see. The monkey on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment and found that the voice was very familiar. Then he shuddered. Wasn't it Lin Ao? Hello, Mr. Lin, do you have any instructions? The monkey seemed very respectful because he knew how terrifying Lin Ao was. Monkey, let Feng Qiwu answer the phone. Monkey was shocked. How did he know that? Monkey turned his head to look at the pink-haired girl beside him, covered the phone, and said a few words to her. The girl pointed at herself in confusion, and the monkey nodded. Hello, is that Lin Ao? Feng Qiwu answered the phone in confusion. She had planned to give her brother Tian a surprise, so how did Lin Ao know she was coming? Did he not tell her brother Tian? Feng Qiwu, you two should come to Sicily. I'm planning to have a party with Aotian, and you can give him a surprise while you're at it. How about that? Then Lin Ao whispered to the person on the phone, hung up, and returned to the dining table. Brother Lin, why are you so mysterious? Long Aotian took the phone back and looked at Lin Ao in confusion. His behavior was a bit suspicious. What can we do? Let the people of Longmen prepare to take over the Yama Palace. Now that Yi Chen is dead, isn't this a good opportunity? I'll ask them to come to Sicily to discuss it together. Long Aotian suddenly realized, that's what it was. Then Brother Lin, what's next right? Long Aotian rubbed his hands with an expression that said, you know what I mean. Okay, let's go now. Lin Ao's mouth twitched and he took a deep breath. Since he had agreed, he would start. A short pain is worse than a long one. Besides, there were so many people gathered tonight, it was impossible for everyone to be sent away by Lin Ao. Lin Ao felt a little sorry for the girls and looked at them apologetically. This made them confused again. Isn't it just singing a song? There's also the national goddess Sha Qianj here. What's with that expression on your face? Why do you look like you're going to the execution ground? Lin Ao accompanied them to the hall. Sicily was on holiday today, and most of the people left were from the Pengdong branch of Yama Hall. Lin Ao knew that they were actually all Joanna's people. Originally, tonight was the night they would officially join the Hongyan building and become members of the Eunuch tribe. Thinking of this, Lin Ao turned his head and looked at Joanna. Anna, what is Hongyan Tower? And what are the Eunuch tribe? All the girls looked at Lin Ao. Lin Ao touched his face and asked me if I had wiped my mouth after eating. Chapter 166 Gu Wanqing Goes Mad. They were all very confused about how Lin Ao knew about Hongyan Tower. It seemed that no one had ever mentioned it to him. Lin Ao, how did you know? Joanna asked Lin Ao in confusion. She was sure that she had not said it. She had just joined not long ago and had never told anyone about Yinhu. It was still a concept in her mind. Because Joanna had thought about separating her own forces from the Yama Palace and establishing a new department. Gu Wanqing walked over. She ignored Lin Ao at first and walked to Joanna's side. Anna, you didn't tell Lin Ao, did you? Joanna nodded. I haven't mentioned it before. Plus, Yinhu is just a concept department in my mind. I haven't mentioned it to any of you. After hearing this, Gu Wanqing seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, her eyes flashed. Lin Ao looked at them in confusion. What was going on? What kind of organization was this Hongyan building? How did Wanqing know about it? Gu Wanqing came to Lin Ao with a serious expression. Her eyes were even slightly red, as if she was suppressing her emotions strongly. She turned and looked at the others. You guys go ahead and have fun first. Qianj, aren't you the national goddess? How about you sing a few songs first? Although Sha Qianj also had doubts, she smiled and nodded, and asked someone to lower the giant screen in the Sicily Hall and adjust the sound system. Lin Ao was busy running around because it was his favorite part. Gu Wanqing pulled Lin Ao to the second floor and found a place to sit down. Music started playing in the hall and everyone was applauding Sha Qianj. Sha Qianj took off his sunglasses, which instantly caused those Sicilians to shout wildly. It turned out that killers were also fans. Then Sha Qianj's ethereal and beautiful singing voice was heard. Sicily's second floor. Lin Ao sat opposite Gu Wanqing, full of questions. What happened to Gu Wanqing all of a sudden? Lin Ao. Gu Wanqing's voice was obviously trembling. What's wrong? Wanqing, why do you seem a little excited? When Lin Ao saw tears in Gu Wanqing's eyes, he became anxious instantly. How could this happen suddenly? When she cried, Lin Ao became completely panicked. Tell me, have you been killed again? Have you been killed again? Gu Wanqing's tears completely flowed down, and she bit her red lips lightly to prevent herself from making any sound. Lin Ao was stunned, his mind pounding. How did Gu Wanqing know this? Did I give anything away? Lin Ao did not refute. He quickly came to Gu Wanqing's position and picked her up. Although Lin Ao didn't know how Gu Wanqing knew it, he felt very distressed at this moment. When Gu Wanqing saw that Lin Ao did not refute, she couldn't help but burst into tears in his arms. She was very sad and felt very guilty. She grabbed Lin Ao's clothes tightly with both hands, so hard that the joints of her hands turned white. She got uncertain answers from Lin Ao's questions and Joanna's affirmation. Because she believed that Lin Ao definitely didn't know about Hongyanlu, she also knew that Joanna would definitely not tell Lin Ao. The most important thing was that Joanna said that Yinhu was a concept in her mind and she had never told anyone about it. At this time, Gu Wanqing had an idea in her mind, that is, it is possible that Lin Ao died again, and the whole thing started again at some point. Gu Wanqing was also very familiar with this process. After asking, Lin Ao's silence was the best proof that her guess was absolutely correct. Lin Ao, am I too useless? Why did you let someone kill you? Gu Wanqing no longer needed Lin Ao to explain. Lin Ao must have died again. Lin Ao, was it Yi Chen who killed you this time, or someone else? Gu Wanqing raised her head, her eyes were a little red and swollen from crying, but it could not hide her murderous intent at all. Lin Ao helped Gu Wanqing wipe the tears from her face with concern. He thought back to what happened that night. Wanqing, I wasn't killed by anyone. That time it was you who died, all of you. Lin Ao's breathing was a little rapid. He hugged Ji Wanqing, pointed at Ji Wanqing, and then pointed at the people who were playing below. All of us. Ji Wanqing paused. Were they the ones to die this time? Lin Ao nodded. Then why did you do it again? Ji Wanqing was very confused, but Lin Ao just shook his head and said nothing. Is there something that cannot be said? No need to do it all over again. Lin Ao neither nodded nor shook his head. Did you do part of it again? Lin Ao still didn't nod or shake his head. Why don't you tell her alone? It makes me feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, Tianming's voice appeared in Lin Ao's mind, and there was some helplessness in the mechanical tone. Is there any difference between saying this and speaking directly? She's the only one. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. I was going to say it anyway, but you told me not to. I obeyed your orders. Do you think I said it or not? Tianming ignored Lin Ao. Lin Ao leaned over to Ji Wanqing's ear and told her everything. Wanqing, it's best if you know this alone. Ji Wanqing's eyes widened as she digested the information Lin Ao had brought her. Time travel. Fateful clone. Destiny. Are we all living in a farce? Are we all his pawns? Ji Wanqing suddenly felt a sense of sadness. She seemed too weak in front of certain beings. She was a little confused as to whether their struggle would be of any use in the end. Will this beautiful dream be shattered by a slap in the face? A feeling of suffocation surged into Ji Wanqing's heart. That's why I didn't let you talk to them. The voice of destiny appeared in Lin Ao's mind again. How many people have the courage to face the existence of us? Lin Ao was suddenly awakened by Tianming's words. He looked at Ji Wanqing in his arms and found that her eyes were a little distracted. Was she overwhelmed by Lin Ao's message? Lin Ao felt a little regretful. If he had known this earlier, he would not have said it. It was indeed as fate said. How many people could stand up to such an existence as them? Lin Ao was just about to say something to comfort Ji Wanqing. Ji Wanqing suddenly broke free from Lin Ao's arms. Her eyes were fierce and her expression was very dangerous. She slammed her fist on the table beside her. With a loud bang, the table shattered into pieces. Fortunately, the speakers downstairs were powerful, so the people downstairs couldn't hear the noise upstairs. Fuck my destiny. Fuck my fate. Why should I let them control me? Ji Wanqing was extremely angry, which made Lin Ao tremble with fear. Tianming, you shouldn't be angry, so don't take it to heart. I underestimated her. I just don't believe it. Lin Ao. Ji Wanqing suddenly looked at Lin Ao, her eyes blazing with fire and her aura terrifying. Exist. Lin Ao immediately sat up, his back straight, and placed his hands on his knees properly. Damn. This. Wicked. God. And this. Damned. Fate. Every word Ji Wanqing spoke was filled with intense anger and unwillingness. Alright. Chapter 167 Sicilian Night. Lin Ao was just worried that Ji Wanqing couldn't digest such information. Now, Lin Ao is forced to do it to him, in front of the thief Tian, so it is difficult for him to take action. Lin Ao hurried over to comfort the angry woman. Wanqing, it's okay, everything is resolved, and I gained a lot this time. This time, Lin Ao was swallowed by the clone of fate. Unlike before, he no longer has to be as timid as before. Lin Ao, if this happens again next time, I hope you won't look back. What if you come back and still die? Ji Wanqing stroked Lin Ao's face, her fingertips gently stroking across Lin Ao's face, as if she wanted to remember all the details on this person's face. The kind that is engraved in your bones. I'm serious. I hope next time you go straight ahead, don't look back, and go straight to the finish line. Ji Wanqing's voice was soft, but her eyes were firm. Lin Ao knew that she was serious about her words, but if there was a next time, Lin Ao would still come back. If it were in the past, he would probably have told Ji Wanqing that he would just move forward and never look back. But this time it's different. Many people have become an indispensable part of his life. When you find that there is nothing you care about in the world, what is the meaning of reaching the end? Lin Ao just looked at Ji Wanqing gently without answering. Everything was said without words. Tears flowed from Ji Wanqing's eyes. She understood what Lin Ao meant. She kissed Lin Ao gently. At this moment, the two people's hearts blended together like never before. This experience was incomparable to physical pleasure. They looked at the people singing and dancing downstairs and smiled brightly. Let's go down, don't keep them waiting too long. Lin Ao took Ji Wanqing's hand and walked downstairs. Ji Wanqing went to the bathroom to tidy herself up. Her eyes were swollen from crying and she needed to wash her face. Lin Ao came to the hall and saw Sha Qianj surrounded by a group of people singing. The little girl's singing voice was really beautiful, no wonder so many people liked her. Is Wanqing okay? Joanna came to Lin Ao's side. She looked worried, as she had noticed something was wrong with Ji Wanqing. Ji Wanqing, who had always been very calm, showed a panicked emotion at that moment. Although it was only for a moment, Joanna still caught it. Lin Ao held Joanna in his arms. Well, it's nothing. Anna, Pengdong, do you want to stay? Or go back to Zhonghai with Wanqing and the others? Lin Ao thought about his future plans and wanted to ask Joanna for her opinion. Lin Ao, I am also a woman with a career, not a canary. I want to stay in Pengdong and continue to develop. Lin Ao nodded. Then, do you have the confidence to manage the Yama Palace after it is incorporated? Joanna looked up at Lin Ao with a surprised expression. If it helps you, I'll do it at all costs. Joanna looked at Lin Ao with firm eyes. Actually, you can live a more relaxed life. I don't really need you to work so hard for me. Lin Ao was speaking from his heart. Things are different now. With his current strength, although he has not reached the level of Junwu, he is better than Junwu. He has also swallowed the clone of fate and is blessed by destiny. The subsequent impact of fate on him will be greatly reduced. At this moment, Lin Ao slowly transformed from a prey to a hunter. He wanted to find more clones of destiny, devour them, and at the same time recover the energy that was stolen from destiny. No, although a relaxing life is very desirable, I don't think the time is right yet. When you have some free time, that will be the time for me to truly relax. Joanna rejected Lin Ao's proposal. Lin Ao couldn't help but hug Joanna even tighter. The other women probably had the same attitude as her. In this life, I will definitely liberate everyone. Lin Ao murmured softly, speaking to Joanna, and also to himself. At this time, Long Aocean ran over. Brother Lin Monkey is looking for you. Long Aocean waved his hands happily. He ran over and handed the phone to Lin Ao, then immediately ran back to dance happily with everyone else. By the way, it will be his turn to go on stage after Sha Qianj finishes singing this song. Hey, are you guys here yet? Lin Ao took the phone and looked at Long Aocean thoughtfully. I will give you a huge surprise tonight. Yeah, we're here. We're outside the Sicily Gate. Why are there so many people gathered at the Sicily Gate? Lin Ao smiled and asked Monkey and the others to wait for him at the back door. Lin Ao handed the phone to Joanna and asked her to return it to Long Aocean. At the same time, he whispered a few words in her ear. Joanna nodded repeatedly, and then he ran to the back door. I opened it and saw, hey, familiar pink hair. And those people from Longmen all watched it that night. Hello, Feng Qiwu, Feng Luotong. Lin Ao greeted Feng Qiwu naturally, and immediately her eyes and mouth widened. The monkey's expression was the same as hers. Monkey, take your brothers and go find Aocean first. You must keep the news of Feng Qiwu's arrival a secret, understand? The monkey looked at Feng Qiwu, she nodded, and the monkey led everyone in. How did you know? I don't think Uncle Long and Brother Tien would tell you my information. Feng Qiwu narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Ao with suspicion. Lin Ao didn't care about her expression. I heard about you in Aocean's dream talk. Feng Qiwu was confused. Talking in a dream. Brother Tien, you dreamed about me. Lin Ao nodded affirmatively. Yes, he also said that he has always loved you, including the Feng Luotong in your body. He also said this in his dream, so are you ready for tonight's surprise? Lin Ao's words immediately made Feng Qiwu's mind confused. You dream about me and you still say you love me. What should I prepare? Lin Ao chuckled and walked in with Feng Qiwu. Monkey led everyone to the hall, and Long Aocean, who had just stood on the stage, noticed them at once. Monkey. Long Aocean greeted them warmly, and everyone looked over there. Many people are wondering who they are. They should be Long Aocean's friends. At this time, Joanna walked up and took the microphone from Long Aocean. While everyone is here, I have an announcement to make. The Pengdong branch of Yama Palace is disbanded. As soon as Joanna finished speaking, everyone in the Hades Palace exclaimed. You can choose to stay or leave. Those who stay can continue to follow me, Joanna. Those who leave don't have to worry about the responsibility of the Hades Palace. The Palace Master Yi Chen is dead. I will destroy all your information. After tonight, the Hades Palace will be completely reshuffled. It is possible that it will change its name or disappear completely. The news came too suddenly, and those people didn't react at once, but Joanna would not lie to them, because they knew Joanna's character. You are free to choose whether to stay or go after tonight. If you wish to stay, you can show up in Sicily tomorrow. The next step is to hand it over to our Dragon Gate leader, Lin Ao. After Joanna finished reading, she walked down and dropped another bomb before leaving. What? The leader of Longmen and some of his brave men ran over to confirm with Joanna. After receiving Joanna's confirmation, they immediately went back and told others. Joanna did not restrict them from staying or leaving, and only those who voluntarily stayed would be helpful to her. Ahem, my name is Lin Ao, and I'm the leader of Longmen. Excuse me, I'm going to sing a song to express my apology. Lin Ao's affectionate voice appeared on the stage. After hearing this, the monkey's eyes were filled with fear and his whole body was trembling. Call Laowi. Lin Ao, you are not a human being. Chapter 168. Will you join us at the next place? The monkey retreated tremblingly and was blocked by his other brothers. Brother monkey, what are you doing? A man with a very distinct accent hugged the monkey. What are you doing? If you don't leave now, you'll die. The monkey's eyes were filled with fear, and he wanted to break free and run away. I was not worthy of such an opportunity. What do you mean? The sect master is going to sing, and I haven't heard it yet. I'm really looking forward to it. Don't spoil my fun. The brother was very puzzled. Just then the music started and the monkey froze in place. It was too late, it was over, there was no way to escape. He glanced around the venue. The speakers here were quite big. Was it necessary to use such good equipment? Others who didn't understand what was going on were clapping along with the rhythm of the music, especially the brothers from Longmen who were particularly respectful. Brother monkey, shake it. The brother took the monkey's hand and he began to swing like a puppet. A bunch of ignorant people, just wait and see. The monkey was muttering to himself. What are you talking about, monkey? The loud music completely covered his voice, and a sneer appeared on the monkey's lips. The percent, brightest, and, star in the night sky. Hash at. As soon as Lin Ao opened his mouth, the enthusiastic crowd underground was stunned. Lu Nian even recalled that on the first day they set off for Pengdong, Lin Ao tried his best to invite her to sing K, but at that time Lin Ao blocked her and he had some important business to attend to, so the invitation was left unfinished. This is like avoiding the first day, but not the 15th. Oh, hash at percent at in the night sky, the brightest star. Hash at. Lin Ao closed his eyes on the stage. He was going at full speed just to amaze everyone tonight. He was very emotional, and every character and syllable was full of emotion, with all kinds of inflections and vibratos mixed in. His voice sounded like it had been kissed by the devil, and the moment he opened his mouth, it made everyone feel weak. Even a master-level person like Jiyu Wanqing was unable to resist his magic. She sat down on the sofa with difficulty, cursing Lin Ao in her heart, without any of the pity she had just felt. Sha Qiange was the most seriously ill. She was extremely sensitive to sound. Her mind was blank and her eyes were a little dazed at the moment. Qin Yun, Lu Mengan and Luo Yanran huddled together and trembled. Zhang Xiying had fainted on Joanna, who was struggling to hold on. The monkey looked at his brother lying on the ground with a sneer on his face. That's all. You still dare to listen to the sect master sing. He immediately fell on top of him as he finished speaking, his body twitching slightly. At this time, the scene was chaotic and no one could escape. Lin Ao was still singing passionately, completely immersed in his own world. Lin Ao, I heard Brother Tian's familiar singing voice. I missed it so much. Hurry, I want to hear it up close. I haven't felt it in so long. Feng Qiwu's excited voice came from a huge gift box. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. It was true that people of the same kind would marry in the same house. Lin Ao pushed a small cart into the hall. He saw a large number of people lying on the ground, but he was not surprised at all. He developed some immunity after listening to it so many times. I'm temporarily cutting off contact with you. We can talk tomorrow if you have anything to say. Even you can't resist. You slipped away so quickly. The closer Lin Ao got, the greater the impact he received. Damn, he didn't feel such a strong sense of oppression when he fought the clone of fate. With the support of more than a dozen large speakers, the power is really extraordinary. Lin Ao knocked on the gift box and gestured, "I can only go this far." He looked back at the girls and saw that they had collapsed. Lun Yen even went to look for people from Yama Palace or Longmen to see if they had guns. She wanted to blow up those loudspeakers. Lin Ao sighed in his heart, "I am sorry for you this time." After the song was over, there were few people left sitting normally. "How does it feel?" Long Aoshin opened his eyes and found that everyone seemed to be asleep. "Looks like everyone really enjoyed it. They fell asleep because it was so good. Then I'll perform one of my best songs next. Good luck." Long Aoshin's figure seemed to stimulate him. They, the people on the ground, woke up as if from a nightmare. They ran out of the hall without saying a word. The monkey also woke up, startled by the famous song. Who knew that the brother who had just hugged him had already disappeared, and actually ran faster than him? Damn it! Lin Ao knew that this was their limit, so he quickly ran onto the stage. "Aoshin, stop first. I have a gift for you." Long Aoshin was about to shoot, just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Lin Ao. He looked at Lin Ao in confusion and found that he walked onto the stage pushing a huge gift box. "Brother Lin, what is this?" Long Aoshin looked at Lin Ao in disbelief. "Is this a gift for him?" "This is a gift for you. I've carefully prepared it for a long time, but you can't open it now." Long Aoshin hugged Lin Ao excitedly. Lin Ao pushed him away with a forced smile. "Now take it back to your room and open your presents. I promise she's your favorite." The gift box shook noticeably. "Now, are you in such a hurry? I just sang one song." Long Aoshin looked at the microphone and the remaining people in the audience with some reluctance. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. "If you sing one more song, you're doomed, and I'll be doomed too, okay? Don't you see that your sisters-in-law are looking at me with murderous intent? This gift has a time limit. If you open it too late, it will expire." Lin Ao had no choice but to lie, but luckily Long Aoshin believed him. He was also looking forward to the surprise that would be inside this huge gift box. He pushed the gift box back to his dormitory happily. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when Long Aoshin left. But Lin Ao felt a chill on his back, and there was a murderous aura lingering behind his back. He turned his head and saw that the women were looking at him with anger in their eyes. Haha, there won't be a next time. Long Aoshin pushed the gift box into the dormitory with great anticipation. He rubbed his hands together and opened the huge bow on the outside. What is it? Does it need such a big gift box? Brother Lin is really something. Two grown men, why would they surprise each other? Long Aoshin muttered as he dismantled it. He opened the lid of the box and a figure jumped out. The first thing that came to his mind was, could it be an animal? But what animal would chew its own mouth? His brain short-circuited instantly. I, Long Aoshin, was forcibly kissed by a gift. "Brother Tien, do you miss me?" A voice engraved in the bones rang out. "Feng, Chi, Wu." Long Aoshin was so scared that he screamed. "And me too. Brother Tien." Another round of kissing. Long Aoshin had no room to struggle, his body instinctively feared and he did not resist at all. Feng Chiwu looked at Long Aoshin, her little hand turned into a shadow, and Long Aoshin's clothes disappeared in an instant. "Feng Chiwu, what do you want to do?" Long Aoshin protected his body and kept retreating. "Pa." Feng Chiwu slapped Long Aoshin. "I want to do it." "Ah. Lin Ao, you're going too far." The next morning, two men with dark circles under their eyes sat in the Hall of Sicily. "Brother Lin, what a calculation. Brother Long, you are so lucky." The two men sneered at each other, turned their heads away, and ignored each other. Lin Ao secretly glanced at Long Aoshin. "We're going to the next place. Do you want to come with us?" "Want." Long Aoshin didn't look back, but quickly answered Lin Ao's question. Lin Ao smiled. "Ouch. I accidentally pulled out my own kidney. Ha ha ha, ouch." In this way, two young men with dark circles under their eyes, holding their waists, kept grinning foolishly in the hall. Chapter 169 Return to Zhonghai. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the women in Sicily got up one after another. Everyone's face was full of joy. Since last night, Long Aoshin understood what it meant that the country was so beautiful that it attracted countless heroes to compete for it. He admired Lin Ao very much. He had to bow his head so many times that night. The Grand Master was indeed a Grand Master. A junior master like him is indeed incomparable. He gave Lin Ao a thumbs up. At this time, Feng Chiwu also walked down from the second floor. Judging from his walking posture, it seemed that Lin Ao had put in a lot of effort last night. Lin Ao also gave Lin Ao a thumbs up. Lin Ao scratched his head embarrassedly. What are you two grinning about? I'm hungry, Uncle Lin Ao. Lun Yen skipped over to the two of them. She was left alone in the room to sleep last night. What a bunch of hateful adults. Then let's go eat. Lin Ao picked up Lun Yen and pinched her rosy face. The women came to the restaurant talking and laughing. Lin Ao's women were surrounding Feng Qiwu and whispering something, which made her ears turn red. Brother Lin, what are the sisters-in-law doing? Lin Ao felt something was wrong, and Lin Ao rolled his eyes at him. You will be blessed in the future, my dear brother. I have learned everything in my life from them. Lin Ao, who had just entered the ranks of men, did not understand what Lin Ao meant. Was he going to teach Feng Qiwu martial arts? Lin Ao, let's leave it to Longmen and the Zhang family. With the cooperation from above, the Palace of Hell will probably no longer exist. Ji Wanqing talked about her future plans at the dinner table. Well, Anna intends to continue to develop in Pengdong, and ask Longmen to cooperate and leave the manpower to her. Lin Ao greeted Lin Ao and Feng Qiwu, and asked them to cooperate with Anna to leave all of Pengdong's manpower to Joanna. Ji Wanqing and the others would probably come to Pengdong from time to time to develop the territory. Because there is Lin Feng waiting to be dealt with on Zhonghai's side. Brother Lin, don't worry. Qiwu and I will first recruit Pengdong's people. As for the rest, I will notify my father to take action. It won't be a problem for you and your sisters-in-law to go on vacation in Zhonghai. Lin Ao patted his chest. He also had some little tricks up his sleeve. He asked Lin Ao and the others to go back to Zhonghai so that no one would disturb him in Feng Qiwu's world of two. The matter of recruiting them would be left to his subordinates. That way I have plenty of time to myself. Since you said that, I also want to go back and rest for a while. Anna, please come back with us and meet my parents. Lin Ao looked at Joanna and thought it was time to bring everyone back, let his parents meet them, and promise them a legitimate status. Joanna lowered her head shyly, her heart beating faster, and she couldn't help but look forward to Zhonghai. Then let's leave after dinner. Let Ao and his wife take care of this. Ji Wanqing looked at Lin Ao and Feng Qiwu with a smile. Oh Sister Wanqing. Feng Qiwu lowered her head shyly. Sister Wanqing, I, Luotong, will definitely get things done. Thank you for the knowledge you just imparted. Feng Qiwu changed his tone and thanked Ji Wanqing respectfully like a disciple. Lin Ao had a silly smile on his face. He was originally very afraid of Feng Qiwu, but now his attitude was completely different. He just wanted to spend a good time with Feng Qiwu. Lin Ao smiled. Let's go together after we eat. Okay. Around 5 p.m., Zhonghai City, Lin Family Manor. Joanna stared at the city wall at the entrance in amazement. This. Lin Ao looked at the city wall proudly. This is what I built. It stopped my first enemy. I'll introduce it to you later. It's very technologically advanced. The thick door at the entrance slowly opened. The convoy drove in immediately. Lin Ao was also a little excited at this time. He hadn't seen his parents for a while. Uncle Zhang. He got out of the car and shouted, and a figure came out from under the car. Master, you are finally back. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. I, the Grand Master, didn't even notice you were under the car. When did you get in? Uncle Zhang, where are my parents? Lin Ao did not inform Lin's father and mother, wanting to give them a surprise. They're probably arguing. Lin Ao was shocked. What did that mean? Were they going to divorce? Who should I give the marriage to then? The master is probably arguing with Master Yan. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Uncle Zhang and asked, can you please stop breathing so hard when you speak? Yan Dong, has he taken root in our family? Uncle Zhang nodded. Anna, do you have any impression of Yan Dong? He is the founder of your Yama Palace. Lin Ao turned and asked Joanna, who shook her head. I know the old palace master, but I've never met him, and I don't even know his name. Lin Ao led the girls into the manor and saw from afar 3 people playing flying chess in the garden. Lipi Yan, you're cheating again, aren't you? You secretly jumped a few extra steps. Do you think I'm blind? Bullshit. That's just how many dice I rolled. Lin Dong excitedly scolded a middle-aged man who was as excited as he was. His mother was calm and drinking tea. Her hands moved very fast, and her chess piece was unknowingly getting closer to the finish line. Dad, Mom, Lin Ao shouted loudly, and the three people were stunned at the same time and turned to look at Lin Ao. The two figures on the table disappeared from the table in an instant. A gust of wind blew, and Lin Ao was hung at the door, his body tied with leather belts. Li Wanyu picked up Lu Nian with a kind face, looked at the girls gently, and hugged them one by one. Lin Ao was stunned. What had he done to deserve this kind of treatment upon his return? Dad! Lin Ao shouted at Lin Dong's back. Oh, look at my body's instincts. I want to tie you up the moment I see you. Lin Dong was running over to greet Ji Yu Wanqing and the others, but when he heard Lin Ao's voice, he slapped his forehead. Another gust of wind blew by, and Lin Ao returned to his original place. He stood there disheveled in the wind, and the warm scene of returning home that he had imagined in his mind was gone. It was completely destroyed in the moment just now. Ji Yu Wanqing took Li Wanyu's hand and brought her to Joanna. Joanna twisted her clothes in her nervous little hands. Hello auntie, my name is Joanna. Joanna stuttered a little. Li Wanyu gently put Lu Nian down and gently took up Joanna's little hand. Call me Mom Anna. Li Wanyu touched Joanna's face and hugged her gently. Her tone made Joanna relax in an instant. Let's go inside. Don't stand around. Mom will make you something delicious tonight. She took Joanna's hand and led the other girls into the house, talking and laughing. Lin Dong followed Li Wanyu happily. Only Yan Dong and Lin Ao were left outside. The two of them stared at each other. Lin Ao, call me Godfather. Chapter 170. Just come in person. Why? Do you think I'm taking advantage of you? Your father promised it himself back then. Yan Dong looked at the dazed Lin Ao, and suddenly his expression became serious again. He walked over to Lin Ao and sniffed. Are you Lin Ao, or are you Saitagarbha Bodhisattva? Yan Dong's face was full of vigilance, and he stared at Lin Ao fiercely in his eyes, ready to attack at any time, and his momentum was gradually rising. Uncle Yan, you can actually sense fate. Lin Ao was surprised. Yan Dong could actually feel the breath of fate. It's Godfather. Now is not the time to talk about this. You haven't answered my question yet. How can you prove that you're the original Lin Ao? Yan Dong did not relax his guard at all, but became more and more alert. Ahem, fuck dad. How do you know so much? You can even see and smell it. Considering how much Lin Ao had revealed to him last time, it wasn't excessive for him to shout. Ahem, this thing was the one that threatened me back then. Ahem, anyway, I'd recognize its aura even if it turned to ash. Answer my question now. Yan Dong did not explain in detail. It was Saitagarbha Bodhisattva who captured him and threatened him like a conscripted man, forcing him to help build the Yama Palace and even train Yi Chen, the new palace master. He still recognized its aura, especially as his realm improved. The feeling became stronger, and the more dangerous the Saitagarbha Bodhisattva felt to him. Because I killed Saitagarbha Bodhisattva, I absorbed all of his power. Lin Ao told the truth. The destiny clone was Saitagarbha Bodhisattva, and it was indeed swallowed by him. Yan Dong was shocked when he heard this. He was a little bit unbelievable. He was not sure he could deal with Saitagarbha Bodhisattva. How could Lin Ao kill him? I'll ask you a few questions. If you can't answer them, I won't believe you. Yan Dong didn't let down his guard. Lin Ao thought, what questions can you ask? Do you know me well? Yan Dong seemed to know what Lin Ao was thinking. He smiled contemptuously and said, I don't understand you, but I understand her. What's your mom's favorite color? 3, 2, 1 inch. White. What's your mom's favorite drink? 3, 2, 1 inch. Peach blossom wine. Who does your mom like best? 3, 2, 1 inch. My dad. Damn it. Is it really him? Lin Ao was speechless. Just a few last questions. Any chance I could be your stepfather? 3, 2, 1 inch. No. Hateful. Your mother. Before Yan Dong could finish his words, his face suddenly changed shape and he disappeared from Lin Ao's sight. A loud bang was heard outside the garden. Lin Ao turned his head mechanically and saw a pair of feet exposed on the ground. Son, let's go inside. Li Wanyu stood in front of Lin Ao with a pleasant expression. He took Lin Ao's hand and walked into the house. When they arrived at the house, Lin Ao widened his eyes again. Yan Dong, with mud all over his head, was sitting in the living room, sipping tea. Li Wanyu rolled her eyes at him and took Lin Ao to Ji Yu Wanqing. Tell me about what happened to you this time, Peng Dong. Li Wanyu touched Lin Ao's face with some heartache. Fortunately, everyone came back safely. Then Lin Ao slowly told Li Wanyu about Peng Dong. Gu Wanqing and the others added a little more. After hearing this, Li Wanyu and Lin Dong felt that it was too relaxing. Was their son hiding something from them? Anyway, it's just a trip, nothing major. Now that Pengdong's matter is over, Aoshan will stay over there to clean up the mess. Lin Ao looked relaxed, while Lin's father and mother looked at him suspiciously. Don't look at me like that, can't you see I'm back safely now? Lin Ao walked around in front of them, and the scene seemed familiar. Okay, Mom, I get it. Let's go have dinner together. This is Anna's first time coming to our house, so we need to treat her well. Although Li Wanyu still didn't quite believe what Lin Ao said, it was as easy as he said, but as he said, he was back safely and had eliminated Yi Chen, which was a good thing. The family was having a lively dinner. Li Wanyu took care of each of her daughters-in-law. During the time when Lin Ao was away, she built a private house for Lin Ao next door, which was specifically for Lin Ao and them to live in. After dinner, Yan Dong stayed beside Lin Ao. Godfather, why are you following me? Didn't I explain it clearly? Lin Ao's mouth twitched. After dinner, he was like a follower. Li Wanyu took her daughters-in-law to get a spa. Only Lin Dong, Lin Ao and Yan Dong were left in the hall. Don't pay attention to him. I don't know if he is my son or not. He is the only one who is suspicious. Yan Dong seemed to have told everything to Lin Dong and Li Wanyu, so Lin Dong also knew about Yan Dong's suspicions. I hope so. It seems that old monster has traumatized me. Since you think everything is fine, I won't meddle with it. Yan Dong sighed. He was indeed afraid. The stronger he became, the more afraid he became. Son, what are your plans next? Lin Dong rolled his eyes at Yan Dong. Although he usually disliked Lai Padong, he was indeed doing it for the good of their family. Next should be Lin Feng. How has he been lately? Wanqing said you set him up, didn't you? Gu Wanqing had said before that all the aristocratic families in Zhonghai had cooperated to dig a huge pit for the capital behind Lin Feng. Oh, by the way, now that you mention it, I remember there's something I forgot to tell you. Lin Dong slapped his forehead and almost forgot about that matter. There's something very strange. They were adding capital all the time, but just yesterday, they suddenly stopped investing. It seems like they've noticed something. The principal was completely gone, and all the contact information was lost. It feels like cutting off the tail to survive. Lin Dong's words aroused Lin Ao's vigilance. Yesterday was the first day he went back in time. Could it be that the guy had noticed something again? Tian Ming, do you think this is possible? Lin Ao couldn't help but speak out his guess, asking fate in his mind. I used time reversal, so he must have noticed. Now I'm not hiding it anymore. Lin Ao, you must be careful in the future. You never know what means he will use. The divine thought given by Tianming was serious, and he was seriously making Lin Ao alert. Yeah, I understand. Since he dares to do this, why don't I just go and find him myself? With Ruki being so passive, and the power he has gained now being different from before, he is fully qualified to confront those children of destiny head-on. Dad, can you find out Lin Feng's whereabouts? Lin Ao wanted to take the initiative and attack directly. Your dad? No. Yan Dong stretched out a finger and waved it, looking at Lin Dong with disdain. Let your godfather help you find it. You'll be shocked if I tell you about his hidden connections. This time, Lin Dong did not refute Yan Dong. He thought to himself, when you find it, you'll see if I will give you face. Give me his information within a week at the latest. I'll put the detailed information before you. Yan Dong was very confident and looked very self-assured. God, please help him. I'm afraid fate will deliberately cover it up. Good. A golden energy emerged from Lin Ao's left eye and merged into Yan Dong's body. Yan Dong widened his eyes. Another irresistible force emanated from Lin Ao, which was even more terrifying than Saitagarbha Bodhisattva. Lin Ao, open your right eye. He has the breath of destiny in his body. Upon hearing this, Lin Ao immediately looked at Yan Dong, and a red light flashed in his right eye. Yan Dong felt numb all over. A large amount of destiny threads surged out of Yan Dong's body and were all absorbed into his eyes by Lin Ao. A feeling of comfort appeared in his eyes. Has been recovered. Lin Ao slowly turned off the special effects of his two eyes. Yan Dong felt more relaxed than ever before. The feeling of panic from time to time has completely disappeared. In Lin Dong's eyes, Lin Ao suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Yan Dong. Yan Dong shivered, and then looked relieved. It seems weird no matter how I look at it. It seems I have to find a chance to get rid of Lai Pai Yan. Not only do you want to abduct my wife, but you also want to kill my son. Chapter 171 Lin Ao and Long Aotian both won the jackpot. Lin Ao, you. Yan Dong was dumbfounded for a moment. What on earth was this? Two terrifying energies seeped out from Lin Ao's eyes, and Lin Dong was still glancing left and right. Yan Dong slapped himself on the head, wondering if he was dreaming. Yan Dong, what are you doing? Are you seriously ill? Lin Dong looked happy, then dumbfounded, and then hit his own Yan Dong. Has he been trapped in the King of Hell's palace for too long and has become stupid? Godfather, thank you for taking the trouble. Lin Ao looked at Yan Dong with a smile. It seemed that people who had touched the Junwu realm and were in the Junwu realm should know some secrets of this world. What are those hidden true martial realm cultivators doing now? Are they trying to escape from the world? Ahem, wait for my news. Yan Dong looked at Lin Ao deeply. This kid was too scary. He was very terrifying. Son, why is he so nervous? Lin Dong didn't understand. Dad, he said he wants to be my stepfather. What do you think? Lin Ao changed the subject. There were some things that didn't need to be told to one's parents, as it would only cause them more trouble. Huh. Lin Dong widened his eyes and said, you lazy Yan, I think you treat me as a dead person. Stop right there. Come on, Pai Yan. Lin Dong roared, pulled out his belt and chased after him. Lin Ao looked at the energetic Lin Dong and nodded. In the next few days, Lin Ao went to meet Ji Yu Wanqing's parents, Mr. Qin, and Mr. and Mrs. Liu, and was busy as if he was visiting relatives. The other girls were taken around by Li Wanyu to go shopping and buy new things for Lin Ao's new home. Luo Yanren's mother, Li Wanyu, transferred her to the Lin family manor and hired a special doctor to take care of her. Lin Ao said that he could try to make her mother recover. Calculating it, Luo Yanren's mother has been an unknown NPC lying in bed for dozens of seasons. She is used to threaten Luo Yanren every quarter. Lin Ao consulted with Destiny and learned that she could use a little Destiny energy to revive her mother. After Lin Ao confirmed it, he tried it on Luo Yanren's mother that night. Sure enough, he woke up not long after, but his muscles were atrophied and he needed long-term recuperation. Luo Yanren felt unprecedented happiness. Lin Ao. Lin Ao hugged Luo Yanren in his arms. This is what a son-in-law should do. Spend some time with your mother. Go. Luo Yanren was very touched, and all of them left space for her and her daughter. And for Joanna, these days were also her happiest days. Lun Yen found a mother like Joanna from Pengdong, while Joanna came to Zhonghai to find a mother like Li Wanyu. She has been living a particularly fulfilling and happy life these days, staying with Li Wanyu every day. Li Wanyu also feels particularly sorry for Joanna. Lun Yen comes over every day, and the three of them are almost inseparable every day. Lin Ao looked at Joanna like a little girl, and he was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. As for Sha Qiange, her family called several times, and Lin Ao also communicated with them directly. A young man talked to Lin Ao for a long time, and Sha Qiange looked at him worriedly from the side. Because the person talking to Lin Ao on the phone was Sha Qiange's brother, a fierce protector of his sister. Lin Ao was like a tumbler. No matter what brother Sha Qiange said, he would just mumble and say, and, ah. He would only refute a few words if he was asked to leave Sha Qiange. Brothers, please stop reading. Come to Zhonghai when you have time, or I will come to visit you when I have time. Then we can have a real offline meeting to see if I am capable of protecting Qiange. Sha Qiange was worried for her brothers as she listened to this. Lin Ao, remember not to use your full strength when the time comes. Her voice seemed to be heard by her brothers, and the phone was filled with crackling and violent sounds. Hey, please be patient with Lin Ao. Don't bother with them. Then the calls of panic came in waves. Lin Ao smiled faintly and said, I've already seduced your little princess, so what's the big deal if I scold you a few times? You guys can curse me as much as you want, and I will get the interest back from your little princess tonight. When Lin Ao and the others returned to Zhonghai, everything seemed perfect. Lin Ao also has a plan, which is to help every girl advance to the Grandmaster level. This is a daunting task. A week later, Yan Dong came back. He brought a piece of news that Lin Feng and the group behind him urgently stopped injecting capital and fled to Japan. The specific reason was not found out, only that he was now in Japan. Tian Ming, can I use the fate clone I absorbed to sense his location? Yes, but you need to deliberately sense it. However, what you find is only the destiny clone, not Lin Feng himself. He may exist beside him as Saitagarbha Bodhisattva. But if you are close enough, then fate will always make you meet him. Lin Ao nodded secretly. After Peng Dong and Yi Chen's clones were absorbed, Lin Feng's movements completely changed. It became uncontrollable. According to the previous situation, he would have to return to Zhonghai, destroy the Lin family, and then make him, the eldest brother, disappear from the world in various ways. Tian Ming, I want to take the initiative. I won't influence your thoughts, just like last time you insisted on going back in time. Lin Ao took a deep breath and made a decision. After all the women have reached the level of Grand Master, he will set off for Japan and turn everything upside down. Long Aoshan and Feng Qiwu arrived in Zhonghai a week later. They are now inseparable. Since it is their first time in love, it is inevitable that they are so obsessed with each other. Aoshan, I'm going to train you this month and raise your strength to Grand Master. Be prepared. Lin Ao wants to improve Long Aoshan's strength before setting off. Destiny energy can also improve a person's strength and luck, and his strength will be improved inexplicably. Insights and adventures will increase, and there is a free instructor here, Yan Dong, so it would be best to let him train Long Aoshan. Ah, brother Lin, you're telling me this when I just got here. Long Aoshan was dejected. He had originally come here to play with Lin Ao, and then bring Feng Qiwu to Longmen to see his father. Stop talking nonsense. When you reach Grand Master, you and Feng Qiwu can play for a few days, and then we will set off to Little Japan. Long Aoshan was shocked. Brother Lin, are you going to cause trouble for Chuncheon? Long Aoshan's eyes lit up and he exuded a strong sense of excitement. We were just pure villains back then. Doesn't something want me to be a villain? So let's do something big. Lin Ao's eyes also lit up. The villain. I'm familiar with it. After all, it's just the Japanese. I don't feel any burden if they cause trouble. Lin Ao silently let Tianming inject some of the energy into Long Aoshan's body. Then he was thrown to Yandong. It was too luxurious to have a strong man close to the Junwu realm to help him train. Lin Ao accompanied Ji Yu Wanqing, Joanna and others to travel, eat, drink, and play every day. Everyone's strength has improved a lot in the past half-month, and Lin Ao can hardly hold on. Peng Dong's side is temporarily handed over to the Zhang family, and will take over after Chao Anna and Zhang Xiying advance. What surprised Lin Ao the most during this period was that Ji Yu Wanqing won the prize. She was pregnant with Lin Ao's child, which attracted envious glances from other girls. And Feng Qiwu also got one. Long Aoshan was so happy that he took off. He picked up Lin Ao and spun around. Lin Ao was in a mess in the whirlwind. He was stunned. Is this what they call a novice critical hit? At the same time, he felt an unprecedented shock in his heart. He was going to be a father. Ah, am I going to be a father? Outside the courtyard, the two men hugged each other and formed a small whirlwind. Chapter 172 A New Journey. After the excitement, the two fathers entered another state. Outside the manor, the sky was blue and the air was fresh, with birds singing. Lin Ao and Long Aoshan were sitting on chairs by the roadside. Brother Lin, how should I be a father? Long Aoshan stared blankly at the leaves in front of him, watching the leaves blown by the wind. Based on my many years of experience as a son, first prepare a few high-quality belts. Lin Ao's eyes were a little dull as he spoke casually. Then I want to say that again. Who is your father? Who told you to call me dad? Quote. Long Aoshan thought seriously about his many years of experience as a son and came to this conclusion. Brother Lin, should we arrange a marriage? Long Aoshan's words shocked Lin Ao. No, I'm afraid our families will become enemies in the future. It's either your child or my child. What should we do if things go sour? Lin Ao immediately rejected Long Aoshan's proposal as he was a little sensitive about the marriage engagement. Ah, is that true? Long Aoshan leaned back in his chair and looked up at the blue sky. Brother Lin, why are you feeling so happy right now? It's so strange. Lin Ao also leaned back in his chair. Me too. I feel the sky is so blue, the wind is so cool, and the white clouds are so beautiful. 1-2. Aoshan, why do I feel like there's a belt wrapped around me? Brother Lin, don't say it, I seem to feel the love of my old father. I saw Lin Ao was tied up by a belt and hung up. And Long Aoshan was being carried like a chicken by a tall and strong man. Dad. Father. The atmosphere of truth was completely broken. You little bastard. They're all inside watching Wanqing, and you, a soon-to-be father, still have the mood to run outside and count the clouds. Lin Dong's face darkened as he used his strength to hang Lin Ao in the air. Brother Lin, I'm still the same bastard, right? Long Beishan had a full beard, a resolute face, and an extraordinary aura. At this moment, he was holding Long Aoshan like a chicken. Dad, why are you here? Long Aoshan was confused at this time. It was so sudden. He notified Long Beishan in the morning and saw him in the afternoon. Stinky boy, how could I not come for such a big thing? Not only am I here, your mother is here too. Come in with me. Lin Ao and Long Aoshan were dragged into the house by their respective old fathers. This is your first time being a father. I understand how you feel. Take good care of your woman at this time. Lin Dong dragged the dazed Lin Ao into the house and let him go. He patted his shoulder earnestly. Brother Lin is right, Aoshan. Congratulations, you've grown up. Long Beishan looked at Long Aoshan with satisfaction. Father. Long Aoshan looked at his father. It was the first time he heard Long Beishan speak like this. Long Beishan showed a standard Nike face on his face, and Long Aoshan looked at his father with a small Nike following closely behind him. Lin Ao looked at them, and it was true that like father like son. They came to the hall, where a group of women surrounded Jiyu Wanqing and Feng Qiwu. There was also a strange beautiful woman next to Feng Qiwu, who looked somewhat similar to Long Aoshan. Lin Ao walked up to Jiyu Wanqing. Knowing that he was still a little bit unbelievable at this moment, he was going to be a father. His hand trembled a little as he touched Jiyu Wanqing's belly. Jiyu Wanqing looked at Lin Ao with a reproachful look, gently held Lin Ao's hand, and placed his hand on her belly. Wanqing, is our child in there? Lin Ao asked such a question foolishly. Puff. Yes. Jiyu Wanqing looked at Lin Ao gently, her heart was filled with happiness at this moment. I'm a father. Am I really a father? Yes, yes, yes. Lin Ao asked this question tirelessly, and Jiyu Wanqing answered it patiently. All right, get out of the way and continue generating electricity. Don't tire out my daughter-in-law. Lin Ao was pulled away by Li Wanyu, and the other girls burst into laughter. The situation on Long Aoshan's side was not much better. At this time, Long Aoshan was too excited and used a little more force. Feng Qiwu just shouted softly and was pressed to the ground by Long Beishan. He was still grinning foolishly on the ground. Bang! The gate of the manor rang, and the two men who were dragged in were thrown out again. But the smiles on both of their faces were very bright. Time passed quickly and they spent 2 months leisurely. Jiyu Wanqing has moved to the Lin family manor to take care of her pregnancy. Because of Peng Dong's matter, Joanna and Zhang Xiying would go there several times every month and then return to Zhanghai. Long Aoshan was trained by Yan Dong every day. As expected, after being blessed with destiny and luck, his comprehension improved dozens of times compared to before. Somehow, he figured out some problems that he hadn't been able to figure out before. The original plan was for 1 month, but because Jiyu Wanqing and Feng Qiwu were pregnant, they stayed for an extra month. After 2 months, her pregnancy was still not very obvious, and the two of them continued their activities as usual. Lin Ao and the other women demanded it strongly every night in the name of practicing martial arts. He was in pain and happy. But things are not over yet. Lin Ao has to deal with Lin Feng's affairs before the child is born. One day, fate finds them again, and Lin Ao can no longer bear to see the person he loves die in front of him. 3 days ago, Long Aoshan finally broke through to the Grandmaster level. Lin Ao knew that it was time for them to set off. Lin Ao, you must remember that the child and I are waiting for you in Zhanghai. Jiyu Wanqing and the other girls stood outside the manor, reluctant to leave. Their strength had already reached the Grandmaster level. Joanna and the others also asked to go with them, but Lin Ao flatly refused. In the face of fate, Grandmaster. They were just small fry. Don't worry, I'll get it back before the baby is born. Lin Ao nodded seriously. He would not let himself repeat the same mistake this time. Aoshan, my dear son, come here, I want to talk to you. Long Beishan pulled Long Aoshan aside. Hey, son, the things people play with over there are a little beyond our comprehension, so your dad is warning you. You can play, but if Qiwu finds out, you know the consequences. Long Beishan looked at Long Aoshan with a kind face, and Long Aoshan shuddered all over. Some not so beautiful images appeared in his mind. In this way, Lin Ao and Long Aoshan boarded the plane with different feelings. Lin Ao and the others took a nap and got off the plane. When we arrived at the pickup area, there was a big sign outside. It says, Lin Ao, and Long Aocean, on it. Lin Ao had someone acquire a Japanese group and renamed it the Lin Family Consortium, which operates various projects. As for why it was acquired by the Lin family, there must be some means involved. The person who picked him up was the head of the consortium who was currently living a normal life. Welcome, Lin-san. My name is Yujuzi Waishui. A bald middle-aged man bowed 90 degrees to Lin Ao. Brother Lin, his name is quite interesting. Hey, little life features, let's go. Lin Ao and Long Aocean walked out of the airport under the guidance of Yujuzi Waishui. On both sides stood 2 rows of bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses, some of whom had tattoos on their arms. When he saw Lin Ao and the others coming out, he immediately bowed 90 degrees. Welcome, President. Everyone at the airport was shocked by the scene, which attracted a lot of attention, but no one dared to say anything. It was obvious that they were not people to be trifled with, and many girls were secretly watching them. The two got into an extended version of Rolls-Royce and drove away. Lin Ao sitting in the back row made Long Aocean smile. He wanted to learn Long Aocean's smile. He wants everyone here to remember this smile forever. Chapter 173, There are really all kinds of types. President, I've already prepared a welcoming banquet at a manor in Tokyo. I'll take you there now. Yujuzi Waishui spoke to Lin Ao and the others very respectfully. He was originally a financial director of the predecessor of Shanchang Group, which is now the Ao Group. Now he was promoted to be the official head of the group. So he had to cling to Lin Ao. The Lin family's attempt to acquire Shanchang Group was so successful thanks to this trader who provided a large amount of internal financial information about Shanchang Group. By using some civil and military means, the Lin family successfully took over the Shanchang Group. Well done, Waishui, I'm rooting for you. Lin Ao encouraged this trader a little, and with just one sentence, Yujuzi Waishui had a brain orgasm. Hey, I'll try my best. Thank you for your appreciation, President. If I can't do well, I'll commit seppuku. Yujuzi Waishui's face flushed with excitement. It was his greatest honor to receive encouragement from his master. Brother Lin, this person doesn't seem like a good person, does he? Long Aocean whispered a few words into Lin Ao's ear, and Lin Ao smiled. Don't worry about whether he's a good for nothing or not, as long as he can carry out any of your orders 100%. You'll know later. They looked at the scenery along the way and came to a high-end manor. The door was now filled with people standing on both sides, all wearing suits, sunglasses and bald heads. The car stopped between them, and a younger brother immediately came up to open the door, and Lin Ao and Long Aocean slowly got out of the car. Welcome, President. The younger brothers on both sides bowed at a standard 90-degree angle, and their slogans were very consistent. Lin Ao nodded slightly. From now on, you must obey any instructions given by the chief steward Long next to you. Lin Ao introduced Long Aocean, and all the younger brothers looked at Long Aocean. Hey, welcome, Chief Executive Long. Long Aocean has seen many scenes like this. This kind of thing was very popular in Longmen when he was young. So he was very relaxed and waved his hand as a response. It wasn't until Lin Ao and the others entered that the men in suits on both sides straightened their backs. President, many important people are here tonight. They need to meet you first. Of course, we have prepared some surprises for you and the managing director. Yujuzi Waishui's smile gradually became distorted, and Lin Ao probably understood what he meant. Long Aocean's attention was not on them, because he saw a stage in the manor with some people performing on it. They were the famous girl group Xiaorizi. He had an impression of them because he would see their push notifications on Douyin from time to time. He walked over and admired it. Lin Aome glanced at him and showed no interest, so he let him play by himself. Yujuzi Waishui brought Lin Ao to the living room, where a cocktail party was being held in the form of a buffet. A group of people were wearing luxurious brand-name clothes and evening gowns, and each of them had a female companion. They saw that at the door, President Yujuzi of the Ao Group was respectfully leading the way to a young man. They thought that this young man was the president he mentioned. They immediately came forward with wine glasses. Yujuzi Waishui immediately stood in front of Lin Ao to prevent some people who did not know etiquette from bumping into Lin Ao. Mina-san, this is Chairman Lin of our Ao Group. He just got off the plane and is very happy to see you all here. Lin Ao smiled and nodded as Yujuzi said. Everyone applauded enthusiastically, and some nodded and bowed to Lin Ao, being very respectful. Lin Ao raised his hand, and the group of people immediately shut up, and the scene fell into complete silence. This is the power that money brings, and the Japanese really love it. They all wanted to get the opportunity to cooperate with the Ao group, so naturally they valued the wealthy group boss very much. The acquisition of Shanchang Group once caused a sensation in their circle. The person behind the rumors has connections everywhere, and his financial resources are an unknown, like a bottomless pit. What they admire most is this kind of person who is strong, powerful and mysterious. For the sake of company development and personal interests, they are willing to become a watchdog. Hello, you may be unfamiliar with me, but it doesn't matter. You will get to know me better in the days to come. Lin Ao said this lightly, and their expressions were all very focused. They wanted to understand the plans of this mysterious president or the Ao group from Lin Ao's next words, and see if they could get involved. My Ao group will build a business empire in Tokyo, or even in the whole of Japan. I am very optimistic about the prospects of the small Japanese market, which has brought in a lot of capital. I have never worried about money. I hope that our Ao group can cooperate with you to create a better future together. I usually let President Yuduzi handle the affairs of the foundation. If you want to cooperate, you can contact him. Yuduzi immediately bowed to Lin Ao with a look of emotion. Thank you for your trust, President. He was almost in tears. Those people looked at Yuduzi with disdain, thinking that he was lucky to have such a supporter like Lin Ao. They were jealous of Yuduzi Waishui. But they were not wrong, because he was obedient and humble enough to win Lin Ao's appreciation. Yuduzi secretly glanced at the people present, taking in their expressions one by one. You guys just wait patiently, hee hee. I'm a little tired after getting off the plane. Let's start the dinner party. Everyone should have fun tonight. When Lin Ao finished speaking, the group of people immediately burst into warm applause. Lin Ao nodded with a smile and signaled Yuduzi Waishui to take him to a quiet place as he had something to tell him. Yuduzi Waishui immediately understood and respectfully took Lin Ao to the master bedroom on the second floor. The entire master room is nearly 500 square meters and is carefully decorated. I heard from him that it has an independent hot spring, a sauna, and other facilities. It can be seen that it was the work of Yuduzi. After Yuduzi entered the room, he clapped his hands. Lin Ao looked at him in confusion, while Yuduzi smiled like a chrysanthemum. I saw a group of girls in cool clothes walking out. Yuduzi smiled like a chrysanthemum. I saw a group of girls in cool clothes walking out from everywhere, each with a different style. It seems that Yuduzi has carefully selected